Why did he ask this? How should he answer this? Ash was the son of an emperor, so it wouldn't be surprising if his family life left much to be desired, but he knows absolutely nothing about it. He began to speak hesitantly, and then Lucas suddenly bowed and apologized to him, saying that it must have been too personal a question. Ash waved his hands and replied that it wasn't. This question just confused him a little. He laughed nervously, and Lucas smiled and said that he was sure that His Highness and Evangeline's family issues would be resolved. Ash looked at his beaming smile and thought he had that friendly puppy smile on again. He thanked him with a nervous smile and thought, maybe he's thinking about it in vain. And he was just worried. He invited him to go to bed and said goodbye, and Lucas responded in kind. Ash walked into the room and slammed his door, and then caught his breath and thought, does Ash really have problems with her family? He will need to get information about this. He looked at his palms and thought that he needed to remind himself more often that this was not his body. It's hard for a person who has lived someone else's life to answer such questions. The next day arrived and Ash arrived at the wall to look at the restoration work. Preparations for a new war immediately began in Crossroad. The system reported the third wave, information about the enemies, an unknown monster of the 7th level, 5 of them. 149 mechanical golems level 20, 103 stone golems level 15. Ash thought there would be an army of golems this time. There are a few large monsters, but they will be elite. He will have to adapt as the battle progresses. They still have a week left before the third wave. He looked at the system window with information about monsters and thought that this time they would have to work hard. He remembered the rat catcher and thought that they should be prepared for any sudden change. Not even that, they must nip such factors in the bud. Therefore, he strained production as best he could and constantly pushed them. In the next wave, everything should be perfect. At sunset, Ash arrived at the western field of Crossroad, where the cemetery was located. Preparations for the funeral are underway here. He looked at the death toll and thought that there were many casualties in the second wave, but only a dozen people died. Among them, there was a margrave. Lucas approached His Highness and informed him that the coffin was on its way. Ash replied that they were heading out then. The funeral procession began. The coffin was carried from the temple itself along the main road of the city, and behind the coffin there was a long procession of townspeople. Flags fluttered quietly in the wind. The former lord who had ruled here for decades had died. Although death is something natural in this city, many people did mourn. When the coffin was carried past them, they threw white flowers. Finally, the coffin was placed in front of the dug grave. But there will be only demonstrative burials here. The burial of the body itself will take place in the Margrave's garden. And all because his beloved wife is waiting for him there. Ash walked onto the platform, in front of which stood the coffin and hundreds of townspeople who were waiting for his speech. He looked and spoke confidently and finally said that the death of any of them was a blow for him. Not a metaphorical, but a real blow to the wallet. But the death of the Margrave of Cross cannot be measured in money. He raised his hand to his chest and said that the grief of this loss spread throughout his heart. Jupiter, who was standing among the crowd, lit a cigarette and Lily wiped away her tears. Ash continued. The Margrave said that people need hope, that the city cannot live in endless requiem, that this city is the forefront of monsters, that death here is something taken for granted. But he wanted there to be room for hope and joy in their hearts. He was silent for a second, and then confidently said that today he would violate the last will of the Margrave and allow himself to be sad. Losing precious lives is inevitable on the battlefield. And not only the Margrave, any loss is accompanied by pain and tears. But he wants to remind them all that every loss is worth the pain it causes. Let them remember, only through struggle and sacrifice in the name of a great goal will this city, this empire, and these people in it continue to exist. Let them always remember this. He won't get tired of repeating it again and again. They will not be able to do without losses, but every death is justified. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, saying that they would finally honor the deceased defenders of the world with a minute of silence. Everyone present bowed their heads and closed their eyes, plunging into silence. During this silence, Ash hoped that one day a series of funerals would give way to lush and joyful festivals, just as the Margrave wanted. Cannons fired into the sky, and a cannon roar rang out in honor of the fallen. The funeral is finally over. While the sun had not yet disappeared beyond the horizon, the Margrave's coffin was taken to his estate. One of his friends stopped when he suddenly saw a young girl at a lonely grave in a grape garden. He was surprised and asked, "Is this Miss Evangelina?" Evangelina turned around and asked, "Are they already here?" The men greeted her joyfully and said that she had finally returned. They got off their horses and approached her, saying that she had been gone for 3 whole years. She had come a long way from the capital. Let her forgive them for the death of the Margrave. It is their fault. Evangelina clenched her hands into fists and asked if she could look into the coffin. They pulled back the lid of the coffin, and she saw her father lying inside among the white flowers. Looking at his pale face, she said that he was really dead. Her hand trembled, and she said that he was always eager to get into the thick of it, like an immortal, but now. She fell silent and clenched her trembling hand into a fist, and then turned away from the coffin and thanked them, saying that this would be enough. Soon they buried the coffin next to the grave of his wife. The man approached Evangeline, holding the Margrave's weapon, and said what he thought she should know. His eyes opened wider in surprise when she saw what he was holding. He said that these were the equipment of the Margrave, passed down from generation to generation. They originally planned to bury it with the owner, but they will do as she says. She fell silent and looked sadly at her father's weapon, and the man said that it was certainly worn, but after treatment. Evangeline interrupted him mid-sentence and told them to bury it. Let them bury it with her father. The man replied that he understood. After reciting the sacred prayers, it was all over. Standing in the middle of the great garden, Ash looked at the fresh grave and thought, "Built up a wall with snow and ice here on earth is the path of compassionate life." He said these lines and thought that he had once quoted his favorite poem to him. He remembered this passage because it quite accurately describes the life of the Margrave. But these words are not for funerals, so he decided to abandon them. He remembered his words that in order to protect this city, he would have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything that was dear. Ash looked at the sky and wondered what he would have to sacrifice. Will he remain the same person after this? Evangelina approached him and said that she didn't think he was into poetry. He replied that not really, he just remembered. So he read a couple of lines. She said he had a beautiful voice. Maybe he will read it for everyone next time. He remained silent and after a short pause, asked how she was feeling. She smiled and replied that everything was fine. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen anyway. If she were hired as a knight, she might never return to this city. And after her father's death, she could not be here to see him off. So it's a miracle she even made it to his funeral. She asked, so she still wants to devote her life to battles. She confirmed his words and said that she would definitely not stay here. She will sort out the inheritance, sell all the family junk, and leave. Ash thought she was already mentally prepared for this. She buried the family heirlooms with her father to put the past behind her once and for all. He said with a smile that he would help her with the inheritance. It's too much hassle for a teenager. Let her let an adult sort it out. She asked if he was going to stop her. He did not understand her question, and she said that she was abandoning the legacy of her entire family and running away as a coward. Isn't that selfish? He replied that the Cross family had already served the place enough. He doesn't know if he will do as well, but he will do anything to protect the city. He punched himself on the chest and smiled and told her to forget her worries and live life the way she wanted. And he will try to ensure that her family's hard work does not fall into oblivion. She frowned, looking closely at him, and after a short pause said that he was somehow very different from the image from the rumors. He asked, "Is this true?" She said that if she were in his place, she would make every effort to return back to the palace as quickly as possible. But instead, he takes the job of being the lord of these lands seriously, which is amazing. Ash sighed and said with a smile that someone promised him a wish for protecting this place. That's why he's so hardworking. He thought that this was a condition that the developer had set for him. If he leads this world to its true ending, then he will grant him a wish. He tries so hard not because he is so right. He just takes this chance to get what he wants. That's the only reason he goes to the true ending. Suddenly, unexpectedly loud sounds distracted him from his thoughts, and he asked excitedly, "Does she hear this sound?" They seemed to be under attack. But everything turned out differently. Evangelina's stomach growled protractedly, and she said that she was hungry. He thought in surprise, was it the growling of her stomach? This is the volume. She looked up at him and asked if he had anything to eat. Yesterday he cooked it very tasty. She wants more. He put his hand on her shoulder and laughed, thinking that the fact that they wanted to eat was proof that they were living people. He turned decisively to the others and said that they needed to move out and quickly fill their stomachs. Everyone else agreed, and they set off. The clatter of hooves began to move away from two graves, on one of which lay white flowers, and on the other dried grapes in a bag. The dead should rest in peace, and the living should move forward. A new wave is approaching. A new day has come. At the moment, Ash has two main tasks. First, his normal job is to prepare for the next level. Secondly, paperwork with the division of Cross's property. Evangelina refused to inherit the title and decided to leave here. The best thing would be to retroactively transfer at least part of the fortune to her so that she can leave this place without regrets. Having learned the latest news, Eider was upset and asked, so he decided to let Miss Evangelina go. He understood everything. He will take care of the sale of Cross's property and will also take care of all paperwork related to the inheritance. Ash thanked him and asked him to keep him informed about everything. Eider opened the system window and replied that of course, but it would be almost impossible to sell everything in a week. The biggest income can be obtained from the sale of the estate. There aren't many luxury goods there. He doesn't think there will be a buyer for the house in a week. Ash said that for now, let him buy a house in his name for a reasonable price. He must finish this within a week and see Evangelina on her way. He needs to deal with everything before the next wave. All members of the Cross family died here. Evangelina is the last descendant of this family, in other words, the last survivor. He is obliged to send her as far as possible from this place so as not to involve her in the battle. This is the last wish of the Margrave of Cross. He will keep his word. Eider smiled and said that he understood. Let him trust him. Ash thought that Eider would be quite useful as a secretary. He would sort it out. There are 8 days and 11 hours left before the third wave begins. Time was inexorably passing, and there was less and less time left before the start of the next raid. Ash clenched his hand into a fist and thought he would do it. He will complete this game without using people as cannon fodder. Without compromising his principles, he will cope, without a doubt. Time flew by quickly. A week later, the forge. The heads of the Union of Blacksmiths and Alchemists apologized to His Highness with tears in their eyes and said that this was the first time they had created magical weapons, and there were many difficulties. In general, they didn't have enough time for 5 weapons. Let him forgive them. Ash replied that everything was fine. He knew that it might not work out the first time. He thought that magic guns had been invented in this world over a century ago, but due to their high price and impracticality, they had not caught on in the local market. It takes both an alchemist and a blacksmith to create one, so making them is quite difficult. Ash asked, and how many were they able to create? They answered in confusion that there were 2 guns. Ash said that he is not going to scold them. Let them show what they have. They obeyed his order and showed 2 packages that were lying on the table. Ash unwrapped one of the packages, and in his hands was a black gun with purple patterns. He thought in surprise, what kind of monster is this? The system reported that he was holding a gun called the Black Queen, level 55 SSR rank. This magical gun has an attack power of 225 to 250 units. Strength 7, ammo 7. Has a low chance of firing a cursed bullet and killing the target. The probability increases in accordance with the skills of the owner. After looking at the characteristics, Ash thought, "What kind of absurd weapon is this?" The blacksmith proudly rubbed his nose, and the alchemist said with a smile that they created this gun from a special mana core that he gave them. Ash thought he was talking about the core from the tutorial level. They killed the queen and got her core. Usually the army of black spiders appears in the later stages of the game. He guessed that from this core it was possible to forge equipment that was cooler than expected for the current level. He expected it, but it's just rubbish. This weapon will last for at least a year. Damien for sure, with his 1,000-mile eye. With this, he is simply ideal for the destroyer of all living things. He laughed contentedly and thought, did this stupid game really give him one indulgence? Seeing his reaction, the blacksmith and alchemist smiled wider and said that they were glad that he liked him. They sculpted this masterpiece as if possessed. They themselves did not understand how this quintessence of style and firepower turned out. After that, Ash checked the second gun, but it was quite ordinary, albeit a little defective. A level 20 gun called Woodpecker had attack from 25 to 26, strength 20. Due to an error by the creators, when fired, the bullet begins to burn. When firing sequentially, accuracy will decrease. However, it will still be useful because Damien has no problems with accuracy. Ash said that they were great, like all blacksmiths. They bowed to him, and he said that they could be sure of a worthy reward. The next projects will also be entrusted to them. They thanked him happily and asked him to return quickly. Ash left the forge and was met on the street by Lucas, who took the guns. He asked, "Is this magic gun so amazing?" Ash confirmed his words and said with a grin that it could change the course of the war. Lucas was surprised and asked, "Is it that powerful?" Ash replied that that was true. He was glad they finished it before the next wave. There are 20 hours and 30 minutes left before the start of the third wave. Ash thought that this should be enough time for Damien to adapt to the weapon. They went home and soon the prince's carriage drove up to the palace, and when he began to get out, Lucas asked him to look over there. Ash asked what was the matter, and then got out of the carriage and saw Evangelina standing at the entrance to the palace with her things. Ash approached her and said her name questioningly. She remained silent. She showed him the envelope with the money check and said that today his weird secretary gave her this. Ash realized what it was and thought that all her family's property cost a very decent amount. With the money she earns, she can start living without worrying about anything. He looked at the papers and she thanked him for sorting it out so quickly, but hand her the papers, the secretary said something. He asked, "So what?" Evangelina spoke in the manner of Eider and repeated his words, drawing out the vowels. "That's all. She has nothing else to do in the city. Let her take this money, pack her things, and leave here." After that, she puffed out her cheeks with offense and told Ash that the most offensive thing was that this was his order. He literally told her to pack her things and get out of here. So, is it working out? Does he really want this? Ash looked at her seriously and after a short pause replied that it was so. She asked upset, "But why? Why is he trying to get rid of her as soon as possible?" She didn't even say goodbye. Ash sternly replied that since she was about to leave, she should leave quickly. No need to tighten. She was confused when she heard this, and he added that tomorrow there will be a massacre here. Does she want to be dragged into this too? She wanted to object, but he didn't let her say a word and told her to stop, let her leave. Nothing connects her with this city anymore. Her voice trembled, and she said that since he helped her, she also wants to help in the next siege. Ash wearily ran his hand through his hair and forbade her. Let her help herself and leave here as quickly as possible. This is not her fight. She again wanted to object, but he said that he could protect this city and the help of a child like her. She put her hand on her chest and said that he had seen her fight. She can help, that's true. She can handle it. Ash's patience ran out, and he said her name loudly. Tears appeared in Evangelina's eyes, and she shuddered when he began to scream. He showed her the envelope with a money check, and shoutingly asked if she hadn't said that she wanted to leave and start a new life. That's why she renounced her title and inheritance and chose to sever all ties with this place. She answered in confusion that it was so, but Ash interrupted her and said in a raised voice that since she had already decided everything, let her act. Let her leave and not return. This war is filled with death and grief. It will only take away. Once she has entered this path, she will never free herself. He placed a folder with a money check in her hands and told her that she did not need to get involved in a war against monsters. Let her leave here forever. Let her do what she really wants. He was silent for a few seconds, and then remembered the dying Margrave and said that she should live freely, as she herself wishes. This is her father's last wish. Hearing this, Evangeline's eyes sparkled, and he said that she wanted to be a bad daughter, to do everything against him, but let her listen to her father one last time. He walked past her and said that from now on she is a stranger here, and this house no longer belongs to her family. She wanted to say something else, but Ash did not let her do it and said that he was busy. He had a meeting about defense. Let her leave and not return. They and Lucas entered the palace grounds, and she followed them with her gaze. While they had not yet left, she shouted that she just wanted to thank him for everything. She will visit her parents' graves and then leave Crossroad. She wishes him easy victories in the future. After these words, she bowed, and Ash stopped and glanced at her, wishing her luck in his thoughts. As soon as they went inside, Ash tiredly slid down the door to the floor, and Lucas said that he didn't have to be so strict. He replied that if he had not said this, she might have had doubts. He heard? She can help. She can protect. Lucas said that he still should have been gentler. Evangelina, meanwhile, took her backpack with weapons, put it on her back, and looked at the road that led from the palace. Ash, meanwhile, looked out the window and began to watch her. He said that not all goodbyes have to be accompanied by tears. Sometimes a cash check is enough. He thought that she seemed to say that she would go to visit the graves of her parents. He cried and said goodbye to the SSR character, Evangelina. But he quickly pulled himself together and said that people come and go, but monsters remain. He looked confidently at Lucas and said with a smile that they could handle everything themselves. He smiled back and said that his desire is the law. With a wide smile, he opened the door to his office and went inside, asking how everyone was doing. All three of them were at his desk, but only Lily was tied with ropes to her wheelchair. She exclaimed in horror, "Why her again?" Ash answered her in his thoughts that because she was their little spark of hope. He laughed maliciously and asked with a grin, did she enjoy her freedom? Now it's time to get to work. She grabbed him by the clothes and began to shake him with tears in her eyes, begging him to send her to the workshop. She will work there until her death. After she calmed down a little, she began to hug Jupiter, and Ash said that there was less than a day left before the battle began. They will examine their strategy one last time. He gave the gun to Damien and said that he had another gift for him. Damien took it and asked in surprise, "Is this it?" Ash asked if he liked it. "The design is cool, right? This is a magic gun." Suddenly, a soldier ran into the office and loudly opened the doors. Barely breathing, he turned to His Highness and said that he was here with a report from intelligence. "Monsters are coming." Ash turned to him and asked, "What does this mean?" The soldier said that there was an army of golems, about 200 of them. They were approaching the city at great speed. Ash exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" There was still time before the attacks began. Suddenly his necklace began to glow, and the system reported that an unknown person was invading the game. The numbers on the timer began to change quickly, and Ash thought, what else? Now there are 0 hours, 30 minutes left until the start of the third wave. Ash looked at the system window in shock and thought, "Is this a joke?" Although the system cannot lie like that. He cursed loudly, and the soldier said that this was not all. The enemies were divided into two groups. Ash got nervous and thought, "An army of golems? Two groups? For what?" The soldier said excitedly that most of them were going to the city. A small group of about 50 golems, separated from the main one, heads towards the Margrave's garden. Hearing this, everything before Ash's eyes seemed to lose color, and he asked in shock, "What did he say?" He thought that Evangeline was in the garden right now. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the fortress quickly scattered to their positions and urged each other on. One of them beat the drum, signaling danger, and someone shouted that the army of golems was already advancing. "Monsters are coming." The prince arrived on the wall. He approached the intelligent soldier and told him to report. "Where are they now?" The soldier turned to him and replied that they were already in sight. He pointed in their direction and said they were over there. Ash looked to the side and saw an entire army of golems approaching the walls. He frowned and began to breathe heavily, thinking that even though they had fought them in the dungeon, as an organized army they were truly terrifying. As if an impregnable wall was approaching them. He turned to the soldier and asked how soon they would get within gunshot. He replied that if the speed does not change, then in 15 minutes. Ash ordered to roll out the guns and get ready. They need to get it done before then and quickly. Lucas called out to the prince and asked what was wrong with Evangeline. Will he leave her? Ash remained silent, catching his breath, and wondered why. He gritted his teeth and thought, why did this level start so abruptly? And why did the monsters split into two groups? Why now? He doesn't believe it's just a coincidence. Rather, it is a malicious intent. Some hostile creature is twisting circumstances as it wants. He remembered the system alert that an unknown person was interfering with the game and wondered who this was. And why is he so eager to make their lives difficult? Soldiers in green uniforms from the Silver Army approached Ash, and the soldier said that they had heard rumors about Miss. Let him send them there. The current defense looks reliable. Even without them, everything will be fine. Have him send them after a subgroup of monsters. They are obliged to help Miss Evangelina. Let him allow it. Another soldier nervously said that there was no time. They are getting closer and closer. At this rate, the rescue team may not be able to make it in time. Ash winced, and after a short pause said that they were wrong twice. The soldiers asked what he meant. Ash turned towards the guns and said that firstly, about the current defense that he was talking about. Where does it look reliable? Due to the surprise, not only the artifacts, even the guns are not ready yet. The soldier objected that the artillery would definitely be ready when the enemy arrived. Ash asked if he thought so. And in his opinion, will the soldiers themselves be ready? If they leave, only the new recruits will remain. Do they think they can resist the golems with just the Yellowmouths? The soldier remained silent, not knowing how to answer, and Ash said that secondly, they could not help Evangelina. Where part of the enemy army is heading, there is just a garden. No fortifications, no weapons, nothing. And the enemy army includes as many as 50 huge golems. Even if there were any semblance of walls there, they would not have lasted a minute. He started shouting and said that such a campaign would mean certain death. And all because there is no line of defense there. How the hell were they going to help Evangeline? The soldier closed his eyes and remained silent again, because he could not object to him. Ash thought that in this game, it was possible to hold the defense only due to the presence of impenetrable walls that held back the attack. Any attempt to organize a battle in an open field will only end in crushing defeat. After thinking a little, the soldier looked confidently, looked up at him and said that they were not afraid to die. You can't leave a girl. Hearing this, Ash lost patience and shouted loudly what he said. Let him explain to him what the essence of his idea is. Silence hung on the wall. Only the sound of flags waving in the wind could be heard. Ash tiredly covered his face with his palm and calmly said that he needed a plan with a probability of success. Did they understand everything? They will always have time to die. The soldier shouted, "What is he offering? To do nothing? If everything is left like this, she will die. He can't let that happen." Ash remained silent, looking at his feet with a gloomy face. He thought that the soldiers were right. Without help, she will definitely die. But to save her, it is necessary to send almost all the forces, or try to go there with an elite detachment with part of the army. But the problem is that they are also very needed here to hold back the tide of monsters. If the defense fails, then everyone will die, even if they rescue Evangeline in the end. A real dilemma. Suddenly he remembered the words of the late Margrave. And then he had to choose, turn around and save his wife, or fulfill his sacred duty and protect tens of thousands of city residents. Isn't it hard to guess what he chose? Ash thought that now he seemed to be starting to understand him. He looked up confidently at the soldiers of the Silver Army and told them to listen. Here is his order. None of them will leave here to help her. They exclaimed, "But how could this be?" Listening to the dissatisfied exclamations, Ash thought that there was only one answer in this situation. He said they couldn't afford to lose fighters. Let them concentrate all their forces on the defense of this line. Lucas became nervous and seemed a little upset. Ash thought that 1,000 lives against one, there is nothing to think about. The scales are clearly tipping in one direction. He said that if this wall falls, tens of 1,000 citizens of the city will die. Then all of humanity will be under threat. The soldiers of the Silver Army could not utter a word against him and only looked at him in shock. Ash thought that no matter what happens, they must survive. No matter what happens, they must fight. This is the logic of the game. What is the point of saving a character, even an SSR rank 1, if the game ends there? He told the soldiers that he was repeating himself. This was an order. None of them will leave the wall until the end of the defense. Everyone, get ready for battle. Meanwhile, in the south is Crossroad, the Margrave's estate. Evangelina walked in the garden and looked at the vineyards. Unlike the house, a lot of effort was spent on caring for the garden, although it also fell into disrepair after the death of its owner. But even so, with the arrival of spring, trees will bloom on this polluted land and, over time, fruits will ripen. Evangelina understood that she was not destined to see this. After all, she is leaving this place forever. After her mother died and she left home, her late father took care of everything. Literally a week ago, he walked along this land, caring for the trees, hoping that at least this time the grapes would be tasty. Although this is impossible. Evangelina turned around and imagined her father picking grapes and thought he was so stupid. She slowly walked further through the garden and thought that it was all over. Her mom and dad died, and she's leaving. This place will become as empty as it was originally. This is how the era of the Cross family, who defended this place for centuries, will end. Ingloriously and selflessly, leaving behind nothing but ashes. This is with a living descendant who inherited the fortune, but fled from the battlefield like a pathetic rat. Evangelina went to the graves of her parents and called them. She fell silent for a second, waiting for an answer, and after a short pause she said that she would not see them again. She was leaving, far, far away. Evangelina secretly hoped for an objection, some admonition, or at least some sign, but obviously in vain. She said that she would like to tell them a lot, but for some reason nothing meaningful comes to mind. Her thoughts were confused. Her head was cracking. It seemed as if the ground itself was shaking under her feet. But this is just a storm of passions that has risen in her soul. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she looked at the grave with a smile for the last time, saying that she was leaving. Evangelina wanted to go into her new life with a smile. She wiped away her tears and said goodbye to her parents, and then adjusted the straps of her backpack. She sighed, collecting her thoughts, and then turned sharply towards the road and said that it was time for her to go. But as soon as she turned around, she immediately saw a golem in front of her eyes, whose huge red eye was looking straight at her, and his hand raised to strike. Clearly not expecting this, Evangelina looked at him in shock, and then he hit him with all his might and she was thrown back. This caused her to hit the wall of the estate and blood sprayed out of her mouth. She suddenly remembered how she was sitting in the same bed with her mother and asked her, when will she be allowed to do this? Her mother asked in confusion what exactly. She said with a smile that her dad says that being a fighter on the battlefield is in their blood, since she's an heiress. But suddenly she fell silent when she saw her mother's worried face. She asked hesitantly, she doesn't want her to fight. Her mother hugged her and said that she did not think that she could somehow influence this. Such was the family's cross. Her look became upset, and she said that it was so hard. Evangelina asked, did she not know that everything would be like this? That every time monsters invade, she will constantly worry about Dad? And that she too will fight when she grows up? She didn't know, did she? Her mother smiled and patted her on the head, telling her that she knew. She knew even before her marriage that she would spend countless nights in tears and fear if she agreed. And that if she gave birth to a child, it would be destined to become the next fighter and lead the defense of the fort. She knew all this. Evangelina asked, then why did she marry her dad? Why did she give birth to her? Her mom asked why she was asking. She smiled and replied that because life goes on. Even 3 years after her mother's death, Evangelina could not understand this. Why did her mother choose a future full of uncertainty and sadness? Understanding such strange things always eluded her. She suddenly opened her eyes and began coughing up blood. She looked to the side where her weapon lay and thought how long had she arrived unconscious. She turned her gaze to the golem, which was slowly approaching her, and thought that apparently not for very long. What is a golem doing here? Without thinking for a second, she rushed towards her weapon. Her body reacted before her mind. But as soon as she got to her things, she noticed movement to the side and turned her gaze to the golem. He immediately hit her with his hand, and she was thrown back again, and she broke through the walls of the estate with her body, finding herself inside. But before that she had already managed to take her weapon and shield. Having recovered from the blow, she cleared her throat, and then looked at the golem and exclaimed, "Is he kidding me?" The golem approached the hole in the wall and began to make its way inside the estate, and she exclaimed, "Who gave him the right to fall into other people's possessions and trample everything here?" She began to insult the golem and encourage him to attack. Suddenly, on the other side, the golem ran inside, destroying the wall, and on the other side, another hole appeared in the estate and a second one appeared inside. Evangelina looked in shock at the golems that were approaching her from 3 sides and thought, 2 more? She immediately put her shield under the blow of the golem that was on the left, and he struck, and at the same time she pierced the eye of the second golem. But she forgot about the third monster, and it began to attack while she was between the other 2. A second before the blow, she looked at the huge steel fist and thought that she couldn't block it. After that, the golem hit her and she was thrown back again, and dust rose at the place where she fell. The dust gradually cleared and she cleared her throat, beginning to swear loudly. Despite her wounds, she again ran to the attack and began to curse the monsters, saying that she would not let them go. First of all, she broke the golem's steel fist into several pieces, and then ran along his hand and, pushing off from it, jumped up and plunged a spear into the monster's eye. From her blow, parts of the golem's body shattered into pieces, and she, pushing off from one of the fragments, flew towards the third golem, who put his hand in front of her, hoping to defend himself or strike. But Evangelina was so fast that she pierced his arm and through his core, after which she landed. When she rose to her feet, she suddenly staggered and her legs began to tremble, and blood began to drip onto the floor. The army of golems appeared much earlier than expected in Crossroad. Realizing this, she went to the hole in the wall and thought that she needed to go back and warn them. But when she left the estate, she froze in place, and the sound of heavy footsteps was heard from the side. Seeing a whole army of golems in the distance, she exclaimed that this could not be true. Then Evangelina realized that those 3 mechanical golems were just scouts, The real army was hiding right behind them. She turned around sharply and ran to the side, thinking that she urgently needed to leave here. She saw a torn rein at the fence and thought, is there no horse? She looked towards Crossroad and thought that then she should at least get there on foot. She took a step and, feeling pain, thought, but can she? With such and such a leg. Ignoring the pain, she ran and gritted her teeth, thinking whether she could or not, what difference did it make? She needs to break the distance in any way. Suddenly a flying golem appeared in the sky, flames emanating from its cores. Feeling his presence behind her back, Evangelina was horrified, and then the flying stone golem extended his hands in her direction and clots of black magic began to accumulate under his fingers. Evangelina turned around and thought, what is this? She needs to block it. But while she was running forward and looking back, she suddenly tripped and began to fall. She got scared and thought, why now? Immediately after this, the golem attacked, shooting at her several dozens of black ones mixed with red magic projectiles. There was a powerful explosion and a roar was heard. When the powerful blows stopped falling from the sky, the dust began to clear. Evangelina lay on the ground, covering herself with a shield, and was breathing heavily, saying that she was in so much pain. Her weapon lay nearby. Leaning on her bloody hands, she tried to get up, but could not. Through the clouds of dust, the silhouettes of an approaching army of golems and their glowing red eyes were visible. Evangelina was quite smart, so she quickly understood everything. She looked at the monsters with horror in her eyes and realized that it was all over. Death overtook her. Here and now, sharply and without preamble. She lowered her head and said that she still hadn't done so much. She didn't try relationships, alcohol, or cigarettes. She hasn't really matured. She still hasn't figured out what she wants to do in life. She closed her eyes, expecting death. It was already the end. There was no anger, no fear, no despair. Only regrets. She clenched her hand into a fist, raking up the dirt. This is what the little girl felt at the last moment of her life. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she quietly said that she wanted to live. Suddenly someone answered her that then let her act. Hearing a familiar voice, she immediately opened her eyes and saw in front of her a red cloak fluttering in the wind. Sweating, Ash said with a smile that everything that she had not done yet, let her do one after another. Life is short. She needs to live it to the fullest, right? Not believing her eyes, she looked at his back with a sparkle in her eyes and asked, His Highness. Ash, who stood with his back in front of her and looked at the army of golems, did not immediately answer. He turned to her with a smile and said that it was he, her savior on the spot. 30 minutes ago, on the walls of Crossroad. After he gave the order, he said that he would go get her himself. Everyone present was very surprised, and he confidently said that he alone would carry out the rescue operation and help Evangelina. One of them asked, but how? Lucas exclaimed loudly, what is he saying? Ash shuddered and said that it would rupture his eardrums. Lucas shouted, what the hell are eardrums? He himself said that such a campaign would mean certain death. Now he's saying he'll do it himself. Is he trying to commit suicide or what? Ash asked him to calm down, then turned to the others and asked them to be quiet too. He is not going to go and die at all. In fact, he has a plan with a probability of success. He wondered if there was a more unpredictable character in the game than him, the X-rank protagonist. Therefore, he and only he must act. Trying to take someone else with you will increase the possibility of their losses. Besides, he had a couple of aces up his sleeve just for such an occasion. There are too many surprises in the game. It is simply unrealistic to prepare for everything, but he can afford to take a risk this time. He told the soldiers that they had been under his command for a long time, so they knew well that he never underestimated the monsters. Most of his strategies worked in desperate situations. Let them trust him. He has a solution. It's a risk, but it's worth it. He must go there alone. Lucas remained silent, looking at him with a worried look. Ash turned to him and asked him not to argue with him. There was no time. Let him take command on the front line for now. Does he agree? Lucas exclaimed that he would rather go for Evangeline, and he would stay and command both operations. Ash disagreed and said that his abilities were too valuable. He could not leave the front line. Lucas couldn't stand it and shouted that he couldn't do it. He immediately calmed down, realizing that he had yelled at him, and then calmly said that they really needed him. Ash put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had already decided everything. Let him trust his prince's decision. He will return safe and sound. He promises it. He thought that if he turned away from Evangeline here, and now it would destroy his moral principles, which he decided to maintain in this passage. Save everyone he can. He said that this is the only way to protect the city and help Evangeline. Let him trust him and take command. Lucas closed his eyes and replied that he understood him. Ash then addressed Lily and Jupiter, saying that he thought they didn't need to be reminded how important their magical contributions were to the battle. Let them try their best. Jupiter hit herself on the chest with her fist and replied that they would not let him down and that he should take care of himself. Lily agreed with her and said that he could trust them. Ash turned to Damien and he, waiting for instructions, seriously asked, "What is it?" Ash replied that he had one request for him. Damien was surprised when he heard this. Then the prince came down from the wall and the soldiers opened the southern gate. Ash rode out of the walls on his horse and headed towards the estate, and Lucas followed him with his eyes. Suddenly Ash turned around and with a smile shouted to him to guard this place. He will be back soon. Lucas silently put his fist to his chest, showing respect. Ash rode on with a serious face, and in his thoughts told the Margrave not to be afraid. After everything he and his family had gone through to protect this fortress, he would save his daughter at any cost. Now, when he thought about it, he was already standing in front of Evangelina, preparing to defend her, and she looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes. She asked, "His Highness?" Ash turned to her with a smile and confirmed her words, and she asked, "But how did he end up here?" He handed her a bottle of potion and said that first she needed to heal. Let her drink it. She did not agree and exclaimed that he should not be here. Let him leave quickly. Did he really not notice the army of golems? She rose to her feet and grabbed his hand, telling him that they didn't stand a chance against them. She started pushing him and told him to hurry up and take cover behind the city walls. She would buy him time, so let him run from here. Ash remained silent and thought that it was too late to escape. They are already aiming magic at them. This is a magic golem. 2 of the 5 are already ready. This is not just a high-class monster, it has an elite title. They are simply the bosses of this wave. Evangeline became angry because he did not listen to her and raised her weapon. She stood in front of him and exclaimed, "Does he not hear what she is telling him? Or is he pretending to be a hero here?" She turned to him and exclaimed that she was just an orphan, so her life did not matter. But with him it was different. He is the Lord of Crossroad. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people depend on him, so let him run from here and not look back. But before she could finish speaking, Ash silenced her by putting the flask with the potion inside her mouth and began pouring the contents. She had no choice but to obediently swallow the potion, and he continued to drink her, thinking that she had finally fallen silent. After that, he turned with a smile towards the monsters and told her to be smart. Let her leave adult matters to adults this time. He raised his hand to his face in anticipation and thought that he had been waiting for this for so long. After that, he sharply raised his hand and thought that he should just raise his hand pathetically and solemnly shout, "Summoning technique. Appear, giant mechanical golem." After that, a blue magic circle appeared in the air above him, which illuminated everything around him, and then a golem began to appear from this circle. He completely jumped out of the magic circle, and his body was surrounded by blue sparks, and the cores shone the same color. He landed on the ground with a crash. There were even more blue sparks, and hot smoke came out of the pipes on his back. Evangelina was very surprised at this sight and exclaimed, "What is this?" Ash liked her reaction and thought the rescue missions were worth it. He waved his hand with a smile, attracting the sparks that came from the core on the golem's hand. After that, the giant golem clenched his hand into a fist and looked towards the enemy army. System windows appeared around Ash with a message that control had been obtained. The summoned monster is controlled by Ash. He thought it was cool. How much he can do. Meanwhile, the magic golem began to attack. He extended his arms in their direction and began to accumulate magic, and Ash, noticing this, concentrated. Several dozen magic projectiles flew towards the golem at high speed. Seeing this, Ash sharply extended his hand forward and ordered him to block the attack. The golem obeyed and extended his hand, and a huge shield appeared in front of him and began to grow in size. When the magic of the enemy army reached them, the barrier had already been built and closed them from all sides, withstanding powerful blows. Evangelina was struck by this sight, and she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Ash turned to her with a smile and replied that this was their life ticket. He thought about the summoning scroll that he had activated that time. Who would have known that he would need it so soon? Since this scroll is already disposable, he will use it to the fullest. The army of golems continued to advance, and those that were floating in the air went to the very end. Ash noticed this and thought that the magicians had returned to the rear. Ranged attacks don't work anymore, so they'll try to overwhelm them with numbers. In his thoughts, he wished them luck in breaking through, and then with a smile he extended his hand forward and pointed his finger at them, ordering the golem to attack them. Having heard the order, the core on the golem's head shone even brighter, and then it abruptly took off and quickly ran towards the enemies. Alone, directly facing an entire army. The golems slowly headed towards him, and as soon as he approached, he jumped and ended up right above them. Ash was delighted and sent all the enemies to hell. Let him crush them all. The giant golem meanwhile fell and crushed several golems that were under it with its weight. In this game, the monsters are divided into 3 groups. Regular, elite, and boss monsters. Even without taking into account the level, the monsters themselves are already difficult opponents for people. But the bosses are real monsters that are strikingly different from the rest. They each act as the brain for their army, while for the most part they are very smart and even capable of teaching. However, their biggest problem remains their terrifying physical strength. Among monsters, they are the strongest. So much so that when you meet him, you simply can't wrap your head around the fact that there is only one creature in front of you. Having crushed several enemies, the giant golem continued to attack the enemies closest to it. He began to swing his fists from side to side, and then grabbed one golem by the head with one hand and by the legs with the other, and, with a little effort, tore its body apart. Summoning magic, which allows you to control the boss, is akin to cheating, although it is one-time use. Small golems that surrounded the giant golem from all sides began to pounce on his legs and hold him, while others began to climb onto his body and tear apart the steel body, trying to get to the core. No matter how much the lion fights, there are still more hyenas. Although all monsters have a basic instinct aimed at killing people, they are also very sensitive to traitors. The giant golem looked at the stone golem that was clinging to his hand, and then sharply swung it and threw him off of him. No matter how strong the boss is alone, it is simply impossible to destroy the entire enemy army. Ash watched his golem trying to hold off its enemies and thought it was like a swarm of ants eating a mantis. Out of frustration, he frowned and thought that he wasn't expected to be able to defeat them all anyway. He turned to Evangelina and said that they needed to escape while they were distracted. She asked why. He replied that their protector would not last forever. So while he's buying time, they need to escape. How's her leg? Evangelina replied that it was normal, but she didn't know about running. Ash showed her the flask with the potion and asked excitedly, "What if so?" She asked what he meant. After that, they sat down on the ground and Ash began to pour the potion on her wounded leg, and she winced in pain. After the treatment, Ash asked, "So what? Can she run now?" Evangelina looked up at him with a grin and replied that it looked like that. Everything was fine now. Ash ran and said that they should run then. She agreed and ran after him, and after that he said that they needed to go to the server. His horse was there. Seeing them fleeing the battlefield, the magic golems immediately began to act. They extended their arms towards them and began to accumulate magic. Evangeline noticed this and warned the prince about the danger behind, saying that there were those flying things again. The other golems also noticed that they were running away. They no longer paid attention to the giant golem and ran past it, heading straight towards them. Evangelina turned around and exclaimed in shock. Even ordinary golems decided to chase them. Ash turned around and gritted his teeth, saying that they wouldn't let them leave so easily. At the same moment, magic projectiles flew towards them. Evangeline called out to the prince and, touching the back of his head, made him bend down and covered him with a shield, telling him to bend down. Ash let out a surprised sigh and, bending down, ran on, and at the same moment, several magical projectiles hit Evangeline's shield and she clenched her teeth. Magical projectiles reflected from the shield and scattered in different directions, and after that an explosion warmed up. They continued running and Ash said it was a great job. But was it necessary to bend it to the height of her height? His back hurts now. She exclaimed that it was his own fault that he had grown so tall. He can bend over and grab a couple of shells if he feels like it. He looked at her with a playful smile and thought that this, of course, was all fun. But magical attacks were no joke. He opened the system window and clicked on the image of magic golems, turning his sight on them. He ordered the giant golem to change its target, priority magic golems. Immediately after this, the giant golem turned towards the magical golems that were hovering in the sky nearby. And when he saw one of them, he extended his hand up and the core in his palm began to glow. Immediately after that, he grabbed one magic golem and squeezed it in his hand, and the second began to fire magic projectiles at it, and he defended himself under the barrier. After seeing the result, Ash was happy and thought it was great. They can relax at least a little. But it was still early. A stone golem approached them from behind, and Ash thought that he couldn't relax yet. Evangelina noticed the enemy and turned around, shouting that she would smash him to pieces. The stone golem immediately aimed at her and sharply punched her, but she managed to jump in time, thereby dodging the blow. In flight, she pointed her spear at him and clenched her teeth. She began to fall and pierced the stone golem's body, delivering a powerful blow. Ash, who was still running, said that it was cool. She performed a cool trick. She caught up with him and with a blush on her face asked, "What are these compliments for? Where is his horse?" Ash pointed towards the tree the horse was tied to and said that's it. But as soon as the horse noticed them, it opened its mouth in shock. Seeing that the rider it was leading the golems, it tried to escape, but because of the reins tied to the tree, this did not work. Seeing this, Ash mentally asked the horse to wait. When they almost reached the horse, magic missiles appeared in the sky behind Ash, and he stopped, cursing loudly. The magic missiles flew straight into the tree to which the horse was tied, and when it was freed from the reins, it immediately took off running. Ash turned around and saw that the projectile was fired by the magic golem his golem was holding. Ash gritted her teeth in displeasure and said cursingly that they were so stubborn. Stopping at a destroyed tree, he leaned on his knees and, trying to catch his breath, cursed loudly. Evangelina asked if they had any other options. Ash straightened up and looked towards the golems, saying that the only thing left was Plan B. Evangelina caught her breath and asked, "What's the plan?" He adjusted the glove on his hand and asked with a nervous grin, "What does she think?" "All they can do is kill them all." Evangelina exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" Together, there will be no wet spot left from them. One of the golems went on the attack and clenched his hand into a fist, intending to hit them. Noticing this, Ash shouted that there was no choice, fight or die. Is she in business or what? Realizing that there was no more choice, She rushed into the attack with a roar and sent everything to hell. When she got close, she immediately blocked his fist strike with her shield and began to hold him back. Ash praised her and told her that she needed to focus all her energy on defense. Let her use the spear only when the absorption reaches its limit. Hearing this, she turned to him and exclaimed, "Who will attack then?" Ash confidently replied that he would. He knocked out the number 172, and then ran up to the golem and punched it, punching a hole in its body. Smoke began to emanate from his fist, and he looked at Evangeline with a smile, saying that it was the prince's blow. She opened her mouth in shock, and then asked if it was a punch or was it her imagination. How can he even do this? Ash clenched his hand into a fist again and smiled and punched the other golem, smashing it into pieces. He thought it was just because of the great randomness, but she didn't need to know about it. A mechanical one along with a stone golem began to approach from the side, and Evangelina shouted that there were two more there. Ash ordered her to destroy the right one with a reflection, and then block the left one. She followed his order and hit the mechanical golem with a spear, blocking the blow of the second one. Ash shouted that it was great. After that, he ran to the golem and shouted that now it was his turn. He hit the golem with his fist and the numbers began to spin. Relying only on luck, sooner or later you will be unlucky. Luck decides whether 1 or 99 will appear. The numbers showed 0. It was a complete failure. Probability often fails the player in a critical situation. Seeing the force of his blow, Ash froze in place in shock. His hand, with which he struck, immediately trembled and blood sprayed. A person who desires victory should never rely on luck. All moves must be clear and thoughtful. Even knowing this, Ash trusted random. Such is his principle, to use everything that is possible at this particular moment. This is the result. This is the worst thing that could happen. He suspected that sooner or later it would backfire on him. Feeling a sharp pain in his arm from the blow to the golem that broke his bones, he screamed loudly and the rest of his body trembled. This is the price of failure. It is the attacker who gets the big one. Hearing his cry, Evangelina immediately looked at him and exclaimed, "What happened?" His hand. Ash interrupted her and pulled the stopper out of the flask with his teeth, telling her to stop worrying. Everything was under control. He poured the potion onto his hand and steam began to emanate from it. Torn skin regenerates and broken bones heal. But how painful it is. First aid was provided, but for now he will not be able to use his left hand. He stepped aside and asked Evangeline to buy him 10 seconds. Does she understand everything? She asked worriedly, 10 seconds? No more, is he sure? He exclaimed that they would not be given any more. By this time, 3 other golems had already approached and Ash said that they were advancing. Evangelina began to restrain them with a shield and, swearing, told them to calm down at last. Ash, meanwhile, opened his inventory and thought that relying solely on luck inevitably leads to defeat. He knows this well. He took a gun out of his inventory. The reason he used the gloves, no matter what, is because he has a plan B, just in case your luck runs out. He placed the barrel of the gun on his trembling, wounded hand and took aim, and then pulled the trigger and energy began to accumulate at the tip of the gun barrel. A moment later, a shot rang out, the recoil threw him back, and a powerful purple projectile flew forward and pierced the bodies of several golems at once. It was an armor-piercing shot. Evangelina opened her mouth in surprise and shock, looking at the purple trail in the air, and then asked what it was. Ash answered, breathing heavily, that this was Plan B. He thought that the SSR-grade magic gun made with the Spider Queen's core was for Damien, but he kept it for just such an occasion. He needs to take every advantage he can when he takes risks. He placed the barrel of the gun on his hand again and thought that his hand could hold it. He will finish off the remaining monsters with his gun. He took aim and fired again, thinking that this was his Plan B. Mana guns are difficult to use, but at such a close range, even with the prince's weak body, It will be easy for him to hit. Too bad his military shooting experience doesn't help at all. He felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, on which the butt rested, and thought that the recoil was like that of a real cannon. He won't get away with just bruises. He remembered Damien's smile and mentally apologized to him. Evangelina, meanwhile, went on the attack and said that there was one more left. She used the second skill of reflection, damage return, and then pierced the golem's body right through. They had finally finished off everyone who was pursuing them. A pile of stones and steel fragments appeared on the battlefield. Ash sat down on the ground to rest and sighed heavily. Evangeline turned to him and said that she had a lot of questions, but she would only ask one. She looked at the bunch of golems, who were being held back by the giant golem with all their might, and exclaimed, "What should they do next?" Ash stood up and replied that he said they would have to kill them all. They need to go back to the house. He has something hidden there. She asked, "In this dilapidated house?" He said, breathing heavily, that if they all chased them at once, they would be finished anyway. If they want to survive, they need to kill them all. The giant golem, meanwhile, had lost all its strength, and the smaller golems knocked him to the ground and began to tear his body apart. Ash went into the control system and said that the final touch remained. He thought this was the feature he liked best about it. This is self-destruction. When he gave the order, the core on the giant golem's head glowed red, and then a powerful explosion sounded, blowing up the golems that were around. Evangelina stared at the explosion and thought she was in shock. Ash bit his lip in frustration and hit himself on the chest with his fist, in his thoughts telling the golem that he was great. He did a good job. After the explosion, debris remained from the giant golem, and Ash thought that it would be great if they all died from this explosion. He saw their location on the map and said that there were 14 more left. The golems that were damaged by the explosion, but survived, began to slowly rise to their feet. Ash told Evangeline that they had to go before they knew it. They need to get home quickly. She replied that she understood, and after that they ran towards the house. But they were quickly noticed by magic golems and sent projectiles in their direction. Noticing this, Evangelina cursed loudly, and then put her shield under the attack, and the magic projectiles were reflected and flew off to the sides. They ran further, and she shouted that the most annoying ones survived. Ash replied that everything was as usual, the worst always lived the longest. The magic golem again pointed his hands in their direction, and Ash asked, "But at least they knocked out his friends, right?" She replied that she was glad to hear it. They ran past the remains of a magic golem, and Ash thought that this one had hit their horse straight. Good riddance. Continuing to run quickly, they finally began to approach the hole in the wall, and he thought that they were almost there. Suddenly, Evangelina noticed something to the side and said that he was shooting. She immediately stopped and took the entire blow on herself, protecting herself with a shield, and Ash turned around. After she repelled all the attacks, her shield began to crack, and she became worried. After that, the shield broke into pieces, and she thought that its strength had ended. At the same moment, new shells flew towards them. Evangelina stood in a stable stance, and then swung her spear and swung it with a scream, deflecting the projectiles. Ash thought the shield was gone, but she was able to deflect the shots with the weapon. She thinks quickly. Unfortunately, the spear is not intended for protection. From the mere protection from the projectiles, her spear quickly cracked and fell into pieces. The magic golem did not give them a break and fired again. Noticing this, Evangelina said that they needed to leave quickly. She turned around and ran towards the house. To protect the prince, she wrapped her arms around him. But suddenly one of the shells flew very close to her and hit her shoulder, causing her to scream loudly in pain. Ash called out to her in concern, and then she replied that she was fine. They needed to run for cover. She let go of Ash, and he ran inside the house, falling to the floor for cover, and she ran after him while the roar of explosions was heard behind them. Once they were inside, they hid behind the rubble and caught their breath. Evangelina looked out from behind the shelter and said that they were here. Golems were slowly approaching the hole in the wall, making loud noises, and she asked if he had some kind of plan here. It's time to turn the situation in their favor. Ash reached into his pocket and told her to trust him. He is not a knight in shining armor, but he is a great trickster. He smiled and showed her an ordinary SR rank top quality mana core, and then looked out from behind the cover and threw it towards the hole, summoning an automatic defense turret. The mana core immediately began to float in the air and glow. Ash thought that all he needed was at least an R rank core, building material like stones and boards, and there were plenty of them in this house. The magical core rose above the floor and began to accumulate boards and other materials around itself. A second later, there was already a full-fledged turret at the entrance to the house. One of the golems came very close and accelerated, and when the turret started working, it began to spin from side to side, looking for a target. When it noticed the golem quickly running towards cover, it immediately fired and punched 3 holes in the monster's body. Having dealt with the rest, the turret aimed at another and so began to fire all around. Ash came out of hiding and rose to his feet, happy for his turret, and thought that he would use everything he could. With a wide smile on his face, he shouted that he was not going to die here at all. Is everything clear to them? Suddenly he noticed something and frowned. The remaining golems stopped and retreated. Maybe they realized that at this rate everyone would die. He wonders why the hell these idiots are so smart. Their mental abilities should only be enough to run straight at people. That's the maximum. But now they can at least take a break. He went behind the stone again and sat down on the floor, saying that it seemed that they had lagged behind them for now. Evangelina said he was a strange man. She uncorked the potion and began to pour it over her wound on her shoulder, and, gritting her teeth in pain, said that today she had already used these potions for the rest of her life. She caught her breath and asked, "What now?" He looked outside and replied that they needed to wait until the sun went down. After entering, they used his next preparation. Suddenly Evangeline's body shuddered, and she clenched her teeth in pain, clutching her sore shoulder. Ash remained silent, watching her, thinking that she was not slightly beaten. Her shoulder was hit hard. Is there a treatment limit? He got to his feet and said that he would go look for her something like a bandage or medicine. Soon he found old bandages in one of the drawers, and then they went into the bedroom, and there he bandaged her shoulder. He tied a knot and said that he thought it was normal. She, sitting on the floor by the bed, thanked him. She noticed several bottles on the floor and asked where there was so much alcohol. It stinks. He smiled slightly and said that her father simply drank a lot. She did not know. She asked in surprise. What? He asked. Did she seriously not know? No kidding? With him, he almost drained the whole lake. Evangelina looked at him upset and said that this was impossible. The father she knew never took a drop of alcohol into his mouth. He said that he must always be prepared, that monsters could appear and attack at any moment. That's why he didn't drink. Ash remained silent, and after a short pause said that he thought a lot had changed in the 3 years of her absence. After those events, he was in great pain. So much so that he couldn't go a day without drinking. When she heard about this, she was very surprised, and then he asked, "Does she still hate her father?" She looked away and replied that it was so. She can't forgive him. Ash asked if 3 years ago her father had saved her mother by sacrificing the city. Would she still be angry with him? She replied that then she would not hate him as much as she does now. Ash looked at her with a serious look and said that she was still in the city. She remained silent, looking at him with sad eyes, and he said that if her father had gone to save her mother, she would have been in danger. Her father did not betray her mother. He protected her, and she knows it. Evangelina lowered her gaze and replied that he was right. She knew it. She knows that he always did his best. She knows it. Of course she knows it. She looked up at him and asked, "But who should she blame then?" He asked confused, "What did she mean?" She replied that her mother was torn to pieces and killed by monsters. Anger and melancholy drove her crazy. Everyone says that there is no point in hating monsters because it is just an accident, a misfortune. Then who should she blame? There was silence in the room, and after a short pause, she said that she knew that she was selfish. Looking for someone to blame for the monsters killing her mother is selfish. But if she doesn't do this, she feels that melancholy will eat her up from the inside. Ash remained silent and thought that instead of blaming the monsters, whose attacks were akin to a natural disaster, she decided to blame one person and take out her anger on him. After all, it's easier to hate someone than to keep these feelings to yourself. Evangelina said her father accepted her hatred. He himself said that he was to blame for the death of her mother, that he did not protect her. That day he knocked on her room and told her about it, and she just silently agreed with it. And now he tells her to forgive him. And what should she do then? If not the father, then whose fault is it? Ash listened to her and then replied that it was a draw. It just happened, and she needs to move on with her life. There was no malicious intent, it was just their reality. Monsters keep attacking and people keep dying. Loved ones die, friends die, comrades die. It's unavoidable. People are weak, and if she needs to hate someone in order to live, she can hate. He thought it was not because she wanted to hate, but because she needed to deal with it. A person just needs someone to blame. Someone who will be responsible for all this hell. He put his hand on the top of her head and stroked it, saying that in that case he might hate it. She looked up at him in surprise, and he said with a serious face that he was ready to take the burden of her father upon himself. As Lord of Crossroad, he is the one in charge of everything that happens. He thought it was a burden that Cross had carried all his life. It is obvious that he should inherit it as the new lord. He smiled and told her to better hate him and just try to understand her father a little. He wanted her to be happy. She remained silent, and while he was stroking her head, he touched the strands on her face, and she exclaimed with displeasure that he had tousled her bangs. He smiled and said that was why he had come, to atone. A slight blush appeared on Evangelina's cheeks, and she smoothed her hair, looking at him. But just as she wanted to say something, suddenly there was a roar outside, which made them flinch. Evangelina immediately ran to the window and looked outside, and when she saw that the golems were approaching the turret from all sides, she said that they were surrounded. Ash said contentedly that they couldn't relax even for a second. He thought that if he surrounded the automatic turret, it would fire at only one target, ignoring the blind spot. The turret began to spin around, choosing a target, and Ash thought that the golems understood this and surrounded it. These freaks are really very smart. He threw the gun on his back and said that if they all attacked at once, they would be finished. They need to strike first. She excitedly asked him to wait and said that she was completely unarmed. Ash replied that there was her father's weapon, which they buried a couple of days ago. Hearing this, Evangelina froze in place and wanted to say something, but suddenly the roar on the street intensified. The golems switched from walking to running and rushed at high speed towards the turret from all sides. Having detected movement from several directions at once, the turret spun again, and then chose a target and fired several times, killing one golem. Then the target changed and one of the golems died, but the rest continued to advance. As soon as they got to the turret, they grabbed it from both sides and began to break it. The turret tried to capture a new target, but was unable to move due to the golems that were holding it. The blue crystal on the body glowed brighter, and then the turret exploded, killing all the golems that were nearby. Ash and Evangelina, meanwhile, were already running outside along the walls of the estate towards the garden, and he told her to be faster. Noticing movement to the side, the golems turned around, and then rushed right after them, and Ash turned around, noticing this. He took the gun in his hands and told Evangelina to act. He stopped and fired several shots at the golems, holding them back, and then turned to Evangelina and shouted to her to get her weapon. This is his last preparation. Evangelina did not answer and ran with all her might to the garden where her parents were buried. She soon ran to the back of the garden, to where her parents' graves were. She fell to her knees in front of the tombstones and tried to catch her breath. Then she heard Ash shouting her name from behind and turned around, seeing him running towards her, followed by several golems at once. She realized that there was no time for emotions. She turned to the graves and began to dig the ground with her bare hands. Suddenly she stopped when she saw that a wooden coffin was visible underground, in which lay a worn-out shield and spear. An heirloom of the Cross family, passed down from generation to generation. Evangelina asked to bury this weapon with her father. Looking at the weapon, she caught her breath from running and her days became sad. She took the weapon in her hands and then rose to her feet and confidently looked towards the monsters. With her dirty hands, Evangelina grabbed this chance tightly. On the day of her departure, her father wanted to give her weapons with the words that they would serve her well. But she threw the weapon aside and exclaimed that she did not need this rubbish. She doesn't need anything from him as an inheritance. But suddenly she became silent and felt guilty for what she had done. She herself didn't want to throw herself around like that. But she wondered how her father would react. She turned around sharply and walked towards the carriage, and he called her name. She opened the carriage door, and he said that it was cold in the north. Winter in the capital was especially harsh. Let her try to dress warmly so as not to catch a cold. She paused before climbing inside, her father not saying anything about the gun. She remained silent, and he said that she could stop by any time she wanted. Her father's voice wavered just at these words. She silently climbed inside and set off, and then looked sadly out the window. She slammed the door behind her without even saying goodbye, and her father still stood in one place and watched her go. He continued to stand even when she had already disappeared behind the hills. She remembered this when she saw the weapon lying next to his coffin. The spear and shield were old, rather worn out. Like her father, who aged very quickly after the death of her mother. When Evangeline was little, that spear and shield looked so cool. They couldn't even compare to the imposing silhouette of her father in full battle gear as he prepared to fight monsters. She took the weapon and confidently turned towards the golems. She then thought, how did this happen? And really how? Ash, who was running towards her as fast as he could from the golems, asked her to be faster. She exclaimed, he said that he had one more preparation in stock, didn't he? He answered, shouting that it was so. She said then it's time to use it. She has almost no strength left. She won't last long. He ran to her, and then turned sharply and walked behind her, put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was right here. He said with a confident smile that she was his last preparation. She asked, confused, what does this mean? He started pushing her towards the monster and told her to quickly go towards them. Let her try. She is their last hope. Let her take her father's weapon and fight as he taught. She wanted to object, but there was no time. The golems were quickly approaching. She stood confidently in front of them and clutched her father's shield and spear in her hands. The equipment fit her just perfectly. It was as if it had found its lost owner. And at that moment, she suddenly remembered how her father taught her to hold a weapon. He adjusted her hand and said that the spear is held like this, and the shield like this. The little girl got into a fighting stance, and he said, that's great. She's so great. Memories of her father's lessons flashed through her mind. Memories from childhood, the day when she first took a spear and shield in her hands. The golems were quickly approaching her, and she continued to stand in place, preparing to strike. She remembered the feelings she felt during the lesson, and at that moment it was as if the ghost of her late father himself helped her get into the correct stance. He touched her arm and told her that she needed to twist her arm a little more for perfect balance. She did as he said, and he praised her, placing his hands on her shoulders with a smile. As soon as the monster approached, she lunged forward and pierced its core with a spear, causing the golem to crumble into pieces. 4 more were running behind him, 2 stone and 2 mechanical. Evangelina confidently ran towards them, gritting her teeth. While she was focused on them, her eyes glowed green. It even began to seem to her that the movements of the monsters had become somehow slow. The mechanical golem wanted to strike, but she quickly jumped to the side and dodged. Immediately after this, she lunged forward again and, having punched a huge hole in him, jumped through it and ran like the next enemy. Her legs moved on their own, and her hands held the spear in the correct position. She knew instinctively how she should move at this pace. As if a path appeared before her eyes, along which she easily bypassed the monsters and struck them. Having run between the legs of the golems, she immediately dealt them all precise blows to their cores. As soon as she did this, she seemed to wake up and stop, asking in surprise what it was. Ash clapped his hands and praised her. He joyfully raised his fist in the air and shouted that he believed in her. She looked at him confused and asked what just happened. She looked at her hand that was holding the shield and said that she felt as if she saw a path. Like this. He replied that it was all due to the effect of her equipment. It was created for her. Even without buffs, it works like a charm. Such is their effect. Evangelina looked at it in surprise and thought, was it created for her? Buffs? Effects? What is he even talking about? She didn't understand anything, but she was sure of one thing. Prince Ash knows for sure how it all works. Ash suddenly realized what he said and laughed nervously, asking what he was doing. They're not in some kind of game. He coughed into his fist and said that there was no time for that now. He pointed his finger at the magic golem that was floating in the sky and said that there was one more left. As soon as they noticed him, the golem immediately extended his arms in their direction and began to accumulate magic. Evangelina turned to Ash and exclaimed, "What will she do here? He's too high for her, can't he see?" He thought that she had no ranged weapons, and there were no cartridges left in the magic gun. If she throws a spear and misses, they're done for. He opened the system window and confidently answered her that there is always a way out, especially for such a luxurious prince like him. The sun has almost set, night will soon fall. He called out to Evangeline and said that this was the last order for today. She prepared herself and replied that she understood. He shouted that she needed to run straight at him, and he would bring him down from heaven to earth. Evangelina looked at the magic golem, and then rushed towards it and shouted that she understood. Ash happily raised his fist in the air and shouted that this was the last push. She didn't even bother asking how exactly the enemy would get down. If this is Commander Ash's order, she will do anything. After all, this is the most reasonable and most likely to lead to success. At this time, the magic golem released several dozen projectiles from its hands that flew towards Evangeline. While she was running forward and looking at the shells, she suddenly wondered what this feeling was. She saw a path in front of her and ran along it, easily running past the places where the shells had hit. Ash ran towards her and shouted that it was great. He took a torch from his inventory and, swinging it, shouted that now it was checkmate. He threw the torch and it flew up, leaving a blue trail of flame behind it. But the torch could not reach the magic golem and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Everything around fell into silence. Ash looked up at the golem, and he looked back at him in confusion. Evangelina opened her mouth wide in shock and wanted to ask what the hell it was, but suddenly a shine appeared on the crossroad wall, to which the golems were still approaching. A moment later a shot was heard. The bullet hit the body of the magic golem and passed right through. Evangelina looked in surprise in the direction where the bullet came from and thought, how is this possible? Did the bullet come from the walls of Crossroad? Meanwhile, the soldiers were still maintaining the defense, shooting at the golems with cannons. Damien stood on the wall with a gun in his hands and took aim. Evangelina asked, so it was just a signal for a shot at such a huge distance? Impossible. A person is not capable of this. It's simply physically impossible. Ash exclaimed with a smile. Who even cares? He pointed his finger at the golem and told Evangelina that this was their chance. The golem began to fall to the ground, and he ordered her to finish him off. Evangeline immediately ran towards the golem, and then pushed off the ground and jumped. She swung her spear and screamed loudly, and her green eyes sparkled in the darkness of the night. Then she sharply extended her hand forward, piercing the golem's core. First a bright flash appeared, and a moment later there was a powerful explosion and the fragments of the golem scattered to the sides. But by that time Evangelina was already on the ground. She immediately let go of the weapon and sat down on the ground, trying to catch her breath. Ash walked up to her, and then sat down next to her and patted her on the head, saying that she was great. She did a great job. She asked, "Is it over now?" He looked at the battlefield and replied that it was certainly here. Sitting on the ground around the ruins of the golems, he thought that the two of them had killed 50 huge monsters that stood in their way. Evangelina smiled and said that he was truly amazing. This is just some kind of madness. He agreed and said it was an absolutely incredible story. He leaned back and said that the main thing is that they know how it all happened. Evangeline became completely exhausted and fell on his shoulder, asking if she could pass out already. He asked with a smile, "What if he says no?" She replied that if such was his order, then of course she would try. Ash laughed and replied that he was joking. Let her rest. He turned his gaze to the night sky, where the stars were shining. Evangelina's eyes began to look at one point and slowly close, and she began to quietly repeat that she wanted to sleep. Time passed. Ash went out onto a hill overlooking the city and waved a torch. In response, someone from the wall gave him a signal, and Ash thought that there were 3 flashes. It means the battle was successful. He sighed with relief and thought that, thank God, everything turned out okay there too. He turned around and looked at Evangeline, who was sleeping under his cloak by the fire, and thought that he had to sweat pretty hard. There were only 2 blanks left. First, Damien's shot. An ordinary bullet cannot cover such a distance. This became possible only thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. But even one such shot makes Damien very tense. He had to remember to thank him when he returned. And his last preparation was this little girl. More precisely, the blank was Evangeline's family equipment. Cross-family Spear SR rank level 30 deals attack from 25 to 30 units. Durability 3 out of 30. This is the personal weapon of the character Evangelina Cross. Its true power awakens after improvement. Cross-family shield level 30, defense from 25 to 30, strength 2 out of 30. All SSR rank characters have personal equipment. Cross-family heirloom set, Evangeline Cross character effect. If the specified character equips both items, then the unique characteristic of the cross path is activated. Usually it is somehow connected with their personal history. They have either their own unique characteristics or characteristics. That's why SSR characters are so good. There are also many outstanding heroes among the SR ranks, but the presence of personal equipment makes the difference more noticeable. The cross path is a characteristic that reflects the very history of the Cross family, which has killed monsters and protected people for generations. It allows the owner in any battle to find the ideal path and follow it. Consumes mana while in use. The combined experience of all members of the Cross family is the unique characteristic of Evangeline's cross path. As she said, Evangeline's moment of enlightenment is like seeing a path. It's hard to explain, but that's what this buff is. During this mode, her combat effectiveness is doubled, but this cannot be maintained for long due to mana consumption. Usually in the game, as soon as a character's loyalty reached the maximum level, a personal set was given to him automatically. He could barely contain himself as he watched them bury it. But he let it happen, because he was going to send her away anyway. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He had to do it. He looked at the grave and in his thoughts told the Margrave that he was just trying to save his daughter. He won't be angry, right? He sat down next to the fire and sighed heavily, felt pain in his body, and then she said that he hoped everything was fine with the city. He saw cannon shells flying from the wall again and thought that they must be finishing up the remaining golems. He closed his eyes and thought that everything would be fine with them, and he could rest. He fell asleep and suddenly a monitor appeared before his eyes, which displayed the patient's condition, his pulse and blood pressure. A child was lying on a hospital bed nearby, connected to a ventilator. A measured squeak was heard in the room, and he stood nearby and watched. Suddenly he woke up and shuddered with fear, beginning to breathe heavily. He calmed down and looked at the red cloak with which he was covered, and then Evangelina came out of the forest and asked if he had already woken up. He looked at her and confirmed her words and asked if she was okay. She threw brushwood into the fire and replied that after sleep everything was fine. She definitely won't die. How is he here? He sighed and said with a smile that considering he had defeated 50 golems, that was just wonderful. She smiled and asked, "What is this bravado for?" He replied that she was the same. They both fell silent and the crackling of the fire began to be heard in the silence. She asked if they would have to stay here overnight. He replied that most likely it was so. It will be possible to return only when the siege of the city is broken. She said she was wondering if everything was okay there. He replied that they were definitely better off now than they were. Don't let her worry. Suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound and Ash jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Who is there?" "More enemies." Evangelina sighed and looked down at her stomach, answering that she just wanted to eat. Her stomach continued to growl, and he silently looked at her and his stomach also made a sound. He said that he was also hungry. Time passed. He came out of the destroyed estate, holding a bottle of alcohol and a bag in his hands. Evangelina noticed him and turned around, and when he approached the fire, he put a bottle and a bag of dried grapes on the ground, saying that he had brought everything. She asked, "What is this?" He replied that she should say thank you that there was at least something left at all. She decided to try the grapes and wondered what it tasted like. When she took a bite, she immediately spat it out and winced, screaming that it was disgusting. "What is this?" Ash smiled slightly and replied that these were fruits that her father grew. Hearing this, she was surprised and her disgust evaporated. Ash said he chewed them every day. She looked at the bitten grapes in her hand and sighed, saying that this old man, of course, had a lot of persistence. She closed her eyes and popped the grapes into her mouth, and then began to chew. When she began to swallow, she suddenly shuddered. Goosebumps appeared throughout her body, and when the grapes went down her esophagus, she sighed with relief. She noticed that Ash was drinking alcohol and asked him to pour it for her too. "It's too bitter. She needs something to wash it down." He asked in surprise, "A drink?" "She's still too small." She asked, "What's the difference?" "She almost died here recently." He himself said to do what she wants. She looked at him confidently and clenched her hand into a fist, saying with a smile that she would not hold back any longer. Now she understood everything. Holding back when you want something is very stupid. He remained silent, and she, not hearing an answer, reached for the bottle in his hands and asked him to pour it for her. He began to restrain her with his hand and said displeasedly that she was so stubborn. He will allow her to take just one sip. He poured some alcohol into her glass, and then she drank it all in one gulp and sighed loudly with a smile. Ash thought the sounds were quite familiar. "This is strong alcohol. Are you sure everything is fine?" Immediately after that she winced and said that it was so tasteless. He smiled and, raising the glass to his mouth, replied that of course. She said that fruit and drinking sucked. She suddenly became upset and looked down at her glass, asking, "So did her father eat and drink this every day?" Ash replied that he defended the city for 3 years in this state. He poured alcohol into his glass and said that often swallowing only dirt and dust and sincerely wanting to leave, he fulfilled his duty every day without shirking, like a true adult. She seriously said that she didn't want to be an adult. Ash laughed and said it was so cute. The branches in the fire began to crack more often, and after a short pause, Evangeline, with a blush on her cheeks, replied that she herself knew this. He asked what she knew. She replied that she knew that he secretly went out every night and stood at her mother's grave. She knew it. Ash remained silent, and she continued, saying that she knew that even though he didn't make a sound, deep inside he wanted to cry. She knew how it felt for him. She fell silent and pursed her lips, saying that even so she still hated him. That's why she wants him to be here, alive. So she can hate him as much as she wants. She wants him to just give her a chance to be a bad daughter, and he can yell at her and scold her as much as he wants. Ash remained silent again, continuing to listen to her, and then her body suddenly trembled, and she said that now she was disgusted with herself. That she is angry alone, that she is sad and worried alone. She introduced her parents and said that she missed them so much. This was no longer a monologue, but a child's hysteria. Evangeline started crying loudly and told her parents that she missed them so much. She burst into tears even more, and Ash silently allowed her to cry in peace. In this cold, cruel world, from now on she will have to fulfill her duty without shirking. She will have to become a true adult and move on with her life. Thinking about her deceased parents, she continued to cry until the fire finally went out and she fell asleep. Lying under the prince's red cloak, she cried and called for her father even in her sleep. The sun had already begun to rise, and Ash stood at the 2 graves in the garden. He looked at the Margrave's grave, on which he had placed a bottle of alcohol, and then drank the contents of his glass in one gulp and sighed, looking at the grave again. In the east, the sky began to glow palely. It was almost dawn. Under the brightening morning sky, he saw his soldiers approaching from afar. Noticing the cavalry, he raised his hand with a smile, greeting them. Lucas, who was riding at the head of the cavalry, noticed him and raised his hand to his chest, exhaling in relief. The morning sun illuminated the garden as the horses continued to approach. That's how the next level came to an end. Time passed. After the end of the level, Ash arrived in the city, and the first thing he did was drop into the temple. His wounds had already been bandaged, and Saint Margaret used her powers on him and said that she did not know how he got such injuries. But for now, he would not be able to use his left hand as he was used to. He remained silent, looking at his hand, and she said that the grip strength might weaken and the hand would be less agile. He will be uncomfortable in general. Ash replied that he understood and thought that the cost of failure was high. It's good that he's not a character who should fight in the front ranks. The saint said that he needed rest. Let him come to the temple for treatment every day. He thanked her and asked if Evangeline is doing well. Margaret replied that her shoulder was badly injured, but if she did not strain, she would recover quickly. She is a very strong girl. Ash crossed his arms and smiled, thinking that she was still an SSR character. His regeneration could not compare to hers. Or maybe it's the difference between a teenager and an adult. After the treatment procedures, Lucas reported to him about how the battle went. In the first 15 minutes, Damien shot down all the magic golems, and those who remained were quietly killed over the next 6 hours. As soon as the golems were dealt with, they rushed to the Markgrave's house. But they dealt with the golems so easily. They are really great. While Lucas was talking about what had happened, they were walking along the corridor of the temple, and he suddenly stopped, saying that their rescue squad was delayed because they were carefully checking the front. He bowed slightly and asked the prince's forgiveness. Ash smiled and asked why. They all did a great job. What are the losses? Lucas looked towards the hall where the patients were being treated and replied that 14 had serious injuries, and 128 had minor injuries. Ash asked how many died. He replied that there was none. Ash suddenly froze in place and asked what did he say. He turned to Lucas and he replied that there were no deaths. Ash remained silent, realizing this, and then laughed and thought that for the first time they fought back without dying. He came closer to Lucas and with a wide smile said that it was just wonderful, not a single death. He did even better than him. Lucas nervously asked him not to say that. While His Highness was away, everyone was on edge. Without him, people simply did not know what to expect. Upon hearing this, Ash was surprised and thought, is it because they didn't have the unyielding commander buff, which grants mental defense to allies? He thought that it simply prevented people from going crazy during battle, but apparently there is something else. It protects against fear and dismorality, supporting them on a psychological level. He seems to be able to calm people with his mere presence. Is it some kind of aromatherapy? What if they get used to it? But he'll think about it later. He put his hand on Lucas's shoulder and happily said that in any case, this was an excellent result. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Lucas asked him to promise him this. With a serious and at the same time creepy face, he exclaimed that he was His Highness's guard. From the first meeting until the very end, Ash got nervous and replied that he understood, and then Lucas asked him not to go anywhere without him, especially in dangerous places. Ash patted him on the back and replied that he understood. Don't worry. What about the others? Everything is fine. Lucas replied that they were fine, but Damien overdid it and started bleeding from his eyes. Ash began to worry and exclaimed, "Is he serious?" Lucas said he says everything is fine. He is currently undergoing treatment at the temple. Ash thoughtfully raised his hand to his face and replied that he understood. He thought that as soon as he was healed, he would need to see him. So far things are going very well. How he wants to lie down on the bed. He returned home and walked into the inner garden. Sitting on a bench and looking at the green bushes and trees, he thought that it looked like spring was already approaching. The weather is getting warmer. Suddenly Evangeline's voice came from the side, asking why he wasn't resting inside. He looked up at her thoughtfully. Evangelina approached him, leaning on a crutch, and said that he might get sick if he sat there for a long time. He asked, does she consider him to be an old man? Or is this just another joke from a teenager? She walked up to him and fell down next to him on the bench, putting her crutch aside. She smiled and looked at the garden, saying that she did not think she would live to see the morning, and she did not think that she would see this dawn again. Ash apologized for putting her through this on the day she was supposed to leave here. Let her heal and recover, rest until she gets better, and then leave. She replied that she did not want to leave. She replied that she had been thinking about it the previous night and had decided that she would become the next Margravess. He asked, does she understand what this means? Her father wanted her to be free. He wanted her to be the way she wanted. She replied that this was exactly the case. She smiled and said that his last will is the only thing in which she can now disobey him. She's still a rebel. She looked at the high walls and the flags that fluttered on them, saying that she wanted to understand her father. What he felt then, what he thought about. She still cannot understand his actions. Maybe, having been in his shoes, she can finally understand him a little better. The thoughts of that stubborn, honest old man. Ash remained silent, and she apologized if she contradicted herself. She turned to him with a big smile and said that she really wanted to inherit the land and her father's title, as befits Cross's only daughter. Ash said her name and wanted to say something, but she interrupted him and said that she would share with him the responsibility and hatred that he bears alone. He remained silent, looking at her with a slight smile, and then she clenched her hand into a fist and energetically said that, of course, she was a little embarrassed to say this, but she was the best student at the academy in her year. Ash thought that this was obvious. She was SSR ranked after all. She suddenly threw up her hands and said that she would become taller and even cooler. Ash mentally agreed with her and thought that in just a few years she would become a brave knight. She continued by saying that the most important thing was that she would become stronger as a knight and as a person. Ash thought that once she upgraded her ultimate skill and personal equipment, she would become the best tank. Noticing that he was silent, she asked him to finally tell her. He asked what should he say. She rose to her feet and stood in front of him, saying that, for example, he could say, "Welcome to the team," or that now they will fight side by side and defend this city together. He remained silent, looking at her joyful face, and thought that the strongest SSR ranked tank, Evangeline Cross, was asking permission to join his group. Not a single idiot in the world will refuse such an offer. After thinking about it, he refused her with a wide smile on his face. Upon hearing the answer, She immediately laughed and said that of course he would allow it. But suddenly she stopped mid-sentence, realizing what he said. Noticing her confusion, Ash repeated that he said no. He is the Lord here, so he will not give the city to her. She looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say, and then he looked at her with a sly look and said that if she was persistent and went through the inheritance procedure properly, she would be accepted under his command as a knight. Then she will have a chance to prove herself on the battlefield. Evangelina, who clearly did not expect this, asked what. He said that only when she grew up and became mature enough to rule an entire city. Then, for her merits, if her decision did not change by then, he would transfer the duties of Lord Crossroad to her and grant her the title. Evangelina said she needed 3 years. Ash did not understand, and she repeated that in 3 years, no, in 2.5 she will already be an adult. He replied that they would look into it later. She smiled and said that he would definitely recognize her, and then she would wait for her title and city. Ash called her by her full name and replied that he was looking forward to it. He thought that in 3 years this game would end anyway. Until then, it won't matter whether he gives up the city or not, even if he writes a check. She sat down next to him and asked if she could ask him something. He looked at her and asked, "What is it?" She said that when she was little, her mother told her one thing. She knew that if she stayed here and married her father, she would have a troubled, hard life. She knew all this from the very beginning, but she also said that she did it because life goes on. What does he think she meant? Even if she knew what the outcome would be, she still stayed in the city for this. She thought she would understand when she got older, but she still doesn't understand. Ash curled his middle finger, then put his thumb on it and asked, "Is this true?" He hit her on the forehead with his finger, and she exclaimed in displeasure, "What was this for?" He pointed his finger at her and asked with a confident smile, "She doesn't know what the words life goes on mean, seriously." The life that goes on sits right in front of him. Evangelina looked at him in surprise, trying to understand his words, and then he rose from the bench and welcomed her to the front line of the monsters. He walked towards the estate and without looking back waved goodbye, telling her to take a good rest. From now on, she is officially under his command, and he will certainly overwhelm her with business. While he was walking to the estate, he thought with a smile that the sun was shining and the weather was good. Spring came. After he left, Evangeline looked down and thought that now she seemed to be beginning to understand. She realized what her mother wanted to say. Her mother was sure. She knew that for what she loved, she would have to pay the highest price, that the price could be a terrible death. Despite this, she remained close to her lover and gave birth to a daughter. She truly loved him with all her heart. In order to support the other half, in order to pass on their will to the next generations, if there is a reason why people stay to fight monsters, then this is it. All the residents of the city live here with similar beliefs. After all, when spring comes and a sprout sprouts from the ground, even if it dies from winter frosts, a new sprout will appear in its place with the arrival of spring. Death comes to every living creature, no matter what remains after. The Cross family left behind more than just dust. Evangelina turned to her parents and her thoughts and told them that she was now beginning to understand. Although just a little, it was a start. There is no living space on her. Her whole body hurts, but her heart is lighter than ever. Spring, it has finally arrived. Time passed. The system reported that the third wave had been reflected. He's getting rewards, so have him check his inventory. Ash is now the MVP character. Ash thought, why is he MVP? Sitting on a bed in a dark room lit by candlesticks, he looked at the system window and thought that he needed to look at the other awards. Suddenly, the necklace on his neck sparkled brightly, and he lowered his gaze and touched it with his hand. The system reported that a hidden ability had been unlocked. X-Rank Rebellion Necklace. This is the necklace of a player who rebelled against fate. He can exchange experience points for items in his personal store. Ash wondered in surprise, what is this? He doesn't know why it's a rebellion necklace, but it gives him access to the store. He entered the store, and the system welcomed him to the experience store. He now has 1 million points. Above the column where his current number of experience points was displayed, there was a pixelated image of Eider, who advised him to buy goods. Ash thought that the idiot Eider was here too. Even here he was annoying him. Next to it was an image of an object, a tracker of dark events. If a dark event happens during the level, he will know about it in advance. It costs 100,000 experience points. Ash thought, what else is this dark event? This is the first time he's heard about it. A system window immediately appeared in front of him with a description of the dark event. It occurs when an unknown person interferes with the game. Unplanned events occur at the level that can interfere with the player's winning strategy. After reading the description, Ash was very surprised and thought, is this true? He immediately bought a dark events tracker, and the system reported that the purchase was completed. Loading the dark events log. In shock, he grabbed the system window and, looking at the magazine, cursed. That is, this dark event was on every level. The worst enemy on the first level, living armor, NPC invasion on the second level, strange behavior of monsters on the third level with a division into 2 rows. That is, from the very beginning all these were dark events. No wonder he had such a bad feeling. Is someone deliberately trying to ruin his game? But why? Why try for this? Who is behind all these manipulations? Time has passed. A little north of Crossroad is the center of the continent. Perhaps the center of this entire world. New Terra, the capital of the Everblack Empire, flourished. This city was a center of trade, and its fleet covered all the nearby seas. People flocked there every day. In the center of the largest and fastest growing city in the world stood a palace, and because of the countless number of towers in it, it was nicknamed the Palace of the Black Peaks. Meanwhile, in the administrative chamber of the Everblack Palace, the servant knocked on the door and called His Highness. He went inside the office, and the prince asked what he had. The man replied that his younger brother had again requested reinforcements. The prince's hand, which was writing letters on paper with a pen, stopped. He looked up at the man and, adjusting his glasses, asked, Ash? Ash's older brother, who is also the Minister of the Interior and second Prince of the Everblack Empire, is called Fernandez Imberkiefer Everblack. The man confirmed his words by looking at the letter and said that he was saying that the invasion of monsters from the south was intensifying every day and required immediate reinforcements. Fernandez took off his glasses and put them on the table, asking what kind of request was this on the bill. The man replied that it was already the third. The prince tiredly covered his face with his hand and buried it in his hair, and after a short pause he replied that he didn't care. The man objected, the situation on the southern front really seems unstable. Based on their data, invasions have never been so severe since the founding. The prince repeated with indifference that he had said that he didn't care. The man immediately apologized to him, and then Fernandez looked at the map and said that the war with the Principality of Bringer in the west was coming to an end. Now is not the time to split up troops while solving the problems of the south. The man agreed with this and wanted to say something else, but the prince interrupted him and said that the war with the Principality was a priority. If the southern front is defeated, then they will sort it out. His eyes flashed red unkindly, and he quietly said that this stupid brat Ash is always whining. The man did not hear him and asked what. Fernandez replied that it was nothing. More importantly, how is the battle with the Principality of Bringer going? The man replied that the 1st Division was currently attacking the capital of the Principality. The enemies are expected to surrender within a week. The prince asked what about his older brother. The man replied that he was on the front line. Fernandez said he told him not to do that. First Prince of the Everblack Empire, Lark Avalanche Everblack. All the knights and soldiers follow his orders, because he is the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army. Famous for his bravery, he was always the first to rush into battle. But no matter how excellent his fighting skills are, he is still the first prince. The commander should be at headquarters, not on the battlefield. Thinking about this, Fernandez had the idea that both brothers were such a thorn. He asked how his father was doing. The man replied that he was in his chambers. The prince said that there was nothing new. The only emperor locked himself in his own chambers for many years. From the depths of the palace, he transmitted letters of instructions from time to time and called the servants. Therefore, the first prince took upon himself all external threats, and the second prince began to deal with internal affairs. Over time, rumors spread that something had happened to the emperor. Most likely, the absence of the emperor influenced the activity of the Principality of Bringer, which resulted in a war. While the second prince was thinking about this, the man said that he should look at something else. He handed him the document with both hands, and the prince asked, "Is this a request for execution?" The man confirmed his words and said that this request was for the execution of traitors held in an underground prison. Will he approve of it? Fernandez replied that, of course, they were all traitors to the empire. As soon as he touched the tip of the pen to the paper, he stopped and asked, "Ash called for reinforcements, right?" The man confirmed the prince's words, and he said that he should send them. The man asked in confusion, should they send soldiers? Fernandez tore up the execution request and said that was not what he meant. Let him send him these suicide bombers, let the monsters deal with them. The man exclaimed in surprise, "What does he mean?" Fernandez replied that Ash just needed human shields. They are going to die anyway, so what difference does it make if they die at the hands of monsters? The man became agitated and exclaimed that these were not ordinary criminals. If they send them there, it will result in chaos. Fernandez replied that this would be Ash's problem. Since his younger brother needs toys, he doesn't care whether they are new or broken. He wants any good ones. He will send them there by the authority of the Minister of the Interior. These 5 traitors will be sent as reinforcements, and Prince Ash will be responsible for their execution. He signed Ash's request for reinforcements, and then said with a smile that he would help his younger brother at the same time. What a good brother he is. He turned away from the table and looked out the window behind him, asking Ash, "Is this true?" Ash, meanwhile, scratched his ear and asked if someone was cursing him or what. He was sitting in a bright room by the bed. Next to him on the nightstand there was a teapot and a vase of flowers. The one to whom he came asked what he was talking about. Ash replied that it was nothing. What's more important than his eyes? Damien sat on the bed with a smile, his eyes blindfolded. Ash came to him early in the morning. He apologized to him for having to sweat this time. He thought that he would never get used to visiting victims in the hospital. Upon hearing the prince's apology, Damien became worried and replied that it was not so. It was not his fault. It was his choice. It is not His Highness's fault. Ash smiled at his reaction and he patted him on the head, telling him that he was a little brat. Damien gasped in surprise, and then straightened his disheveled hair with a smile and said that his vision would return after a few days of rest. Let him not worry. Ash said that he won't stress him like that anymore. Damien did not understand what he meant, and Ash explained that he would command him, but he would not force him to make such sacrifices anymore. He extended his little finger to him and said that he promised. Damien did not see that he was holding out his little finger to him, and with a smile said that he was His Highness's trigger. While it is useful, let him use it as he pleases. He touched his blindfold and said that if he could help get rid of these terrible monsters, he would gladly pull the trigger, even if he ended up going blind. So let him not be shy and use it as much as he needs. That's why he stayed. Ash remained silent, looking at him with a smile, and thought that he could not refuse him, because his 1,000-mile eye is too valuable. He called him by name, and he asked, "What is it?" Ash asked. He remembers his first promise to him, right? Damien asked what kind of promise. Ash replied that he said that when the time comes, he can kill him. He thought that Damien had lost his friend and his will to live then. To force him to come to his senses, he used his hatred for him as fuel. He wonders what he feels now. He asked if he still hated him for his friend's death. Damien remained silent, thinking about it, and after a short pause said that he hadn't thought about it since then. When they defeat all the monsters and finally see the world, when that day comes, then let him ask about it. Then he will definitely answer whether he still hates him. Ash put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would have to wait a long time. He thought that in 3 years, as soon as he gets to the center, then everything will end, one way or another. He confidently told him that whatever answer he gave him, he would accept any. He thought about loyalty and hatred, kindness and anger, a player and a cheating character. Relationships don't matter. He just hopes that this young boy helping him can be happy one day. Whatever ending he reaches, that's all he prays for. The night after the victory, Ash returned to his chambers and pounded his fist on his back, saying that he was in so much pain. Due to the intense battle, his whole body hurts. But there is no time to rest. He needs to know the exact course of the battle in which he was not present. So he checked the wall, the storage of artifacts, the injured soldiers in the temple, as well as the production of weapons. Only after that did he return home. They are still celebrating the victory today, but he simply made a toast and left. He imagined Evangelina and Lucas tearing meat with their teeth, and Lily drunkenly releasing streams of flame from her hands, and thought that the soldiers could get drunk without his participation. Suddenly Jupiter came to his mind, and he imagined her in the center of the crowd releasing lightning, holding Eider in her other hand, and everyone around them drinking and having fun. He thought that after all, she had a lot of experience in this. Let her be the main ringleader of this evening for his sake. He sat down on the bed and yawned widely, thinking that his brain needed sleep immediately, but he still had things to do. He opened the system window of the Lucas character and, looking at his characteristics, with a smile he stretched his finger to the window and thought, wouldn't it be time for him to change class? At the moment, Lucas' strength, endurance, and agility are 35 units. Mana 20, Spirit 15. Seeing such numbers, Ash said in surprise that he had such good stats. Lucas has already fallen down twice. Now he is an elite knight. He discovered a second skill called Dash, which allows the owner to cover a huge distance to a target in a matter of seconds. Activated without delay. The Dash uses up quite a lot of mana, but thanks to it, an SSR rank character like Lucas can move at incredible speeds. Ash was already drooling at the thought that as soon as he unlocked his ultimate and collected his personal equipment, he would turn into the god of battle himself. Of course, this path is difficult and thorny. But once they reach the goal, everything will pay off many times over. The main character Lucas must try. He swiped his finger across the system window and switched to the next character, Ash. With tears in his eyes, he thought that he had a difficult path from the first level to 20, that he really wanted to cry. An end to suffering, a time of happiness. Before this, his class skills were unknown. He hopes that some really good skills will be revealed to him. He opened a system window with his characteristics. Title, Lord Crossroad, Mad Third Prince. Class, Ordinary Commander. Strength 6, Endurance 8, Agility 9, Mana 12, Spirit 20. Seeing this, Ash was speechless. But he decided not to be upset. Stats are not the main thing. Skills are what really matters. He went to the skills section and thought, did he get some cool skill? He saw that the first skill called the commanders I had been revealed to him. Noticing this, he became interested and asked what kind of eye the commander had. He opened the description, which said that with this skill, he was able to control the mind of a target he made eye contact with. The lower the target's magical abilities, the higher the chance of successful use and the duration of use. The skill has no effect on allies affected by unbowed commander. Ash thought, is this an area mind control skill? Obviously it would be difficult to use, but didn't that mean he could control the monsters if he made eye contact with them? To be honest, he wanted a more independent skill. But perhaps this one is good in its own way? But he will only find out in practice. Then he went to his inventory and noticed 4 chests there at once, which were given to him as a reward for completing the level. 3 silver and 1 gold. He clicked on the golden chest and thought that there should be an SR rank item there. If the player manages to open at least 10 of these by the end of the game, then he can already call himself lucky. He looked at the glow that could be seen from under the lid of the chest and thought that he hoped that he would finally get a weapon that he could use. He looked at his hand and thought that he could not rely on gloves. He needs a weapon that is stable and practical. He closed his eyes and folded his hands in prayer, asking God to reward him with a weapon suitable for him. The lid of the chest began to lift, and he asked that it be a cool object. A second later, a magic wand appeared in his hand, from which a glow emanated, and he looked at it in surprise, exclaiming, "Is it real?" The system showed that this is a magic wand called SSR Rank Maestro. Attack from 25 to 50, durability 10. Creates a magical blade controlled by the caster. When attacked with the wand itself, it removes 1% of your health and creates a random buff. Ash exclaimed in surprise, "Seriously, Maestro?" All SSR rank weapons have unique effects, but even among them, this wand is famous for its own. Basically, this wand simply creates blades that can be summoned several at once and attacked with them. As long as you have enough mana, the magic wand will be an excellent medium-range weapon. Even a zero in magic like him will seem like a real wizard. But the most interesting part lies in the attack buffs. When attacking with a wand, in addition to causing damage, the character can receive an excellent buff. In the game, he always equipped one of the characters with this stick to apply buffs to allies. He looked at the stick and thought, does that mean now he will hit the squad members with the stick? And how will he explain this to them? What kind of incentive is this? And where should he hit them? After all, he needs to come up with a logical explanation for beating him with a magic wand. He fell into a sleep, tormented by contradictions. The next morning, he began immediate preparations for defense. He met with the workers and gave instructions. First, he needs to tackle the front line. The part of the fort closest to the Black Lake was very badly damaged during the battle with the spiders. This happened during the training phase. The walls were then badly damaged, and they were left as is. But now it's time for a major overhaul. That wall is difficult to defend, but if they can build it, they will be able to reduce the number of monsters that will reach the main fort. Next, he took care of anti-air artifacts to prepare for flying enemies. In this game, there is a certain order in which monsters appear. Flying waves of monsters appear at least once every 5 levels. This will be 1 wave from 1 to 5, and 1 wave from 6 to 10, and so on. There have already been 3 waves of walking, so flying monsters may appear very soon. Having explained all this to Lily, she said with an excited and serious look that she understood everything. Then she urgently needs to prepare the artifacts, so she leaves. She quickly rushed in a wheelchair away from Ash, and he watched her go and in his thoughts told her that he would no longer send her to dangerous places, let her finally calm down. After that, he took Evangeline's equipment to the forge, and then told Lucas about his plans to set up a casino in the city, and then tried the local food in the tavern. Little by little, he began to arrange everything here. 3 days later, backyard of the Lord's estate. Everyone gathered at the portal. With just a week left until the next wave, it's time to find out what monsters await them next. Ash looked at her team and told them that he hoped they had a good rest these past couple of days. He smiled and apologized that he was keeping them busy, but they had no idle time. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side and turned his gaze to Evangelina, who was standing nearby with an embarrassed face. He abruptly approached her and asked what was wrong with her. Any problems? She suddenly shuddered in surprise and then turned away, not wanting to show her rosy face, and said that it just embarrassed her. He looked at her in surprise and confusion and thought, what does this mean? It started after the time the two of them were against an entire squad of golems. Maybe because of her parents' truth. He took a step towards her, and she began to move away, and he asked what was wrong with her. Why is she running away? She embarrassedly exclaimed that everything was fine. Let him finish his speeches, and they would go. Ash stopped and sighed tiredly, thinking that teenagers were so difficult to understand. Suddenly Damien scratched his head awkwardly and laughed, saying that he felt weird too. Ash turned to him and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Damien hung his head and didn't answer, and Ash thought that he was acting like that after the time he visited him. What it is? Why are they acting strange? Jupiter let out a chuckle, and Ash, turning to her, asked, "What is it?" If she has something to say, then go ahead. She waved the hand in which she was holding the cigar and answered with a smile that it was nothing. She doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people. She'll only make a fool of herself. Ash replied that she was already a fool anyway. He turned to Lucas and said that he was the only normal one here. Lucas put his fist to his chest and bowed his head, answering that of course. He immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and knelt in front of him, excitedly saying that he, Lucas, was the protector of his highness, and he'll be fine no matter what. Ash thought that he already understood. Let him rise. After that he clapped his hands and told everyone to stop talking. They go to the dungeon. Today they explore the third area, the outer north wall. As usual, they walk straight, looking around. There will be no branches. Don't let them worry. The dungeon only leads straight. So they just need to fight the monsters and move forward. He thought about a battle on two fronts. To reach the ending, you need to kill the monsters that appear again and again underground on the surface. The third zone seems to be the easiest of all. He told the team that it wouldn't take long. They would try to be back by dinner. Do they have questions? Evangelina answered with confidence that they had no questions. They were ready. He smiled and said that then they would go on their way. He clicked on the system window the name of the place they wanted to go to, and after that they walked through the portal and it began to shine blue. The portal then collapsed, falling to the ground. The system reported loading. Teleportation is in progress. Tip: already completed zones can be explored again. Let him send several units at once for research and increase the level. Ash exclaimed that he did not have such units. Emerging from the portal, they found themselves on the tower of the outer northern wall and again saw a stunning view of the kingdom from above. Lucas said that the kingdom under the lake is truly mesmerizing every time he looks at it. Evangelina looked at the kingdom with wide eyes in surprise, and Ash frowned and said that they should go. They left the observation tower and went down the wall, ending up in the third zone. Ash refreshed the information about this zone. Compared to the previous zone, everything here is quite simple. One normal room and one boss room. This means that the battle will be difficult, but without surprises. Of course, a lot depends on what kind of monsters appear. In any case, they will have to sweat. He wonders which of the monsters will appear this time. Suddenly Lucas noticed something and pulled his sword out of its sheath, warning the others that something was coming. At that moment one of the monsters appeared on the wall. It was a gargoyle with red eyes that was sitting on the fence. Other gargoyles flew up to them from other directions and began to surround them. Ash became nervous when he saw them, and then shouted that they were gargoyles. One of the gargoyles screamed loudly, and Ash thought that he knew they were flying monsters. A system window appeared in front of him saying that he needed to destroy the enemies. First wave, 8 level 12 stone gargoyles. Ash thought that monsters would spawn endlessly here, so waves are displayed. He waved his hand and ordered the others to quickly deal with them. They will come again and again, so you can't hesitate, it will only get worse. Let them push forward with all their might. They obeyed the prince's order and immediately rushed in different directions, starting to attack. In the first half of the game, 2 types of flying monsters may appear. Wyverns, which many consider to be dragons, but in fact they are not dragons, rather weaker subspecies. They are quite stupid and unable to use the skills of dragons, but they still have something of dragons in them. They are their direct descendants after all, so magic does not affect them. He remembers how hopeless he felt when, having gathered a squad of magicians, He could not even scratch the wyverns. This is not to mention the fact that they, the descendants of dragons, love to shoot fire. By the way, they have flight and long-range attacks in their arsenal, but they are vulnerable to physical attacks. So with archers and ballistas, it is possible to defeat them, albeit with difficulty. And the second type of monster is the gargoyles they encountered. Unlike wyverns, they can easily withstand physical attacks, but are powerless against magic. In addition, they do not attack at long range, preferring close combat. So the tactics against them are simple. The front line holds back, and the magicians and artifacts in the rear work with all their might to finish off these freaks. In other words, magicians run the show. Jupiter shouted these words using a sphere around which lightning had accumulated. And immediately after that, she raised her hand up and laughed loudly as lightning struck the enemies around her. She raised both hands up, raising the sphere higher and accumulating magic, shouted that she couldn't wait for a raise in salary. Ash thought that Jupiter could afford to go wild. Sparks began to emanate from the sphere above her head, striking the nearest gargoyles with lightning speed and killing them. There was already a third wave, and the number of killed was rapidly increasing. Ash watched her quickly deal with the gargoyles and thought, is this an event to gain experience points? Mages in this game are expensive. It's a pity you can't buy them a normal character. Damien, who was standing next to him, hesitantly called out to him and asked, will there be orders for him? Ash looked at him and replied that he could just rest. His eyes have not yet fully recovered, nor has his left arm. They will cope just fine without them. Damien smiled slightly, and Ash thought that there were now 2 SSR rank knights and a SR rank mage on the battlefield. Those who have already upgraded twice. Jupiter laughed loudly, striking enemies with lightning and enjoying it, and Ash thought that such a squad was more than enough to clear the third zone. While they were fighting, Ash and Damien received experience points, and he said that they could just rest. Soon they finished dealing with the gargoyles and a pile of stone fragments remained on the wall. It was mainly thanks to Jupiter that they were able to get through a normal room pretty quickly. Jupiter found red gems between the remains and looked at them with a smile, and Ash thought that she was a pain in the ass, but her skills were excellent. After that they went on their way. After walking a little more along the castle wall, they finally reached the right place and stopped. Ash looked at the huge doors in front of him and said that this was the boss's room. They came to the northern gate. From here the descent begins. He touched the doors and opened them, telling the others that they needed to finish the monster quickly. They all walked into the boss room together with leisurely steps, and then the system informed them that they needed to defeat the boss of the outer northern wall. Centurion Malon, level 30 golden gargoyle. Once inside, their torches illuminated the room, and they stopped when they saw a huge sitting gargoyle in golden armor at the end of the room. Ash raised his flashlight to get a better look at the monster and said in surprise that it was a golden gargoyle. According to the story, this gargoyle decorated the palace of the kingdom under the lake. In terms of skills, it is not much different from ordinary bosses. However, it looks impressive and also gives a bunch of items. Ash clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and said that's great. They need to knock out the good stuff. Everyone will get ready. As soon as he uttered these words, Jupiter rushed past him in a powerful stream of wind. Ash immediately turned around and saw Jupiter, with sparkling eyes, sticking out her tongue, running towards the monsters and laughing madly. He thought, what the hell? She stretched out her hands to the monster and exclaimed that it was gold. It is made of pure gold. The system reported that the gold rush trait has been activated. Seeing that she was rushing as fast as she could towards the monster, thinking only about gold, he thought that not that. Has she gone completely crazy over gold? His face darkened, and he thought that the old woman was completely crazy. At the same moment, the gargoyle Malon suddenly came to life and grabbed the weapon tighter, and then said that 20 years ago he was a centurion. 10 years ago he was a centurion. He got angry and, raising his weapon, shouted loudly, Should he now be a centurion for the rest of his life? Despite this, Jupiter continued to run towards him, and Ash nervously turned to the others and told them to quickly cover her. They can't let her die. Lucas rushed forward and answered the prince that he understood, and Evangelina called out to Jupiter and asked her to wait. The centurion at this moment waved his hand and said that if he were on the inner wall, he would have been promoted long ago. Ash froze in place, saw what he was doing, and thought that they would not have time to stop him. Weapon Malon quickly approached Jupiter, who laughed loudly and ran towards him. Ash called out to Damien and ordered him to fire his weapon. Damien took out his gun and took aim, gritting his teeth, and then fired, several bullets flying straight into Malon's weapon. The bullets hit from the side and his mace was pulled to the side, causing him to strike the ground next to Jupiter, and she was thrown back and finally woke up. After she landed, her head started spinning, and she asked what the hell. Lucas immediately grabbed her by the clothes and told her they had to go. He took her in his arms and quickly ran in the opposite direction from the centurion, and he looked after them with sparkling eyes. Suddenly the voice of Evangelina was heard from below, which began to insult and call the monster. She waved her spear at him and shouted that she was here. Let him look here. He drew attention to it, and Ash thought that this was the passive ability of all tanks, a battle cry. Malon became very angry and opened his mouth wide, growling loudly, and then swung with all his might and hit her with his mace, but she blocked the blow with her shield. This sent a shiver through her entire body, but she continued to hold back the monster, while Lucas, meanwhile, threw Jupiter to the ground in front of Ash. He, barely restraining his rage, called out to Jupiter with displeasure, and she excitedly said that she was to blame for him. Ash exclaimed, "What the hell is she doing? Let her pull herself together. Who here, in her opinion, has the most combat experience?" She winced and grabbed her head, saying that she had made a mistake. Because of her, they were all in danger. He replied displeasedly that at least she understood that. He thought that in the game it only worked on chests, but in reality, as it turned out, anything could be a trigger. He urgently needs to get rid of this gold rush of hers. Lucas decided to return to the fight and ran back to the centurion, saying that he would go help Evangelina. Jupiter quickly returned to duty and began to cast a spell, saying that she would send this monster to the next world in no time. A cloud of magic appeared above her hand, and then it suddenly disappeared and she felt pain in her hand. Ash noticed this and said that everything is fine, let her recover for now. She sighed dissatisfiedly and said that she didn't feel like she had enough humiliation for today. Ash smiled and said that it was as if she cared about her image on the battlefield. Damien looked decisively towards the monster and said that he would help too. Ash put his hand in front of him and told him that he didn't have to do that. Damien was surprised and objected, and Ash thought that he had already used the 1,000-mile eye 3 times without allowing his eyes to properly recover. After that very fight with the Spider Queen, he must still be in pain. He took out his wand and stepped forward, telling them to sit aside. Their prince wants to try out a new toy. He waved his magic wand and said the show was about to begin. After his movement, 3 floating swords appeared above his head, and he made a surprised sound. He looked up and thought that he had spent half his mana by summoning only 3 blades. As soon as his mana left his body, he felt pain. By the way, this is his first time using magic. He tried a couple more movements and, waving his wand, began to control the swords and asked, somehow. Jupiter looked at this in surprise and said that he never ceases to amaze them from time to time. He straightened his hair and said smugly that he was simply talented. With a confident smile, he looked towards the monster and said that it was enough to show off. It was time to use the weapon. With one wave of his wand forward, he directed the blades towards Malon, and they began to move. They rushed forward with lightning speed and pierced the golden armor on the monster's shoulder. After this, the armor crumbled into several pieces, and the centurion screamed in pain. Ash was happy that he was able to break through the armor and said that it was not bad. His swords broke into several pieces and fell, and he thought that the swords break after 5 blows. Their strength is not very strong. After such a blow, Melon became very angry, and he said that he had chosen the wrong side. Now he has to rot in this hole. Evangelina exclaimed that they were actually opponents. Why is he complaining? She used the first absorption skill, and then sharply pushed off the ground and jumped, saying that it was her turn. She used her second skill, Reflect, Damage Return, and stabbed her spear straight into the centurion's chest, delivering a powerful blow. From this blow, Malon's golden armor cracked and crumbled into several pieces. Golden fragments flew up in Malon. Looking at them, sighed heavily and said that he wanted a promotion. He wants to wear the same armor as the statue. Suddenly everything around him darkened, and he felt how small drops began to hit his hands. He asked, "What is it?" It started to rain, and he, looking at the drops falling from the sky, asked why the rain is black. As soon as he said the last word, Lucas lunged forward and cut off the monster's head, causing it to fly up. A second later, the body of Centurion Malon fell to his knees with a roar, and Lucas shouted that he had killed him. Then his body completely fell to the floor, and his head fell nearby. Ash looked at the monster's corpse and told Jupiter that when they return, she will write an explanatory note. She agreed, and he added that she would also return the week's advance payment. This money will be used for the development of the city. Hearing this, Jupiter looked at him in shock, and then wanted to say something, but Ash looked at her with a terrible face and clenched his teeth, barely restraining himself, and she, noticing this, excitedly said that this was just right for punishment. She will do as he ordered. Ash calmed down and said that he doesn't know why she goes crazy as soon as she sees something shiny, but before becoming a money-hungry mercenary, she was a soldier of the Everblack Empire. The medals on her chest sparkled, and she remained silent. And after a short pause, Ash said that he would like her to remember her honor before giving free rein to greed. He thought that Gold Rush was an uncontrollable trait. His passive skill did not dispel its effect. So he has no choice but to trust Jupiter herself in this matter. After listening to Ash's words, Jupiter looked at her trembling hand and said that an old woman like her should show the way to a bright future, and not be a hindrance. She clenched her hand into a fist and looked at him with a confident and serious look, saying that if something like this happens again, then she is ready to say goodbye to her own life. Ash said that she didn't need to sacrifice her life. She said that then she would sacrifice her money, which for her is equivalent to life. Ash smiled and asked, "And how much?" In response, she asked, "Payment for 1 day." He remained silent, and after a short pause, they both laughed loudly. The system reported that the outer north wall had been cleared. Of course, not without problems, but they still frequented the third zone. The Golden Gargoyle didn't give any pieces of equipment, but they did get a ton of gold. And the boss room treasure chest gave an item from the Scream set. This item turned out to be a level 30 SR rank Scream robe. This is a protective cape with protection from 15 to 20, durability 20. After each kill, the character restores 1% of the spent mana. Ash thought, 2 items in a row from the same set. Is that even possible? He now had 2 of the 3 items from the Shout for Me set. Last time the Scream Sphere fell out. Now only gloves are left for a complete set. He handed Jupiter the cloak, and she, with a wide smile on her face, said that it was so hard for them because of this old woman. She was even somehow embarrassed to accept this. She giggled, and Ash thought he felt like he was rewarding a naughty child. That's how they collected the items and finished with Zone 3. They stopped at the stairs down and lit a fire to rest. Ash said that once they went down these steps, they would be in a safe zone. Among all that they have already encountered, it is the largest. This is the main camp that Mumyon spoke about. The few who live here often gather there. They exchange goods and provide various services. He raised his voice and confidently clenched his hand into a fist, saying that their goal today was to get a new person into the squad. If there is anyone capable and friendly enough, Then they are obliged to agitate him at any cost. He thought that the reason he was in such a hurry to complete the dungeon was a long-awaited meeting with an NPC useful in battle. He intends to pull him out. Later, after leveling up the city, the mercenary guild itself will be replenished with them. But at this stage, there is nothing left to do but suffer from a lack of people. That's why they say that developing the city's infrastructure in this game is as important as fighting. He needs to take care of a huge number of things at once in advance. He told his team that in any case they needed to keep their eyes open and look for capable people. Evangelina, who was chewing bread, asked, "Does he think there will be at least someone suitable in such a dark and creepy place? Do people even live here?" Ash replied that it would be okay if it wasn't a person. He thought that he would even agree to a ghost. It doesn't matter who, as long as he knows how to kill monsters, and that's it. Although it would be cool to have a zombie or demon on their team. After a short break, they got ready and went down the stairs. The way down was as long as the way up. Ash was already very tired on the descent and thought it would be cool if there was an escalator. But now he's at least not as tired as he was then. And then, after some time, they finally came. Evangelina raised the torch higher and looked at what was in front of her with delight in her eyes. They now stood at the great northern gate of the kingdom beneath the lake. This is the same gate they saw when they first came here. Then they looked at them from the outside, but now from the inside. In fact, they had to go all that way simply because the door was locked. Lucas came closer to the gate and, looking at it, said that it seemed that this gate could not be opened just like that. There is no pulley or lever. Do they even open? Ash said that this is a magical kingdom. Maybe the gates are opened with magic. Besides, they are opened only in one case. Lucas turned to him and asked, "And which one?" Ash replied that when the invasion wave begins. Evangeline and Damien looked at him in surprise and nervously, and he said that from here their army was moving to war with people. Everyone fell silent, looking at the huge gate, and then Ash smiled slightly and said that now it was time for them to go. They turned towards the center of the kingdom, where the blue lanterns led, and he said that the safe zone was right there. They headed into the city center through the main road at the northern gate and reached a huge square. They came out onto a huge square, and in front of them, on either side, appeared several rows of frozen gargoyles. Evangelina pointed to one of them and told Ash to take a look, and there was this thing sitting there. He said that such gargoyles would attack Crossroad next time. Only there will be even more of them. This whole line will soon move to Crossroad. Lucas grabbed his sword and asked if they could kill them right then and there. Ash replied that they would rather kill them themselves, so no need. From the side, several gargoyles flew up to the square and began to descend, joining the formation. Even now, gargoyles from all over the city flock here and join the army. Ash looked at them and said that they were now in the middle of the formation. There are only 5 of them. Let him think for himself what they will achieve by striking now. Lucas remained silent, and Ash moved on. He stopped and, pointing his finger towards the road, said that for now they need to do what they can do. So they continued along the main road, until we finally got where we needed to be. Ash said they were there. They found themselves in a safe zone in the main camp, where blue lanterns were burning, but there were no people. Ash said this is the main camp. It will serve as a starting point for further research. The lanterns were burning properly, illuminating the camp, and Evangelina looked with admiration at the light falling. Ash looked around with a smile and thought that after so many wanderings in dark, hopeless places, the well-lit street was calming and reassuring. They lit a fire in the very center of the camp and rejoiced. Ash stretched out his hands to the fire and began to warm himself, thinking that this was very good. Finally, they had their own base. But Lucas looked tense. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword and asked His Highness, "Did he say that people live here?" Ash confirmed his words, and Lucas said that he doesn't see anyone here. It was only when Lucas said this that Ash himself noticed it. He looked around and thought that he was right. It's pretty empty here. In the game, there were always 4 or 5 NPCs. He became nervous and thought it was a bad sign. This can't be right. Suddenly people came out of cover, pointing crossbows and bows in their direction. They wore gray robes and white masks on their faces. They came out from all sides and surrounded Ash's group in the center of the camp. Damien screamed in fear and Ash thought, "Who is it?" It seems that he saw such vestments somewhere. Judging by their equipment, they are definitely high level. He shifted his gaze and, looking at the 2 people who were standing on the roof next to the cannon, thought that they even had a cannon. They got ready. They surrounded them on all sides. There was no way out. He gritted his teeth and thought that he was too relaxed due to the fact that this was a theoretical safe zone. You can't use weapons in the safe zone. Monsters don't poke around here in the game. It's simply impossible to attack someone, but here they have reality. There are no restrictions or prohibitions on conflicts between people. But it didn't even display a warning. Ambush at the entrance to the safe zone? What the hell is going on? Who are they? Internally, he was almost crying, but he tried with all his might to keep a calm face. He made up his mind and came forward, saying with a smile that they were greeted so cordially. Commendable enthusiasm, but could someone explain what's going on here? They are here recently, exploring the dungeon, not bothering anyone. If they have been here for a long time, then they would not mind hearing advice from more experienced colleagues. But the people in robes remained silent. Even his relaxed tone did not lower their guard. Frozen gazes glared at them, and the weapon remained cocked. Despite this, Ash said with a smile that he understood. This is some kind of initiation ritual for newbies, right? He did not expect that there was still room for all this nonsense in modern society. Suddenly, one of the masked people spoke up and asked, "Is he saying this is nonsense? This is rather a wonderful custom, isn't it?" This man's mask was different. It had a wide, unnatural smile on it. Hearing this voice, Ash thought, what kind of low, pleasant voice is this? Very good. With such a voice, he should go to the opera. The man said that arranging tests for newcomers is a long-standing tradition that goes back decades. It is thanks to this that correct relationships are built between seniors and juniors. Shouldn't they cherish and honor this for a wonderful, bright future? Ash looked around and asked who was talking. The beautiful baritone was talking all sorts of nonsense, so all Ash's thoughts were about what a waste of such a voice it was. He said that in this way any savagery can be woven into culture. He has a rather outdated mindset. Behind the other masked people, a black silhouette of the owner of this voice appeared, hiding in the shadows. He walked towards them and laughed, saying that he heard that often. But what can he do? Having lived a long life, he begins to miss what was before. When the man approached the lantern, a blue light illuminated him, and Ash saw the pointy hat and smiling jester mask that were so familiar to him. He clenched his teeth in rage and hissed that this was the Pied Piper of Hainlin. He asked, "So that's what they call him? Pied Piper?" Funny nickname. He came closer to them and said that he needed to introduce himself properly. A criminal unfaithful to the crown, wandering through the great kingdom under the lake. The last court musician remaining underground, the last court jester and court magician. He bowed slightly and said his name was Crown. He looked up at Ash and, calling him the last player, said that he was pleased to meet him. Ash was very surprised to hear this and exclaimed, "What?" He thought that the rat catcher named Crown was not an important NPC. Even when he appeared on the battlefield, he did not fight personally. He either channeled monsters or placed debuffs on players. However, he remembered something. The last level of the game, where he appeared in the first room of the dungeon leading to the final boss. Even there he showed no fighting ability. His squad was terribly strong, so he was a fairly easy opponent and died after a couple of hits. He looked around again and fixed his gaze on the masked people. These guys were there too. But why did he call it that? Why did he call him a player? He kept a calm expression on his face, although he was very surprised. He wondered if this meant that Crown understood how this world worked. He has so many questions. He turned his gaze to the side, lingering on the crossbow, and thought that now neither the plot nor anything else was worth more than them and the squad of lives. He looked at the rat catcher and asked why this hostility. Maybe he can at least give a reason. Crown replied that his squad had invaded the kingdom and were prowling in search of its secrets. But they don't even imagine what terrible things lie here. He is only trying to prevent their exposure. He raised his hand and said that they are the last defenders of this kingdom, and the last thing left of the kingdom under the lake. With his raised hand, he pointed to the people behind him and said that they were night wanderers. They burn anyone who dares to touch the darkness of this city. He raised his other hand, giving the wanderers the command to prepare to shoot, and said that it was them now. Seeing this movement, Ash became more nervous and clenched his teeth, thinking that as soon as he lowered his hand, they would be finished. He looked at the masked people who were pointing sharp arrows at them and thought that it was dangerous. They are completely surrounded. They all have higher levels and cooler equipment. If they all fire at the same time, some, if not all, of them will die. While pondering the situation, he froze in place and suddenly a thought came to him. Then it's time to resort to his skill. He looked towards the opponents and used the commander's eye skill, causing his eyes to sparkle with golden light. The world immediately froze and fell into silence. On several wanderers, he noticed a golden glow in the eye slits of the mask, and the system reported that 12 targets were available to him. Let him give the order. Ash thought that complex orders with high risk would fail. That means we need something that will help them escape, but at the same time something simple. He sharply extended his hand forward. The world began to move again, and he ordered the wanderers to turn away. The system reported that the difficulty of the order is very easy. A comparison is being made of the user's will and the magical abilities of the targets. The comparison is perfect. The order was applied to 7 targets. The night wanderers who stood to the right of Crown turned around sharply, and he, along with the others, looked at them in surprise. He exclaimed, "What was that?" At that moment, Lucas noticed that Ash was bleeding from her nose, and he worriedly warned him about it, and he wiped the blood and replied that he did not care. He pointed his finger towards the lantern where the stones lay and told the others to run there. They need to run to the teleportation gate. Lucas said he would clear the way. He ran forward and, striking the night wanderers with his elbow, began to push them aside and stun them. As soon as he cleared the way, Ash ordered everyone else to run forward, and they all ran towards the teleporter together. Crown stayed where he was and followed them with his eyes, saying that it must have been mind control. It's getting more and more interesting. He ordered to open fire. They must not be allowed to escape. The night wanderers immediately began to shoot arrows from crossbows and bows. Hearing Crown's order, Evangelina immediately stopped and quickly turned around, placing her shield under the arrows. Ash turned around and his eyes widened in fear when he saw several dozen arrows flying at them in the sky at once. He called out to Evangelina with concern, and she took off, telling him to leave it to her. Lunging forward, she swung her spear and shield, deflecting all the arrows around her. After seeing the result of her actions, she laughed, and Ash thought it was a great job. Meanwhile, the fuse of the cannon was lit on the roofs. Immediately after this, a powerful salvo was heard and Ash shouted that there was a cannon. He called out to Damien and he, having already understood what he needed to do, took out a gun and replied that he understood. He shot at a cannonball that was flying towards them, and as soon as the 2 shells collided, the cannonball flew up and exploded there. Seeing a bright flash in the sky, Ash thought that there was a cheater on their side. They all continued to run, and he thought that they were almost there. They will be able to retreat and prepare for a counterattack. But Crown did not want them to escape so easily. His eyes flashed red, and he said that they would not leave so quickly. Magicians began to act nearby. They both raised their hands, and a wind and fire stream appeared above them. Ash mentally cursed and thought that there were also magicians here. The elements of fire and wind, used together, are the most destructive. Their direct impact is hundreds of times stronger than cannon shots. It will immediately put an end to the entire squad. A stream of fire and wind rose into the sky together and began to fly towards them. Looking at the brightly fiery and green flash in the sky, Ash became nervous and thought that it could not be stopped. He stood still and looked at the sky in shock, but suddenly Jupiter appeared in front of him and with a determined look said that she would not allow this to happen. She stood up for protection and extended her hand forward, sending the sphere upward to meet the magical flows. Everything around began to sparkle with blue sparks, and as soon as the fire and wind flow collided with her lightning, a small shock wave passed. Continuing to hold back the magic, blood flowed from Jupiter's eyes, and she screamed loudly, but did not give up. Ash called out to her worriedly, and she turned to him, saying that she wouldn't last long. Let them quickly go to the portal. Ash gritted his teeth. He didn't want to leave her here alone. Then he swore loudly, and they all ran towards the portal, with Lucas clearing the way. As soon as Ash reached the stones, they began to rise and line up in an arch, and he urged them on in his thoughts. A system window appeared in front of him with a choice of destination, and he pressed the button, choosing the backyard of his estate. Everyone else had already passed through the portal. Only Damien remained with Jupiter, whom he helped to go. Ash hurried them. Jupiter moved her legs with all her strength, and Damien said that they were coming. Ash looked towards the enemies and thought that as soon as they realized that they could not stop them, the attacks stopped. They simply looked after them. He doesn't know what he was up to under his mask, but this artificial smile terrified him. He gritted his teeth in anger and told the rat catcher to wait a little longer. He thought it was a cliched line from third-rate villains, but he couldn't help but say it as he left. He looked at Crown and shouted that he would come back. Then he would be finished. So he had a personal enemy. He went through the portal and the system reported that free research was completed. New rewards were available, a silver and a gold chest. Characters who increased their level. Ash received level 22, Lucas 36, Jupiter 40, Damien and Evangelina remained at the same levels. Dead or injured characters, Jupiter received critical damage. Later in the evening, after returning from free exploration, they arrived at the Crossroads Center, at the temple. Ash sat on a bench in the main hall and thought, are they opposed by people like them? To protect his people, he will have to kill others. In the game, he easily killed hostile NPCs, but here it matters completely who he points his weapon at. This is reality. They are living and breathing people just like them. Will he be able to fight them like normal monsters? He faced the same dilemma as Damien back then. Looking at the statue of an angel, he thought, in order to survive and in order to pass the level, he would have to fight with people. Is their murder justified? Suddenly, the saint's voice was heard calling out to him. Ash turned around and stood up from the bench, asking, is the treatment complete? Margaret wiped her bloody hands with a towel and confirmed his words, saying that, thank God, none of them were mortally wounded. However, due to too much magical tension, Lady Jupiter is now in a state of magical overload. Ash exclaimed in surprise, magical overload. Isn't this a dangerous phenomenon? She confirmed his words and said that in this state, the flows of mana get out of control and begin to devour the magician's body. And perhaps she would never be able to use magic again. Now she needs rest. Ash replied that he understood. He thought that Jupiter was the main striking force for the coming wave. Who knew that such a misfortune would happen? He asked if he could check on her. The saint replied that not yet. She was in critical condition. Upon hearing the answer, he fell silent and thought that perhaps he was too rude to her last time due to the activation of her gold rush. He feels like crap. The saint said that the treatment of the others was over. Most likely, they are already waiting for him on the street. Ash held out the bag of coins and thanked her. After that, he left the temple and waved his hand to the others, asking how they were feeling. They replied that everything was fine. What about Jupiter? He said the injury was very serious. She will not be able to participate in battles for quite a long time. Lucas was surprised and asked, "Is it that bad?" Ash turned around, looking at the temple, and replied that they could have been worse, so thanks for that. After all, they all almost died there. They were upset, and Ash thought that it was simply impossible for the guys to keep their spirits up any further. Mystical enemies waiting inside the dungeon and the injury of a comrade. It would be strange not to worry about this. He looked at them with a smile and said that this is what he will tell them. They will still give those idiots a blow back. Hearing this, they immediately looked up at him in surprise. He crossed his arms and said with a confident smile that he swears to it. Since they dared to take up arms against Prince Ash and his personal squad, they will pay a heavy price for it. He thought that although he would have to rack his brains about how to kill them, in any case, since they got in their way, they should return the favor. However, now is not the time. They need to prepare carefully. She told the guys that after they reflected the coming wave and prepared for the next one, then they would strike back. He thought that revenge was best served cold. Having thought everything over rationally and carefully, sharpen the knives and prepare the bullets, and then bring it all down on the enemy. To do this, he needs to remain calm and cool. He threw up his hands and energetically exclaimed that that was all for today. Let them run to rest. Let them leave all the heavy thoughts to him. Do they understand everything? Thus Ash ordered the party to rest, let them eat and sleep. Soon he returned to his estate and, walking along the corridor, sighed heavily and said that he was finally home. While he was walking, he began to think, what about defense now? He can of course temporarily replace Jupiter with Lily, but her area coverage is less than that of the old lady. Suddenly an excited Eider appeared behind him, running towards him from the other end of the corridor and calling him. As soon as Eider ran up to him, he put his foot forward and he tripped over it. Eider did not immediately understand what had happened, and as soon as he began to fall, he screamed loudly. The crash of Eider falling to the floor was heard. Ash put his foot on his butt and said displeasedly that he had not been seen for a long time. Where has he been? Did he do his job? Eider turned to him and, adjusting his glasses, said indignantly that of course he had done everything. All work for the benefit of the city has been completed. But that doesn't matter now. Ash said there was nothing more important to him than the job of running this city. Eider said he just wants to say there are bigger problems. He stood up and said excitedly that this level might be the worst of all. Ash crossed his arms over his chest and was not surprised, saying that it couldn't be any other way. He thought, what could be worse than the absence of the main magician on the battlefield? Eider exclaimed excitedly that the prisoners had escaped from prison. That is, they escaped from the cage while they were being transported. These words already surprised Ash. He asked, prisoners? What kind of prisoners? Meanwhile, on the forest road, there was a destroyed cart with a cage. Eider told Ash everything, and he, tiredly covering his face with his hand, asked, that is, all this time he continued to request reinforcements from the capital, and he was finally given an answer. Eider happily confirmed his words, and Ash asked, instead of soldiers, they sent 5 suicide bombers to them. Eider again confirmed his words, and Ash said that while these prisoners were being transported to Crossroad, they broke out and escaped. All this happened around noon today, but they haven't been caught yet. Eider confirmed his words and said that he is such an understanding person. He clapped his hands, and Ash got very angry and clenched his hand into a fist to hit him and exclaimed why didn't he do anything, being the creator of this world. Eider covered his head with his hands out of fear and stammered, and answered that because he had no strength inside the world. He cannot predict the future. Ash grabbed his head with both hands and began to choke him, telling him that his passive skill was 100% useless. Beginning to choke, Eider excitedly patted his hands and said that he had information about these 5 prisoners. He put their details into the system. Let him take a look. Ash let him go and opened the system window, saying that this is where he should have started. But suddenly he was surprised when he saw information about them. Eider said that these were the people whom the capital sent under the guise of reinforcements, which he requested. Who knows, maybe he will be able to find an approach to them. Perhaps they will become truly valuable reinforcements. Ash confidently said that he would get them. He will do anything to get them to side with him. Eider adjusted his glasses and approached him, saying that they were hard criminals, former soldiers of the Empire. Ash asked, "So what?" "They are people, not some kind of zombies." Eider repeated in confusion, "Zombie." Ash looked at these 5 prisoners to be displayed in his system window and thought that they were really good. Their skills are not bad, very good. He turned his gaze to Eider and, calling him Mr. Incompetence, said that he hoped he could at least do something. He already knows where they ran, right? Eider showed him a system window with a picture of mountains and said that based on the report, they should be somewhere in the mountains north of the city. It's not far, but it's quite difficult to find people there. Ash stretched his fists and confidently said that he needed to leave his doubts. "Go ahead, straight there. They will welcome people thrown out of the capital. To the north of Crossroad, there are uninhabited mountains. All the land on which it was possible to grow at least something has long been occupied. Although the occupied lands are not as fertile as the southern ones, all means are good for survival. But even so, no one decided to cultivate the mountains. This means it's hard to even walk there, let alone carry out work." Ash went to the mountain with his soldiers and his personal squad. After walking up the mountain path for some time, Ash became very tired and began to breathe heavily. Lucas asked if he was okay. He sat down and looked at him with a smile, asking if he wanted him to carry him to his destination. Ash was interested in his proposal, and he, joyfully clenching his hands into fists, asked, "Can he really do it?" Evangelina crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Ash with displeasure, and he noticed her look and told her not to look at him like that. She replied that she didn't look at him at all. He asked, "Is she jealous or what? Maybe she also wants to be carried?" She exclaimed embarrassedly, "Why carry her?" Ash asked what's wrong with that. "Lucas will carry him, and he will carry her. It's convenient, isn't it?" This made Evangelina even more embarrassed and exclaimed, "In what place is this convenient?" She doesn't want it that way. Lucas also did not like this idea and exclaimed that his back was designed only for His Highness. Seeing how violently they reacted, Ash mentally asked them to calm down. It was just a joke. The captain of the prisoner escort approached His Highness and asked for his forgiveness, saying that because of their mistake the prisoners escaped. Ash replied that everything was fine. He thought a little exercise wouldn't hurt anyone. He turned away from him and walked on, hitting his back with his fist and saying that everything hurt so much. The captain shuddered and then fell to his knees and bowed his head, hitting his forehead on the ground, and said that his mistake was unforgivable, but he begged to be spared. Ash became worried when he saw this and asked what he was doing. How can he even talk to them all? Do they think he will eat them alive or what? Evangelina said with a smile that there are many different rumors about him in the capital. Ash suddenly remembered this and thought that Ash before him was even more crazy. It's understandable why they react this way. He looked down the path and said they needed to get back to business. Those suicide bombers ran to that mountain, right? The captain confirmed his words and told him that their tracks lead here. Ash thought, why couldn't they have chosen a flatter spot? Why did they run here? Evangelina looked at the mountains and said that there were bandits living in the mountains north of Crossroad. They have been causing trouble for quite some time. Ash asked, bandits? She confirmed his words and said that they were idiots who attacked traders and refugees to rob them. She thinks their base is somewhere in the mountains. He replied that he understood, and then looked at his feet and, seeing the wreckage of the carriage, thought that judging by all these fragments of weapons and wheels, people had been here quite recently. Lucas crouched down and picked up a piece of wood, asking if he thought the prisoners had gone there to join the bandits. Ash replied that it was possible. If they joined the bandits, then this is quite a good way to start a new life. He thoughtfully raised his fist to his mouth and thought that something still didn't fit. He turned to the captain and asked if there were any gaps in the report. The captain, who was still kneeling before him, stammered, confirmed his words, and said that he would not dare to lie to His Highness. Then they climbed up for another 10 minutes, and it was very difficult for Ash. Soon, behind the bushes and trees, they saw a fortified building with observation towers and a vacant lot. Lucas noticed this and warned His Highness about it. They came across a building that looked like a bandit's lair. Lucas took his sword out of its sheath and said that the bandits must live there. He will go on reconnaissance. Ash shouted that he should just quickly assess the situation and return. Evangelina jumped out of the bushes and said that she would go too. Lucas stood at the gate. Evangelina ran up to him, and the prince, along with the soldiers, slowly emerged from the bushes. As he approached the building, he became more and more worried that a mountain of arrows would now fall on them. However, there was no sign of activity on the walls. But there was a smell there that became more distinct as it approached. It was the smell of blood. Evangelina ran to the gate and took a position, and Lucas said that on 3 they would make their way inside. He started counting down, and on the count of 3, they both suddenly opened the gate and, along with the soldiers, ran inside, but stopped as soon as they saw what was inside. Corpses lay everywhere, pierced by arrows and swords, and the whole earth was covered in blood. Ash stepped forward, covering his nose from the pungent smell, and looking at the corpses, asked, "What the hell?" They were met with real minced meat. Did they start a feud? While he was looking at the corpses, Lucas pulled a child out of the tent and told His Highness that there was a survivor. The little bandit cried loudly and asked them to let him go. Ash came closer and sat down next to him, asking him to calm down. They are from the royal army. Given his crimes, they may sentence him to hang or send him to prison, but they will not kill him on the spot. The boy trembled with fear and said that they did nothing of the kind. They only robbed one carriage. Ash frowned and asked if they robbed the carriage. She confirmed his words and said that the carriage was traveling from the capital, so they thought that it was full of jewelry. Ash thought about it and after a short pause asked, "But when they opened the carriage, there were only prisoners there, right?" When one of the bandits opened the door with anticipation, a sword was immediately thrust into his head. Ash asked, "Those prisoners attacked them. That's how it happened?" The boy confirmed his words and wanted to say something else, but Ash stood up sharply and displeasedly called out to the captain, asking, "Did he say that the prisoners escaped on their own?" So why is this child talking about something completely different? Capital became very worried, realizing that his deception had been discovered, and Ash looked at him with a terrifying look and sternly said that he understood. They are an escort of prisoners from the capital itself. Admitting that they were robbed by simple bandits is too humiliating, right? The captain immediately fell to his knees in front of him and bowed his head guiltily, asking him to have mercy on them. They didn't do it to preserve honor. Ash replied that he forgives accidents, but not mistakes. They will be punished with all severity. The captain became very worried and asked him to spare him, but Ash did not answer. He looked at him and thought that he had decided to lie to him so openly. He probably thought that he would just listen to the report and not check it. Suddenly the thought occurred to him that, in principle, he had reasons to think so. At least now something is clearer. Besides, where did the 5 suicide bombers go? Evangeline, who was inspecting the camp, waved her hand to the prince and asked him to come here. He walked up to her and she pointed forward, telling him to look at it. He asked in surprise, "What is this?" A young man with blonde hair and blood stains on his face, who was dressed in a black robe, greeted His Highness and the valiant people of Crossroad. They, 5 prisoners, were waiting for their arrival. 5 prisoners were sitting on their knees near the wall of the bandit camp, surrounded by corpses. Despite their escape, they later chained themselves. Ash noticed this and thought, but why? They also had a chance to escape. The young man said that they were not going to run and hide. He can carry out the sentence if he so chooses. Let him just be sure to report this to the capital. Ash took a closer look at him, and his eyes opened wider when he realized that he had light green hair. Among all the characters in the game, only one race has this hair color. From the elves. 5 elves sat on their knees in front of the prince, except for the young man. They were gagged and blindfolded. He spoke again and told the prince that they would accept his will. If he wants, he can cut their throats immediately. He looked up at him with confidence and said that if he wants to kill them, then let him kill them now. Ash opened his mouth in surprise and remained silent, thinking, why would he want to kill them? He needs people in the squad. Who is going to die here? He took out a document with an order and said that first let them name their names. Before the conversation, Ash sent all his soldiers away so that they could not overhear the upcoming conversation. He looked at the death list and asked, is his name Godhand? The elf confirmed his words and he asked where he was from. Godhand replied that he was from the 8th Division of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps. Upon hearing this, Lucas and Evangelina were very surprised, and this did not escape Ash's attention. This is understandable. It was a secret detachment that did all the dirty work in the Empire. The King Seed's personal squad of operatives. The shadow that maintains the light of the Empire, the hunting dogs of the Emperor. That's what the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps is. Ash said his name and said that it sounded more like a nickname than a name. The elf replied that the members of the Reconnaissance Corps did not have real names. Their call signs are their names. Ash said he heard they were accused of treason. Godhand looked down and after a short pause confirmed his words. Ash asked, so he admits guilt. Godhand replied that they had already been tried in a military tribunal in the capital. The verdict and sentence had been pronounced. Why these questions when everything is already clear? All he has to do is execute them. Ash suddenly became nervous and thought that he didn't need to do this. He needs to convert them and force them to obey him. Ash walked up to him and said he was just curious. If everything is already clear to him, why not clarify a couple of questions for his prince before he dies? He smiled and said that at least his power allows him to do this. Godhand remained silent, and Ash, having not heard an answer, said that silence is a sign of consent. Then he will continue. The last destination for him and his squad was the Principality of Bringer, right? Godhand was surprised and asked how he knew. Ash replied that just because he was stuck here in the south didn't mean he had no idea what was going on in the world. Several system windows appeared around him, and he thought that in fact he was just using system windows. Maybe it's because he's from a secret squad, but even his character profile is only dry information. When and where he was sent and what he was sentenced to, that's all. But even with such crumbs of information, he can present the complete picture. He continued, saying that his squad was sent to the Bringer Principality about a year ago, and that the Everblack ambassador was killed there 9 months ago. After this, relations between the two countries deteriorated, and, naturally, a war began 6 months ago. This war is still going on. Their intelligence unit specializes in infiltration, sabotage, and assassination of key figures, right? Godhand remained silent, and Ash continued, saying that from now on, his silence will be regarded as a positive answer. He has a theory brewing here. It is simply beneficial for some high-ranking official to see a war break out with the Principality of Bringer. All that remained was to find the reason. Assassination of an ambassador on foreign territory? It is easy to blame the Principality for this, and this is an excellent reason for war. He raised his hand and index finger up, saying that this high-ranking person sends an ambassador and then orders a secret detachment to kill him, after which he blames the Principality for this and declares war. Godhand wanted to answer, but Ash did not let him say a word and continued. 3 months ago, upon completion of their mission to return to the Empire, their squad was immediately arrested and, without any explanation, sentenced to execution for treason. Even a fool understands that this is an attempt to shut the mouths of witnesses. After all, what else are secret units needed for, right? Godhand remained silent, but his face tensed. After a short pause, he turned to His Highness and said that if what he said was true, then it turns out that they were simply thrown out after they had played their part. But why, in his opinion, do they then obediently wait for their death? After all, they could run away or try to challenge the verdict. Ash replied that it was because they had hostages. Hearing this, Godhand was very surprised and nervous, and then Ash said that their loved ones were now in their hands, like slaves. In exchange for the fact that they complete their mission and accept death, their relatives will not die, right? Godhand remained silent again, but his hands, clenched into a fist, trembled and betrayed him. Ash noticed this and thought that he must have hit the nail on the head. In this world, humanoid races, be they elves or dwarves, are akin to slaves. Hundreds of years ago, civilizations of other species were defeated by humans. The survivors of that war are still enslaved. It was the Everblack Empire that led people to victory, and it also gained dominance over the entire continent. That's the whole story. In any case, there are not many slaves left. Most of them are locked in closed areas, where they eke out a very miserable existence. And then suddenly, serving in a secret detachment of the Empire. Besides, all 5 of them patiently awaiting their execution, everything is obvious. Their families are being held hostage. A similar reason was the Queen of the Elves, who will appear in about 3 years. It is for this reason that most other races in the Empire remain on a leash. Ash said that sacrificing yourself for your family is beautiful and selfless. He smiled and added that it was also very stupid. Godhand looked up at him and said that even if His Highness's assumptions were correct, nothing would change. They had already been sentenced to execution. His Highness received an official decree. Maybe he doesn't need to keep rubbing salt in the wounds of prisoners who are about to die anyway. Or is he mocking them? Is that how the powers that be amuse themselves now? Ash grinned and asked if he didn't know. He sat down and showed him the document, saying that the official decree was to carry out the execution, but doesn't say exactly how. If he wants, he will hang him. If he wants, he will be beheaded, burned, or quartered. He can dispose of their lives as he wishes. And now there is a war with monsters. Monsters attack their fort in waves, leaving only a few days for respite, which means it would be more logical to use their lives on the battlefield. But they will report to their superiors that they were successfully executed. He thought that he had requested reinforcements, but they sent 5 capable prisoners. So he took it as, do with them what you want. He lowered his hand with the document and said that before that he would like to ask something. Does he want to live? Godhand tensed and Ash asked, if his family is relatively safe, does he want to continue dragging out his miserable existence? Godhand asked what would change if he chose to live. Ash replied with a smile that everything would change. The elf remained silent, and he said that while they are alive, they have a lot of opportunities. There was silence for a few seconds, and then Godhand asked him not to give them false hopes. He can tear them apart with whips or cut them with swords. Chop up everything that remains and feed it to the dogs. It doesn't matter how he gets rid of them. He looked up at him and excitedly asked him not to give them false hope. Hope poisons more than anything else. Ash thought that many people lived in despair. Because if they start dreaming about the future, then the harsh reality will continue to hurt. But if he gives up, then there will be no pain left. Ash looked at him with a serious look and told him not to misunderstand. He doesn't intend to go too far to help them. He thought that he did not have an almshouse here, so he needed to make everything clear to them now. He said that he was only giving them the opportunity to move on with their lives. Godhand asked incomprehensibly, why? Why should he save them? Ash asked why such an obvious question. Because they will be useful to him. He thought that even though it looked like desperation, he should tell them the real reason. He said that at the moment they lack fighting strength, strong, capable fighters. If they help, the defense will become much easier. Every day the waves of attacking monsters become more and more difficult to repel. If this stronghold falls, then the district where their families are kept will also be in danger. By protecting this place from monsters, they are also protecting their family. He stood up and said that he had said everything. The choice was theirs. Next is a personal request. Let them continue to live and help him. Let them help protect them all, including their family. Godhand thought for a while and then said that he had said everything correctly. They swore an oath to the Counterintelligence Corps in exchange for the 5 of them completing their mission and leaving silently, and their families would be provided with food and water for a whole year. Looking at them, Ash thought that all 5 prisoners were practically living dead. Elves resigned to their fate. Godhand said that, of course, none of them want to die. But the situation for their loved ones is so bad that they had to take extreme measures, and it is enough for them to voluntarily agree to die. Let him forgive him for his impudence, but if he cannot take responsibility for them until the very end, then it is better to kill them right now. But if he accepts them, then let him bear this responsibility to the end. Ash raised his hand to his chest and confidently replied that he could guarantee that. As the 3rd Prince Ash Bonhatter Everblack, he swears on his name in blood. Godhand looked up at him with confidence and said that from now on, the 8th Squad of the Icky's Counterintelligence Corps swears its allegiance to His Highness Prince Ash. He broke the shackles that bound his hands, and then turned to the members of his squad and with one wave of his hand broke the shackles. Ash thought that they could have easily escaped, but chose to shackle themselves. The elves' hands were freed. They began to take off their hoods, gags, and bandages. Godhand said that let him consider them his arrows, shells, bullets. A fair wind, if he pleases. He knelt before him along with the other elves and said that he should use them mercilessly and throw them away without hesitation. Ash smiled, looking at them, and thought that this was great. He would never throw them away, but he would use them to the fullest. The system reported the appearance of additional Squad Number 1. Elf Bodybag R rank level 29, Godhand SR rank level 35, Skull N rank level 25, Old Girl R rank level 28, Burnout SR rank level 22. Finally, Ash has a decent additional squad. Immediately upon returning to Crossroad, intimidating the escort of prisoners, he sent them away from the city. And although the captain asked to be allowed to attend the execution, he was adamant, declaring that he was not going to tolerate liars in his city. He allowed the 8th Detachment of the Icky's Counterintelligence Corps to settle in the free rooms of his estate. He officially justified this by saying that they were special prisoners after all, so he intended to keep them in prison inside the estate. Of course, his power is enough to keep them here for at least an eternity, but this will still cause unnecessary attention, which could become a problem in the future. People fought against humanoid races for generations, and the wars lasted for centuries. The hostility and hatred that has arisen between them can greatly complicate everything. Walking along the corridor of the estate and holding the basket in his hand, he began to think. How then can he use them? How can he recruit them as soldiers? While he was thinking about this, his feet themselves led him to a door behind which there were 5 agents. He knocked on the door and then opened it and said it was him. He was coming in. As soon as he opened the door, joyful voices of elves were heard in the room. They did not immediately notice that Ash had entered. Bodybag happily sat down on the bed and exclaimed that it was a bed. When was the last time they were in such a comfortable room? The bed is so comfortable and soft. Burnout sat nearby and hugged a pillow, and Godhand watched them with a smile, sitting on the next bed. Old Girl and Skull sat on the other bed and said with a smile that the food was so delicious. They started hitting each other with pillows with wide smiles on their faces, and one of them exclaimed that he wanted more food. Maybe they will ask for something to eat. Ash, who had been watching them all this time, finally decided to make his presence known and cleared his throat loudly. The elves immediately froze in place and looked in surprise towards the door, exclaiming, "His Highness!" Then a crash and hurried steps were heard in the room. All 5 knelt before the prince and Godhand greeted His Highness. Ash remained silent and thought that they realized it too late. He asked, Do they understand that it's too late to pretend to be serious? Godhand, who had a feather on his head due to a recent pillow fight, said seriously that he didn't know what he was talking about. They are a special unit of Ickies. Cold-blooded tools. Ash interrupted him and told him not to continue. He showed them the basket he brought and asked with a smile if they wanted a late-night snack, or should he take it away. The elves' eyes sparkled only at the sight of the basket, and they, of course, agreed. After that, they laid out plates of food on the floor and began to eat. Everyone, as one, put a piece of food on a fork and stuffed it into their mouths with serious faces. Ash, who had been silently watching them all this time, suddenly called out to them and asked if that was enough. Let them eat normally. He thought that they should stop eating one piece at a time in unison. Godhand replied that they were eating normally. Ash looked at the feather that was still lying on the top of his head and thought, maybe he should put it away first and then speak. Before returning to Crossroad, he told him about each of them's abilities. Firstly, the leader of the group, code-named Godhand. He is a metal magician. His specialty is iron. If a metal contains iron, it can change its shape as it wants. With the help of this ability, they freed themselves from their shackles. Next is a young elf with an innocent, childish face, code-named Bodybag. She has telekinesis, can calmly lift weights, move allies across the battlefield, and throw weapons. The other three are all archers, but with different roles. Close-range shooting expert, codename Old Girl. She is the smallest of them all in appearance, but she is capable of taking out an entire crowd using just 2 crossbows. She also has vast experience in hunting monsters. When they met, she waved to him, and he responded in kind. Further, the only one of the 5, an N-rank character, codenamed Skull. He doesn't know what he's been through, but his whole face is covered in scars from something sharp. Skull is a long-range marksman who uses a longbow. It moves extremely silently, making it ideal for stealth. And finally, the most powerful in the entire squad, codenamed Burnout. Unlike her allies, she continues to wear a gag for some reason. Her weapon is a personally designed ballista. They say that she has not yet learned to control her abilities, but it would be nice if she showed something powerful. Anyway, they're just normal kids now. Since even such children have to sacrifice themselves so that their race can live another day, then things are very bad for the elves. Godhand snapped him out of his thoughts by telling him that they would keep deep in their hearts the favor he had shown them. Ash replied that it wasn't worth thanking, he just brought them food. In the end, the elves ate everything clean. Ash thought that initially he was going to loosen them up with food and then ask a few questions, but judging by the way they were acting, he shouldn't expect any truthful answers. He asked how long they had been working together. Godhand replied that about 6 months had passed since the creation of the 8th detachment. As candidates for the special squad, they were all trained together. That's why they have known each other since childhood. Ash became interested and asked, candidates for the special squad. Were they just trained? Godhand replied that they had lost their country and land, so the only thing they had left was their lives. They had to please everyone. Children who could fight were trained from an early age as future fighters of a special detachment. Then, in accordance with the tasks set by the top management, people with the appropriate skills were united into a detachment. They are usually trained together as a team for one mission and after that mission. Ash interrupted him and asked if they were eliminated regardless of the success of the mission. Godhand confirmed Ash's words, and he remained silent, thinking that from the point of view of efficiency for the Empire, this was a reasonable waste of a resource. Even on dangerous missions, people's lives are not in danger and there are no risks. If the elves succeed, then great, but if not, you can always pretend that the people had nothing to do with it. After all, the elves did exactly the same when they were the main enemies of humanity. There will always be excuses. There are no practical or political risks. This is a very profitable tactic that does not require virtually any investment. Extremely effective, But there is one thing. This is very cruel. The very idea of using the lives of other races as bargaining chips. Who even thought of this? He asked. What about the commander-in-chief of the counterintelligence corps, Ikis? Who is he? Godhand thought about the answer, and then told His Highness that there was no point in hiding something from him. He was sure. He already knew everything. He was just testing him. Ash remained silent and thought that he really had no idea about this. Godhand continued by saying that the commander-in-chief of the counterintelligence corps, Ikis, was always someone from the royal family. Now it is the second prince, His Highness Fernandez. Ash was surprised when he heard the prince's name. Fernandez Emberkiefer Everblack. He is the Empire's Minister of the Interior, currently in charge of the palace, and also his older brother. It was he who sent these elves here. He looked at the shiny collar on Godhand's neck and thought that it was he who had chained them. When they were about to leave for the city from the bandit camp, Godhand gave Ash something and asked him to accept it. This is the leash that guarantees their loyalty. Ash asked, "What is this?" The elf replied that this button would activate the explosion of their collars. If they are captured by enemies, this will allow them to be killed quickly. Now, looking at the faces of the young elves, at the mention of the name Fernandez, he noticed the fear appearing on their faces. They are special agents who are not afraid to sacrifice their lives. However, his very name makes them tremble with fear. What kind of person is he? He never appeared in the game. You can't take your eyes off him. It seems like he shouldn't have asked that. The atmosphere became too gloomy. He decided to change the subject and asked how was the room. Did they like everything? The faces of the elves immediately became joyful, and Godhand replied that for the last few months they had been kept in a cage for death row prisoners, and then they were also transported in a cramped cage, blown by all the winds. This room is like heaven for them. Honestly, the room is so good that they don't want to leave it. Ash replied that this would be difficult. What about food? He thought about this for quite a long time. He thought that it wasn't that elves didn't eat meat, but he heard that most of them were vegetarians. So he made a special request to the cook and asked him to prepare vegetarian dishes. He even made this snack from leftover ingredients. Godhand replied that after prison rations one could not dream of anything more. Some of them are just at that age when their appetite is especially raging. The young elves nodded their heads vigorously in agreement, and then Godhand told His Highness that they were very grateful, but they were ready to eat anything, sleep anywhere, and do whatever he wanted. He can treat them like things. Ash remained silent and thought that he would not want this. He is a simple city dweller of the 21st century. He cannot treat intelligent beings as things. After that, they discussed their future lives. Such points as clothing and field of activity. Ash was about to leave and finally said that he hoped for fruitful cooperation. He was pleased to chat with them. The elves rose to bid him farewell, and Godhand thanked him, bidding him good night. Ash wished the same in return, but as soon as he wanted to leave, he noticed Old Girl waving at him with a wide smile on her face. Godhand became nervous and glanced displeasedly at her, and Ash automatically raised his hand and waved back at her, with a confused expression on his face. Suddenly he came to his senses and looked at his hand in surprise, thinking that, like last time, he continued to wave back. What the hell? He left the room and stopped. And immediately after that, the joyful voices of elves were heard outside the door, saying that the third prince was so good. They all agreed, and one of them said that he even brought them food. It was a late-night snack. She hopes he will bring them something else. Ash smiled as he listened to their joyful voices and thought that he should give them a soundproof room. In the end, he was never able to ask them what he really wanted to know. For example, is it true that they provoked the war? The war between the Everblack Empire and the Principality of Bringer was a big event even in the game. After the fall of the Principality, a lot happened. Refugees began to fill Crossroad, and among them were many excellent mercenaries. A large group of hostile NPCs has also formed. If he can get them all, It will be a great support in the war against monsters. But if the war drags on, then he will have to fight not only with monsters, but also with people. In the game, the troops were easy to unite, but he accepted into his squad the elves responsible for organizing this war. Who knows how this will affect them in the future? While he was thinking about this and walking down the corridor, he didn't notice Lucas that he was sitting on the floor around the corner. He thought that now, after he had an additional detachment, then, at the same moment he noticed Lucas and screamed loudly, saying that he scared him. He asked excitedly, "What is he doing here?" Lucas stood up and said that he just went there all alone, so he decided to be ready to rush in if anything went wrong. They are, after all, death row prisoners accused of treason. They must not forget about it. Ash pulled out a button and told him not to worry about it. He had this, so it shouldn't be a problem. He thought that nothing could be known for sure, so even without Lucas, he had to take action. The next morning, at the forge. The next wave of monsters is approaching, 5 days and 14 hours left. He needs to slowly gain momentum in preparation for the battle, so this morning he settled in the forge. Ash went inside the forge and the blacksmith said with a smile that he was waiting for his highness. He placed a small box on the table and began to open the lid, saying that this was the result of the work that he had entrusted to him. Ash thought in surprise, "Is it ready yet?" The blacksmith opened the box and Ash saw inside a standard special SSR rank mana core lying on a pad. He took the golden core in his hands and looked at it with admiration. Thinking that he had succeeded, he really had succeeded. He asked to disassemble Evangeline's broken spear and shield, which were actually SSR rank. Although it seemed like he had simply lost 4 items for 1 core. Considering how badly they were all damaged, the likelihood of getting the core at all was quite low. The chance of success was only 8%, but he succeeded. Now he has a brand new mana core. The blacksmith put a tray of pistols on the table and said that he had also finished the 3 pistols he had requested. Ash was delighted and thought that the 3 pistols made using the Ratnin's mana core were finally ready. On the tray in front of him were 3 R rank pistols with the name Cerberus. This is a magic pistol that can deal damage from 11 to 6, durability and charge 6. The last round of each clip scores a critical hit. The blacksmith said that these were unique 3 pistols, so he called them Cerberus. Ash took one gun and looked at it with a smile and asked, "It's like a guard from hell, right?" Great title. He thought that at the moment he had as many as 6 guns. Once the blacksmith knew that it would be used by one person, he began adjusting the recoil based on the owner's parameters, thereby optimizing the characteristics. He praised the blacksmith and said that their small size and lightness would be excellent in close combat. The blacksmith became embarrassed and said that he did not need to praise him. Ash stuffed the items into the pocket dimension and said that he had a new task for him. He would have to immediately start creating other equipment. He pulled out an SR rank golden gargoyle mana core and 5 golden armor fragments from his pocket, saying that this time he should make the boss equipment. He said the last words extremely seriously, which made the blacksmith agitated. Ash thought about the boss's equipment. After killing a monster boss, there is a high chance that his own mana core will fall out of him. The core can be used to create artifacts or equipment or anything else depending on needs. But in order to recreate the equipment he used, in other words, the boss equipment, both the mana core and the materials for it are needed. Since they have outstanding stats, it is much more profitable to use the core of the original boss equipment. But until now it had not suited anyone, so he could not recreate anything. The same level 1 boss, the Phantom Knight. His equipment was the giant Phantom Knight sword, but none of them can use swords that big, so he didn't bother to do it. And then instead of bosses there were only elite monsters, so the cannonballs did not fall. And now, finally, they received the golden gargoyle's mana core and pieces of armor, thanks to which they can now create golden armor, the very equipment of the gargoyle boss. He told the blacksmith that what was required was as thin and light armor as possible. so that mobility and maneuverability are fully preserved. The blacksmith replied that then the strength would decrease. Ash said that it doesn't matter, he should just make sure it's comfortable to move in the armor. He thought that although it was called armor, it was more like a robe for a magician. He wished the blacksmith success in his work, and he replied that he would give his all. After that, Ash left the forge and went to the alchemist's. He looked at the artifact and said with a smile that it looks good, everything is fine. He thought that the repair of the anti-aircraft artifact was going smoothly, but that was not what he came here for. He walked around the artifact and approached Lily and waved his hand to her, saying that her beloved prince was here. She looked at him with a doomed look and asked, "Will she have to fight this time too?" Seeing her exhausted face, Ash laughed nervously and asked where they would go without her. He thought that she had survived every battle, why bother? Every siege exactly like that. Lily lowered her head and said that she understood. Her voice trembled and she asked in frustration why she was born a magician. Seeing her reaction, Ash flinched and called out to her in concern, and then asked what was wrong with her. Is she really crying? Lily cried even harder, and he excitedly asked her not to cry. He apologizes, but he still has to put her on the front line. Lily, barely holding back tears, said that she had a request for him. He replied that he was listening. She said that if new young magicians join them, then let him send them all to her. She knows that she can't live without her, because she's a sorceress, but she's not that strong. She didn't have a good teacher in the ivory tower, so she taught herself everything. She grabbed the prince's hand, and with an upset face exclaimed that if more talented and capable magicians appear in the future, then let them come, she will help them get used to it. Then can she just do paperwork only? Ash hesitantly agreed, and she said that she also wanted the prodigies not to look down on her. She clenched her hands into fists and exclaimed that that was why she asked him to make him head when they arrived. Even if she can't walk, even if she's not that talented, she wants everyone to respect her. Ash clenched his hand into a fist and confidently said that he understood everything. No one will dare to look down on her. Just let them try. He will deal with them. He patted the back of her wheelchair and asked with a smile, did she not think that he would refuse such a request to their favorite battle mage? He thought that as long as she did not ask for resignation, she could demand whatever she wanted. She calmed down and sighed, saying that was all she needed. She won't run away, so don't let him worry. She will be where she should be. Ash awkwardly scratched behind his ear and thanked her, thinking that he would have to ask the Icky's mages to treat her with respect. Time passed. The moon had already risen to the sky. Having finished his business, Ash finally returned to his estate. As he drove up to the main gate, he looked at the system window and thought that the main problem was that their main force, Jupiter, was not able to fight right now. But now he has an additional detachment, and the main one is quite decent. How can they most effectively defend themselves this time? What strategies and combinations should they resort to? Suddenly, the crystal of Ash's necklace sparkled and began to gather energy around itself, and then the light became even brighter, so much so that it burst out of the windows of the carriage. Ash looked down in surprise and thought, is this a dark event? A misfortune that someone gave him to ruin the game. And what is there this time? At least he will know about it in advance. A red system window appeared in front of him, indicating a dark event. A monster boss was added. The wave will come with an additional boss. Ash exclaimed loudly, "What?" He opened the system window with information about the enemies of the fourth wave and saw an additional boss, thinking that there were now 2 of them. Turns out there are 2 bosses. He tiredly ran his hand through his hair and thought that the boss of the gargoyle army was already a difficult opponent, and there were also 2 of them. He looked up and thought that he needed to think in a positive way. He would be able to get twice as many items for each boss. And you will have twice as much experience. That's a double jackpot. As for the tactics of fighting 2 bosses, this is a normal occurrence in the second half of the game, so he has experience in this. What doesn't kill them makes them stronger. This is the absolute truth in any RPG. He grinned and thought that they could at least shower him with surprises, even if they sent their bosses and powerful enemies. He will still chew them all up and spit them out, will happily get tons of experience and cool things from them, but they will return to their hell with nothing. He clenched his hand into a fist with confidence. He would make them regret making him stronger with obstacles that couldn't kill him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder sounded. Ash shouted loudly that let them fly. There is enough for everyone. Thunder continued to echo in the sky, and with the smell of rain came news of the creatures approaching. Preparations for the siege went smoothly, but although not, a snag still arose. When Ash arrived at the alchemist's building with Godhand, he found Lily there, screaming loudly when she saw them. Godhand calmly looked at her, and Ash raised one eyebrow and was surprised at her behavior. There were hot marks on the floor from the wheels of the wheelchair with which Lily had just poured out her emotions. Ash thought, what was that? After all, she herself asked him to bring the newcomers to greet her, so he took Godhand with him. Lily called out to His Highness and asked if he could have a second. Without waiting for his answer, she grabbed his coat and drove at high speed to the other end of the room, and he screamed. As soon as they moved away from Godhand, Lily grabbed the prince by the chain of his cloak, forcing him to bend over, and asked excitedly, "Is this newcomer to the additional squad? Is he an elf by any chance?" Ash replied that she was attentive. That's right, he was an elf. Hearing this, Lily's face took on a frightened and dumbfounded look, and Ash asked, "Is something wrong?" She lowered her head and pursed her lips, asking, "Does he even know how she got the fire skin ability?" Ash replied that of course he knew. Goblins broke into her village, right? And, finding herself on the verge of life and death, she awakened this skill. Her hands shook and she replied that everything was fine, but there was something else that day. Who does he think made it possible for the goblins to enter the village? She looked up at him with a frustrated look and said that these were the elf servants of their family. They took pity on and sheltered a family of elves who were being hunted by slave traders. They gave them a whole separate house. In return, for a whole year they served them. They provided them with everything they needed. But then, after just 1 year, they decided that they wanted revenge on the human race. So they opened the gates of their village and brought in a pack of goblins. The entire village burned down, including her house. Her parents were hacked to death, and she was left completely alone. Having said this, she fell silent for a few seconds, and then turned to His Highness and said that no matter how well he treats them, they will always hate people. She glanced sideways at the elf and said that, simply put, he could be betrayed at any moment. She's worried about him. Whatever he hired them for, he couldn't trust them. They could easily destroy his fort, as they did with her village. Ash remained silent, and his gaze became serious. After a short pause, he asked her, "Does she hate elves?" She clutched the fabric of her skirt in her hand, and replied that she hated them as much as she feared blades. He asked, "Even those who did nothing wrong to her?" She replied that she thought it was a matter of innate hatred for each other. She cannot bring herself to have warm feelings for them. She thinks they do too. Ash thought that this was the reality. The long history of this continent had given rise to an equally long chain of resentment and hatred. Godhand's quiet steps were heard from the side, and he called out to them. Ash flinched in surprise and asked excitedly when he managed to come here. Lily became nervous, and the elf closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly, saying that firstly, he asks to forgive him. He had been an undercover agent for a long time, so he accidentally overheard their conversation. Ash asked, "So he heard everything?" Godhand replied that he was really ashamed, but it was true. Ash noticed that the closer the elf got, the paler Lily's face became. She really can't stand elves. Godhand turned to Lily and said that he wanted to tell her something. She asked in fear, "So what?" He said that he had no right to ask her forgiveness. Even if he apologizes, her wounds will not go away. She remained silent, looking at him nervously, and he continued, saying that the emotions that she feels for their entire race will not disappear. But now they are at war. Even before his country fell, elves and humans always fought off monster attacks together. For now they have a common enemy. He thinks they should put aside personal animosity and continue to fight side by side under the command of His Highness. Hearing this, Ash thought he had a cold mind. His words were the epitome of reason and logic. However, Lily was not ready to accept it so easily. She said displeasedly that she did not agree. She would never trust the elves again. She knows he is the same. The only difference is that he hates people. He hates them because they won the war and enslaved their race. They fought so much, and then oppressed the losers for the same amount of time. Mutual hatred will not go away until one of the parties becomes extinct, at least. Godhand listened to her calmly, and then she turned away from him and said that she was sure that the rest of the soldiers would also be restless because of the elves at the front. She turned to His Highness and said that it was a mistake to hire them. She encourages him to change his mind. He asked, even if it meant she had to stay on the front lines. She raised her hand to her chest and exclaimed loudly that it was better this way. Rather than fight alongside the elves, she would rather go to the front line. Ash thought that he couldn't even believe that Lily, who was constantly asking for resignation, was saying this. Lucas was also a little nervous about the elves, so most of the soldiers would probably feel the same way as Lily. And what should he do about it? Godhand turned to Miss Lily again and said that he would speak honestly. Like she said, they don't like people. She remained silent, frowning and pursing her lips, and he asked, "But what does this change in the current situation?" She asked blankly, "What does he mean?" He said their country had fallen. That was the reality. Their species lives under the oppression of people. He showed her the collar around his neck and said that the lives of his squad, and the entire race as a whole, were in the hands of the Empire and in the hands of His Highness. Without the mercy of the Empire, they would have died out long ago. Even if they have treacherous thoughts, His Highness can crush them with one movement. He fell silent for a few seconds, remembering their first day in the room of the prince's estate, and said that all he wished was for his squad to survive at least one more day and at least a little better than the previous one. That's all. Lily remained silent, and he said that he thought she had the same feelings. Isn't that why she works here, despite her condition? To protect the people she cares about. She wanted to say something, but he interrupted her and said that people and elves may not get along with each other, but as long as they have a common enemy, they must unite to protect those who are dear to them. Do we really need any other reason to fight together? After listening to him, Lily gave up and turned away, saying that they could fight the monsters together, but she would still never forgive their race. Godhand closed his eyes and replied that it was her right. He was already used to it. Lily turned to His Highness and said that this was only for one siege. They will fight together only during this siege. Her gaze became serious and full of contempt, and she said that if their squad remained here even after this siege, she would leave the battlefield. She turned around abruptly and rode the wheelchair towards the room and said that it was time for her to go and rest. Ash looked after her and thought that the Lily he knows is a good person. She is sensitive, she is not alien to compassion. She is even ready to sacrifice herself for the common good. But he didn't even think that she was capable of hating so openly. Her hatred is strong, much deeper than he imagined. These feelings are also reinforced by personal negative experience. After waiting for her to leave, he put his hand on Godhand's shoulder and apologized to him for bringing him here to introduce him, but instead he was yelled at. He replied that everything was fine. This was a common occurrence. In fact, Miss Lily was still holding back. Ash thoughtfully raised his hand to his face and said that apparently the problem was much more serious than he thought. Godhand said that he is a very interesting person. Ash didn't understand what he meant, and he explained by saying that even from people who treated them well, there was still a sense of prejudice. There was a wariness in the air that they could not hide. He smiled slightly and said that this feeling does not come from him at all. which is why he says that he is interesting, and he is grateful to him for that. Ash smiled and thought that he was just from another world. On Earth, he is also the most ordinary, narrow-minded citizen. Godhand said that even if others are wary of them and express their anger, let him not worry about them. They will still devote all of themselves to the battle for the castle. They will prove that they can be useful. Ash remained silent and thought that it would be great if the main and additional squad had a good relationship. But sparks even before the battle begins make him worry. However, resolving internal conflicts is also part of the responsibilities of a combat commander. It has already been decided that they will participate in the defense as an additional detachment. Time has passed. There are 3 days left before the battle with the monsters. Ash went into the elves' room and told Lucas to bring everything here. The elves became interested and Godhand asked His Highness what it was. Ash showed them the new clothes and said that from now on they will wear these uniforms. The young elves were very happy and began to try on new clothes, asking, "Will he really provide for them all?" Godhand looked at them awkwardly and Ash said that this is a military uniform that all local soldiers wear. Before that, he thought a lot about how he could unite them. There are, of course, many ways, but the simplest is to dress them in the same uniform. In the game, uniform production also added points to team spirit. This, of course, is not a cheap pleasure, since you need to dress the entire army, but it is quite effective. So he decided to make a special uniform for soldiers fighting monsters. This is, of course, his personal opinion, but a military uniform should look cool. The uniform must comply with the canons of fashion so that it can be proudly worn in any situation. The uniform should be such that people want to join them just to wear it. The new uniform for the soldiers was warmly supported by Hyder, and even Evangelina, who lived in the city, said that it was quite beautiful. The locals should also take it well. He told the elves with a smile that he thought they should hide their identities, so they use hooded capes. The elves changed their clothes and put on capes with hoods, and Ash, looking at them, said that he looked great. It suited them. After everyone changed their clothes, he said that from now on they are no longer the 8th squad of the Iki's counterintelligence corps. For them they are dead. From now on they are the Special Forces unit of the 3rd Prince Ash Bonhatter Everblack. They are now a shadow squad. The elves raised their fists to their hearts, and Ash thought that they were death row prisoners. Officially, they should have been executed. They need new identities anyway, so continuing to refer to them as the Icky Squad will be problematic. It's a shot in the dark, but he decided to just change their name for now. He turned to the entire Shadow Squad and said that this was great. He told them with a confident smile that now it was time to hunt monsters. Soon the day of the siege arrived and hundreds of silhouettes of gargoyles appeared in the sky among the black clouds. The sky turned black due to the monsters approaching them. Before the siege began, Ash called a meeting, which was attended by 2 of his troops. He said that since everyone is here, they are starting. He pointed to the board where the fort was drawn and said that first, they would go over the basic strategy of the battle. Currently, one of the soldiers beat a drum and warned the others that the monsters were coming. Ash and Lucas looked at the black sky and the monsters that were flying towards them. In this wave, there should be 360 level 15 stone gargoyles, 242 level 20 steel gargoyles, and 2 unknown bosses. Ash smiled and told the monsters that he was waiting for them. Lucas looked around and said that it looked like it was going to rain. It could affect the battle. As soon as he said this, thunder rumbled in the sky, and he said that he did not think this was good news. Ash replied that it didn't matter. Whether it's rain or snow, it doesn't matter. He thought that killing monsters and protecting people, their mission and purpose would not change. He decided to address the soldiers and loudly told them to listen to him. The soldiers' gaze immediately turned to him, and he confidently shouted that he would be brief. They would kill these creatures, celebrate, and calmly go to bed. The joyful cries of the soldiers were heard on the wall of the fort, and then Ash raised his hand and ordered them to prepare. The soldiers pushed the cannons closer to the walls and aimed them at the monsters. The cannons on the upper and lower walls were already ready. All that remained was to give the order. Ash suddenly waved his hand and ordered them to open fire. Immediately after this, the soldiers lit the fuse and the cannonballs flew forward with a roar. The commander of the Silver Army duplicated Ash's orders on the lower wall, telling the soldiers to open fire. The cannons on the lower wall joined the upper ones and also began to shoot. Cannon shells along with ballista arrows simultaneously flew into the sky directly towards the monsters. As soon as the shells collided with them, bright explosions and flashes appeared in the sky, accompanied by a roar. Soon the roar died down and the guns stopped working. All the soldiers looked at the raging flames in the sky mixed with black smoke and began to wait. One of the soldiers who was looking through the telescope lowered his hands in shock, looking at the sky, and then warned the others that their attacks had no effect. From the bright flames and black smoke, silhouettes of gargoyles appeared, continuing to advance despite the recent shelling. Ash ordered the soldiers to stay in line. Don't let them worry about it. They just need to keep shooting. He ordered them to continue shooting, and after that the cannons opened fire again and bright flashes of flame appeared in the sky, holding back the gargoyles. At a meeting to discuss strategy, Lucas asked His Highness, "Is he talking about the death zone?" Ash confirmed his words and he asked, "But aren't the monsters gargoyles this time? They can fly after all." Ash said he was right. Walls and barricades will not work. There is no way to create a death zone on the ground. He drew several lines with chalk on the board leading from the walls to the sky, and confidently said that they would make this zone right in the sky. The members of the main squad were very surprised, and he said that they would endlessly shoot from cannons and ballistas to create a huge network and wall of shells and fire in the sky. Of course, gargoyles are magical creatures made of stones and steel and have great resistance to physical attacks. No matter how strong their fire wall is, it will not be easy to kill them with this. He took the red chalk and began to write something on the board, saying that they would give them the direction, the center of the defensive line. After they make the fire curtain here weaker, this place will become a killing zone. Remembering their strategy, Ash ordered the soldiers to maintain a wall of fire. They continued to reload their cannons and fire again, and Ash thought that at first the soldiers were stunned by the enemy's resilience, but they soon calmed down. If you give them a clear goal, the soldiers will not flinch. Let them just shoot. The roar of cannon fire was heard again, and explosions appeared in the sky again. A storm of gunpowder and metal circled in the sky endlessly and began to push back the enemy forces. Due to the endless shots, the gargoyles simply remained in one place and could not fly further. That's what Ash was counting on. It doesn't matter if they damage them or not. Pushing them back with volleys is definitely a win-win plan. While continuous fire was being fired at the monsters, the turret also started working, firing several shells at once. The bodies of the gargoyles began to crack, and then completely broke into several parts with the next shot. They eventually achieved their first kills. Seeing that the gargoyles began to die, Ash happily clenched his hand into a fist and thought that high resistance does not mean complete invulnerability. Albeit little by little, the damage accumulates. It is very small, but it is not at all insignificant. On the system window, the number of kills began to grow. The plan was working. The cannons continued to work together with the ballistas, causing damage to the enemies, and one of the soldiers shouted that they were pushing them back. Ash shouted that was great. Let them keep shooting. They need to maintain a fire curtain. The soldiers obeyed the order and continued to shoot. The roar from the cannon salvos still did not subside. Dodging the shots, the army of gargoyles, chaotically surrounding them on the left and right, eventually lined up in one line. There was only one small gap left. They began to cluster near the center of the wall, where there were relatively few shots fired. Ash smiled and told the stupid monsters to continue. At a recent meeting, Lucas looked at the diagram that Ash had drawn on the board and said that he understood that they were pulling them to one place in this way. But how is he going to kill them later? Madame Jupiter will not be able to participate. Will they be able to defeat them in some other way? Ash replied that, of course, this is not entirely reliable, but there is still a way. He can't say more. They understand exactly how gargoyles fly, right? Damien raised his hand and asked, isn't it using wings? Ash replied that such bulky bodies of stones could not be lifted using wings alone. Damien asked, so using magic? Ash confirmed his words and drew on the board with green chalk the places on the gargoyle's body where magic is located, and said that wind magic was cast on their wings. Next question. What happens if two magical powers of the same element collide? Godhand raised his hand and Lily, seeing this, immediately raised hers and looked at him displeased. Ash said that the elder mage might have the answer. She said with a satisfied smile that magic of a higher level will absorb that of a lower level. Ash replied that that was correct. So, if you shoot them with higher level wind magic, what will happen? In the present, Ash called out to Lily and ordered her to act now. Having heard the order from the prince, she ordered the wind artifact to be activated. They activated the wind artifact and reported it, and after that, wind streams began to emanate around the huge green sphere. The rest of the artifacts also activated and sent streams of wind towards the monsters. An R-rank wind artifact does not have any special effect. It simply shoots powerful wind magic at the target. And that's all they need. During the meeting, Ash added the finishing touches to the gargoyle drawing and said that this was it. If they shoot them with higher level wind magic, the wind magic on the wings will dissipate, and they will lose the ability to fly. Everything happened as Ash said at the meeting. As soon as the magic of the artifacts collided with the wings of the gargoyle, they froze in the air, and the monster looked at them in bewilderment. Immediately after this, all the gargoyles began to fall down. These fools are very heavy. They are made of stones and steel. If they fall from a flight height to the ground, they will not survive. As soon as the stone and steel gargoyles fell to the ground, they broke and scattered into several parts. A curtain of fire continued to burn in the air, among which there were now wind currents that knocked monsters out of the sky. If they set their sights on the flanks, they will be attacked by artillery, and if they fly towards the center, they will fall. Ash concentrated and thought that now they will see their reaction. Monsters have a certain behavior pattern. Use the shortest path to kill the nearest person. Before they become unable to fly, they will begin to use acceleration to crush the nearest target under their weight. The gargoyles tried to break through to the wall, but they were shot down by cannonballs along with wind currents, and Ash shouted that this was the end. They had nowhere to retreat. He called out to Lily and asked how long the artifacts would last. She looked at the pocket watch she was holding in her hand and replied that the first one still had 20 seconds left. Ash said they shouldn't waste another second. Have her activate the second artifact as soon as the first one ends. She replied that she understood, and then fixed her gaze on the clock hand, and as soon as the hand reached the desired second, she ordered the second artifact to be activated right now. After that, she reported that the artifact was activated. The second artifact, connecting with the remnants of the power of the first, instantly shot out with a strong wind. Most of the gargoyles fell under the influence of magic, but some reached the walls of the fort. One of these gargoyles landed with a crash on the wall, creating a shock wave that threw the soldier and the cannon aside. The other gargoyle, meanwhile, was climbing the wall, digging in its claws. The soldier who was nearby warned the others that they were already here, but he himself did not notice how a gargoyle appeared behind him. The black shadow of the monster covered his head, and noticing this, he turned around in shock and saw the wide-open mouth of a gargoyle screaming loudly. When monsters appeared on the walls, Evangelina and Lucas began to act. They immediately rushed to the aid of the soldier and, hitting the gargoyle with their feet and weapons, pushed it to the very edge and threw the monster off the wall. Lucas told Evangeline that he was leaving the right side to her. She turned to him and answered with a confident smile that she could clear both of them without any problems. The cannons continued to fire. Now all Crossroads soldiers are involved in maintaining the firewall. Ash, meanwhile, called out to Damien and asked if he was ready. He confidently confirmed his words and then squeezed the gun tighter in his hands and said that he would do everything in his power. Repelling the remaining enemies is the concern of the main squad. Ash took out his magic wand and, summoning the blades behind him, said that this was great. He ordered them to act. The first defensive detachment enters the battle. Lucas and Evangelina held off the monsters from different sides, protecting Ash and Damien, who were in the center. Evangelina fought with 2 gargoyles at the same time. She pierced the chest of one with a spear and protected herself from the blow of the second monster with a shield. Damien fired in her direction, and the bullet flew forward with lightning speed, leaving a huge hole in the monster's body. He looked at the monsters with a confident gaze, and his eyes sparkled as he used the ability. Lucas, meanwhile, swung his sword, killing the gargoyle behind him, and Ash pierced the ones in the air in front of him with his blade. As soon as the last gargoyle's body disintegrated, Lucas stopped and informed Ash that the first squad had been destroyed. Ash, who was already out of breath, told the others not to relax. This is just the beginning. The gargoyles split into 6 large squads. So far they had only destroyed about 100 gargoyles, which were only the first part of the monster army. The second stage began. The gargoyles again broke through the firewall towards the fort, and Lucas reported that the second detachment was on the way. The gargoyles headed for the walls of the fort, and those who could not fly climbed the wall, clinging on with their claws. Ash noticed this and waved his wand, spinning the blade and pointing it towards the wall. The blade cut the fingers of the gargoyle that was climbing up, and it could not hold on and began to fall down. As soon as the monster's body reached the ground, it immediately broke into several parts. Ash walked to the very edge of the wall and looked down, saying it was beautiful. He thought that he had actually been training alone for a bit. Due to the class debuff, he had a hard time, because the skills progressed quite slowly. He trained by cutting celery with blades in the kitchen and still achieved better control in battle. Ash looked at the bright flashes in the sky and thought that if they continued like this, they would easily deal with everyone. Lily called out to him and informed him that the duration of the second wind artifact was coming to an end. He looked in her direction and thought, so soon? Time flies too fast. He replied that she would need to turn on the third immediately. She obeyed the order, and then, after the second artifact expired, she immediately activated the third, and streams of wind were directed at the monsters. During the meeting, Ash drew 3 wind artifacts on the board and said that this time 3 wind artifacts were placed on the castle wall. But there is one problem. He turned to Lily and asked how long each such artifact works and recharges. She replied that the operating time of each artifact was 5 minutes, and the recharge time was 15. He smiled and replied that this was true. This is the very drawback of the operation that he spoke about. He turned back to the board and said that the first artifact would block the airspace for 5 minutes, after which it would take 15 minutes to recharge. Even taking into account that all the following artifacts will also work for 5 minutes, there is still a gap of 5 minutes until the next activation of the first one. A whole 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, they will have to control the sky, otherwise they will be able to break through. At the moment, Lily informed Ash that there was a minute left before the wind artifact was deactivated. He looked at the sky again and thought that they would have 5 minutes until the next activation of the artifact. Will they be able to hold out? Several gargoyles made their way to the wall again, and the soldiers shouted that they were advancing. They needed to quickly run away from here. The gargoyles approached the wall and landed, breaking the cannons. Ash gritted his teeth with a displeased look when he saw this, and then he clenched his hand into a fist and mentally told himself to pull himself together. Whether they can hold out is the wrong question. They must hold out. He will do anything for this. That is why he is here. He turned to his squad and told them all to get ready. Lucas became nervous and said that as soon as the artifact is deactivated, monsters will pour here. Maybe they should signal to open fire on this area? Ash disagreed and said that this would weaken the position on both flanks. They will only give the monsters the opportunity to break through in this way. Guns and ballistas are not suitable for close combat. Let them remain the guiding point. He clapped his hands and told them to get ready. The real battle will begin in 5 minutes. He hopes that the experience of previous battles has tempered them enough so that they can easily withstand the battle with the gargoyles. However, in real combat, there are too many variables. Anything can happen. He took out his magic wand and said that, therefore, finally, before the final battle, he would slap them once on the hand. Having uttered the last words, he confidently raised his wand up, and everyone else remained silent. After a short pause, Lucas asked with a strange expression on his face, "Did he hear correctly?" Ash, who was embarrassed by this himself, repeated that he was going to slap them all once on the hand. He thought it was all because of the Maestro's wand effect. It was time to use the random buff effect. And to get it, he will have to hit the team members. How could he explain to them this strange mechanism of action of the wand? In the end, he decided not to explain anything. He walked up to the first victim, Lucas, and hurriedly said that they didn't have much time, so he and everyone else had to put their hands out, palms up. Lucas was upset, but still listened to him and extended his palms, asking, "Did he do something wrong?" He will accept any punishment, even if he just explains what he did wrong. Ash hit him sharply on the arm and ordered him to stop talking. He would understand everything later. From his blow, Lucas lost 1 health unit, and the system reported that the character received an advanced buff. Mana consumption was halved for 3 minutes. Feeling new sensations that spread throughout his body from the hand, Lucas looked at his hands in surprise and opened his mouth in surprise, and then called out to the prince. He asked, "What is it?" Lucas happily said that from now on he asks to be beaten more often. Ash agreed hesitantly, and then Evangeline said they looked like they were perverted. She extended her hand to the prince and asked, "It seems like something good happens after the blow, right?" Ash hit her on the arm and, calling her Miss Academy graduate, said that she was very smart. After the blow, Evangelina gasped in displeasure and said that it burned. The system reported that a low-level buff had been received. Defense increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Feeling an improvement, she looked with a smile at her hand clenched into a fist and asked, "This is it, so how?" Ash asked, "She can feel it, right?" She unclenched her hand and replied that it was much better this way. "Just next time, let him hit better not on the hand, but in a place that will not be useful in battle." He raised his magic wand and with a sly smile asked, "That's how it is. Where should he hit her next time?" Evangelina made a face with disgust and fear, looking at the wand, and covered herself with her shield. After thinking about what he had just said, Ash realized that the question sounded strange. Evangelina stammered and exclaimed, "Why is he asking her about this? Let him think and decide for himself." Ash agreed, and then it was Damien's turn. He stretched his trembling hands forward and asked if he could not hit him too hard. Ash noticed how his body was trembling with fear and thought, "What is he doing? It seems like he spent his childhood in an orphanage." He said that it was a terrible place. He probably has bad memories of corporal punishment. He hit him on the arm and thought that he was sorry, but he needed this buff. The system reported that a high-level buff had been received, unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Feeling the surge of power after the blow, Damien looked at his hands in surprise and called out to the prince. He asked, "What is it?" Damien happily clenched his hands into fists and said that he felt like he could do anything. Ash smiled and thought it was wonderful. Let him enjoy this feeling to the fullest, because in 3 minutes it will disappear. After that, he looked at the wand in his hand and thought that everything seemed to go smoothly. The advanced attachment is now completely ready. He turned towards the artifacts and, waving his wand, called out to Lily with a smile and asked, "How about one hit?" Lily remained silent, looking at him with a nervous expression, and he said that he didn't think that was necessary. She looked at her watch and reported that the artifact was deactivated. Hearing this, Ash immediately turned towards the monsters and saw the wind streams dissipate and the monsters soar in the sky. Lily shouted that they were advancing. When all the wind currents completely disappeared, the gargoyles began to break forward. The third stage has arrived. The third squad of gargoyles enters the battle. About half crashed under the influence of artifacts, leaving only 50 monsters. 50 gargoyles against 5 people. For defense in an RPG, that's not much. Ash untied the bandage on his left hand and told the others that they had 5 minutes to change the world. He thought he still felt stiffness in his left hand, but feeling was gradually returning. He took off the bandage and 3 magical blades appeared above his head, and he looked at the monsters to be so close to the walls of the fort. He smiled confidently and told the others to get going. They needed to have some fun. Everyone else obeyed the order and prepared for battle, encountering 50 gargoyles. Looking at the sky, Ash thought that the third stage had arrived, and with it the third squad had arrived, leaving about 50 monsters. The gargoyles landed on the wall of the fort, but Ash remained standing in place and thought that they were much higher in level than those in the previous squads. He concentrated with the thought that they had nothing to worry about, they had an advantage. A magical aura appeared around his magic wand, and he thought that if things got really bad, he could use his trump cards and kill with them, as he did in his third battle with monsters. He waved his hand sharply, guiding the blades, and told the monster to fly. While he was wielding his magic wand, Lucas joined him and cut the bodies of 3 monsters at once in one jerk. Seeing this, Ash thought that things were going well. The 3 team members he buffed fought as if they were monsters themselves. After Lucas dealt with the gargoyles, he turned to His Highness and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, he noticed movement to the side and reported that the gargoyles had broken through to the left flank. He will go and deal with them. He abruptly jumped out of his seat, and Ash didn't even have time to respond. Lucas used his second dash skill and accelerated, and Ash, seeing the bright flash that he left behind him, thought that he was like a rocket. This skill consumes a lot of mana, but thanks to the buff, Lucas often uses it heavily. He dealt with the gargoyles on the left flank, and then rushed back and dealt with the monsters so that they were on the right. Ash watched him move quickly and thought he was both here and there. He quickly shook his head, trying to follow him, and thought in surprise that he was an amazing character. However, this has always been the case in the game. Evangelina, meanwhile, used a battle cry, and starting to insult the monsters, shouted that she was here. The monsters immediately targeted her and roared loudly. They rushed to the attack and began to strike with their weapons, but Evangelina covered herself with a shield, and then she waved her hand, throwing their weapons aside and screamed loudly. After watching her, Ash thought that the buff made her strong and indestructible, like a rock. While this couple was cutting up the bulk of the gargoyles, the third member of the squad was mercilessly shooting at those who had broken through. The magic rifle is a powerful weapon. It has high recoil, which is quite difficult for a fragile shooter to resist. This is why, despite his excellent sniper skills, Damien cannot fight in the thick of the enemy. Damien continued to shoot. He took aim with one eye closed, and then he gripped the barrel of the gun tightly with his left hand and fired. The recoil threw the weapon upward, but he quickly dealt with it. After observing him, Ash thought that for 3 minutes, the buff gave him the ability to fire continuously without having to worry about much recoil. Since the impact on Damien's health is offset by the buff, they have a tireless machine. He needs to work on his stamina. He's too tough with it. He looked down at the magic wand and thought that this thing was much more useful than he expected. In the game, buffs appear randomly and last only 1 turn, so there is nothing special about them that cheats. In the same reality, his item gives a 3-minute buff. But if these 3 minutes can affect the course of the game so much, then it exceeds all his expectations. If he hadn't tried it, he wouldn't have realized the true value of it. They only have to destroy a few monsters and the third squad will be defeated. Lucas at this time was fighting 3 gargoyles at once and, swinging his sword, he struck at all of them. Ash used his wand and pointed the blade to the side, calling out to Lucas. The blade stuck into the floor next to the turret, and then Ash pointed his finger at it and told Lucas to lure the gargoyles over there. He obeyed the order, and after that Ash approached Lily, saying that it was time for her to get back to work. She clenched her teeth and looked at him displeasedly, asking why he remembered her. He said with a smile that she understood everything correctly. Before casting a spell, let him hit her once. He was about to hit her with his magic wand, but she grabbed his hand and trembled with fear, asking why. Ash did not answer the question and hit her, after which a scream was heard. Lucas, meanwhile, ran up to the blade, and the gargoyles were flying behind him, and he told the prince that he had brought them. Ash praised him, and after that he pointed his finger towards the monsters and told Lily that it was her exit now. Let it hit that way. She pursed her lips and closed her eyes, clearly not wanting to do this. Then she suddenly raised her hand to the sky and a powerful fireball appeared above her, and she exclaimed, "Why doesn't he just let her resign?" Ash was surprised and nervous when he saw the fireball and thought it looked creepy. What buff did she get? She extended both her hands towards the monsters, sending a fireball, and told them to die. She used her first fire cannon skill. Immediately after that, a powerful stream of fire was shot at the monsters, which did not give them a chance to survive. They immediately burned to the ground. After the attack, Ash turned his gaze to Lily and, looking at her tired appearance, thought that a real fire mage was in action. She had used up all her mana in one go. It was impressive. After this, Evangelina, using the provocation skill, gathered all the remaining gargoyles together. She smiled and asked, "Are they already tired of playing with their older sister?" Ash thought, "Is she the older one?" Damien exchanged his rifle for a gun called a woodpecker and asked Evangeline to raise his shield up. Immediately after that, he fired and several fiery bullets flew towards her, and she raised her shield. When the bullets hit her, they were reflected and scattered to the sides, hitting all the monsters around her. Ash was surprised and said that this was unthinkable. Was he calculating the trajectory of the bullets? He hit everyone with one shot. Seeing the result of his actions, Damien smiled and said that he hit them. Ash thought that considering the sniper skills he had demonstrated so far, he could pull it off. Evangelina, meanwhile, looked up with a smile at the last monster and finally pierced him with a spear, causing fragments of his body to fly apart. Thus, the last gargoyle from the 3rd detachment was defeated and the 3rd stage ended. Afterward, she told Damien it was amazing. Maybe next time they should do the same. Ash smiled and said that it turned out much easier than he expected. They all did a great job, they're great. Hearing the praise, they smiled proudly. Lucas scratched his nose, Evangeline raised her head, and Damien sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Lily shouted that the artifact was fully charged. Streams of wind began to gather around the artifact, and Lily, who still had not moved away from the attack, stuttered and said that the artifact was ready to be activated. Ash thought she looked exhausted, but she had good news. He ordered them to turn on the artifact, and she said that it was activated. A magic circle appeared in front of the artifact, from which streams of wind immediately poured into the sky. Damien called out to His Highness and said that the cartridges were almost out. He replied that it was understandable. The 4th stage has begun. He looked at the sky, which was still filled with a wall of fire and silhouettes of gargoyles, thinking that the 3rd stage was easier than he thought. But it was too early to rejoice. Damien's Black Queen and Hunter's Retribution rifles had completely used up their ammunition, as did his Woodpecker. Lucas's sword is worn out, and Evangeline's shield is damaged. As for Lily, she hasn't even come to her senses yet. But he still has a couple of trump cards left. The members of the core team have completed the task. They can now go their separate ways to recuperate. He summoned a shadow troop, and the elves in black cloaks immediately appeared in front of him and knelt down, saying that they were ready for orders. Ash said they are changing. Now it's their turn to hold off the monsters, just like the main team did. If necessary, he will join. Godhand replied that he could rest. They would do their best. Evangelina became interested and said with a smile that she would finally see the Icky's squad in action with her own eyes. Lucas remained silent and thought about something. Lily, meanwhile, watched the 5 elves heading towards the edge of the wall. She frowned and pursed her lips, clenching her hand into a fist with hatred, but still remained silent. Damien felt that something was wrong and asked what this atmosphere was. Ash thought that he seemed to sense tension between the 2 squads. Damien looked up at him and asked with a smile, shouldn't he know that? Ash crossed his arms over his chest and, looking at the Shadow Squad with a smile, confirmed his words. Let him just deal with it for now. He thought that he planned to continue using the new team. There is nothing strange in the fact that some kind of rivalry arose between the participants. On the contrary, it would be strange if they found a common language from the very beginning. The Shadow Squad continued to approach the edge of the wall, and a gargoyle that had recently climbed the wall suddenly appeared on the fence. Having climbed the wall and noticing people, the monster growled loudly. Ash smiled and mentally ordered the Shadow Squad to act. Let them show what they are capable of. Godhand and the others stopped when they saw the monster, and then he crouched down and raised his hand to the remains of the steel gargoyle, beginning to use his magic. While he was casting his spell, he told the squad members that they were moving into battle formation in front of large monsters. Ash thought that the composition of the additional Shadow Squad was rather controversial. 2 mages, 3 archers. In a game, he would never use such a combination. This composition will exceed the combat power. Without a tank and a healer, such a combination will quickly lead to defeat. But when Godhand sat down and began to use his magic on the remains of the gargoyle, he thought that if their 2 magicians were defenders and not contact fighters, then everything could work out. After using magic, an iron wall began to line up in front of them, which soon completely acquired its shape, and several more of the same ones grew next to it. Ash thought that if they had the ability to provide support to their allies, then this combination became acceptable. Moreover, in such a composition they have an exorbitant buff obtained due to such a combination. Due to the fact that there are 2 magicians in the squad, the magical damage inflicted by team members is increased by 20%. Due to the fact that there are 3 archers in the team, the critical damage dealt by team members is increased by 30%. Moreover, they are pumped-up warriors. It will not be difficult for them to destroy the enemy with their firepower. Godhand, meanwhile, called out to Bodybag and said that her task was to restrain the enemy and indicate the target. She stood in front of him and replied that she understood. Godhand turned his gaze to the side, looking at the others, and said that the other 3 should shoot. Old Girl and Skull obeyed and ran forward, while Burnout remained in place and set down the box with her ballista. Skull stood in the desired position and took aim with his bow, and Old Girl took out a crossbow with a gun. Burnout, meanwhile, collected the ballista and placed it in front of her. This ballista contained about 100 arrows. One of the gargoyles screamed loudly, calling on the others to attack, and they all ran together towards the iron walls. Burnout's ballista fired and hundreds of arrows flew straight at the monsters. But they immediately took a defensive stance and the arrows began to fly off their bodies. Noticing this, Godhand said that apparently they could not be defeated with ordinary arrows. It gives permission to use skills. Skull at medium range, Old Girl at short range, and let Burnout take the maximum radius. All 3 ranged fighters responded that permission to use skills had been accepted. Wind currents appeared around the tip of Skull's arrow, and then he shot and the arrow flew forward over the iron wall. One of the gargoyles noticed this arrow, but did not have time to dodge, and it pierced the monster right in the head. From this blow, the gargoyle's head broke into pieces and the fragments scattered to the sides. Ash said he was a good sniper. He hit him right in the head. He thought that's why his call sign is Skull. Old girl, meanwhile, jumped onto the iron wall and then jumped off and rushed towards the monsters, saying that now she will see how strong these guys are. One of the monsters noticed her and immediately swung his weapon and then attacked, but she quickly fell to the ground and slid right under its hand. When she was behind the monster, she turned around and jumped back, aiming 2 crossbows at the gargoyle. She took aim and then fired, and 2 arrows, shrouded in green energy, rushed forward. Several arrows pierced the gargoyle's back and the monster's body began to crack, but did not crumble. She said they were very strong. She had no arrows left. She decided to retreat and called out to Burnout, asking her to cover her. Burnout heard her request and activated the ballista and then asked her to duck as she fired. The arrows on the ballista lit up with a bright light and then rushed forward at great speed and, overcoming the iron wall, fell in a hail on the monsters, and they froze and raised their heads, looking at it. As soon as the arrows reached the target, they immediately exploded and the monsters screamed loudly in pain. Ash thought that Burnout had a passive skill. It gives the projectiles fired explosive magical properties. For this reason, he immediately paid attention to her. It's great for hunting monsters. The arrows continued to explode and 2 surviving gargoyles flew out of the flames. Suddenly one of them froze in the air and, trying to move from its place, it let out a bewildered roar. Bodybag, who delayed the monster using telekinesis, told it to slow down for now. After that, she used another form of telekinesis and pushed the monster outside the wall. The other gargoyle, meanwhile, threateningly put its hand with sharp claws forward and growled, looking at Godhand. As soon as the monster struck, he moved to the side and dodged, and then touched the gargoyle's body and used his ability. The monster that had just stood on its feet was already lying on the floor, and its body had crumbled. Seeing this, Ash thought that the gargoyles were just pebbles in the hands of a god. 4 gargoyles destroyed in one fell swoop. Damien, who was watching them next to Ash, asked, "Are these guys considered just archers?" It's amazing. If he also improves his sniper skills, he will be even more useful to His Highness. Ash told him that there are no half measures when fighting monsters. Everyone makes a certain contribution. He smiled and added that he was irreplaceable. He has already done a lot. Don't let him worry. Damien looked at the prince with a grateful smile, and he thought that he still wouldn't be able to get the same shooting skills. It would be better if he found use for the ones he already had. As a result, the Shadow Squad coped with the defense much better than he thought. Thanks to this, by the time the 3rd wind artifact was activated, they managed to destroy the 5th squad of gargoyles. He became wary and thought that until now everything had gone smoothly. The wind artifacts continued to work, the cannons continued to fire, and the Shadow Squad dealt with the gargoyles that climbed the walls. A system window appeared in front of Ash. He thought that information about the bosses had been updated. Stylish gargoyles of level 20 remained 40, 202 were killed. Stone gargoyles of level 15 remained 58, killed 302. The boss of the wave became known, 2 leaders of gargoyles of level 35. Ash thought, what the hell? He looked at the sky and thought that this indicator only updated after the boss appeared on the battlefield. He looked around and thought that they were nowhere to be seen. But somewhere in the sky, meanwhile, a sound was heard due to a rapid descent. Hearing this made Ash nervous. He thought that this couldn't be true. Gritting his teeth, he sharply raised his head to the sky and saw there a huge leader of the gargoyles on a pedestal, flying straight towards the wall. Ash cursed loudly and warned everyone else that it was upstairs. Everyone get ready, the boss is approaching from above. Having heard the warning, the elves from the Shadow Squad raised their heads to the sky, but it was too late. The monster immediately landed on the wall with such force that all the elves were thrown back and the fragments of the pedestal scattered to the sides from the impact. Some of the debris hit Burnout and Skull directly on the heads, and they were seriously injured. Old Girl, who remained intact, looked at the thick cloud of dust through which the silhouette of the monster was visible. The gargoyle's clawed paw hit the ground, creating new cracks in the floor. The red eyes that peered through the slits of the mask sparkled. The leader of the legion of gargoyles with 4 arms, in each of which he held a weapon, shouted loudly. Ash became worried and said that this was the leader of the gargoyles. Old Girl was still nearby. She looked at the tall monster in front of her with fear in her eyes and, taking aim with her crossbow, said that it was huge. She fired, and as soon as the arrows collided with the monster's horns, they were immediately reflected. This only angered the leader of the gargoyles. He waved his weapon, a flail, and a huge ball covered with spikes hit the elf. She was wounded, blood began to flow from her temple, and she was thrown to the side. Lucas became very worried and asked them to hold on. They were already coming. But Ash stopped him and, looking around, said that there should be another one. Lucas turned around and exclaimed, "What?" Ash thought that this time, due to the dark event, there are 2 bosses in the game. This means there is another one somewhere nearby. Not far from the fiery wall, a black silhouette of the leader of a legion of gargoyles appeared in the sky, but Ash did not notice it. He carefully looked for every shadow in the sky and thought, where is he? What is he waiting for? But when he finally noticed a gargoyle flying towards the wall, it was too late. The monster fell straight onto the artifacts. He swore loudly, and then shouted Lily's name and ordered her to get out of there. Lily looked with a worried look and asked in confusion what he was talking about. At the same moment, a gargoyle fell onto the wall, breaking the wind artifacts. The roar of breaking artifacts and pedestals was heard. From the gargoyle hitting the wall, Lily's wheelchair was thrown up along with her, and she, with horror in her eyes, looked at the red-eyed monster that had already swung its weapon. Then there was a sound of impact. The wooden wheelchair broke along with the pocket watch, and Lily herself found herself directly under the spiked ball. But suddenly something confused the monster. Ash got excited and thought this is it. At the moment of impact, Lily's fiery skin skill was activated and the spiked ball passed through her fiery body and hit the wall. Ash thought that thank God, thanks to her passive skill, she wasn't hurt. Seeing that she was still alive, the monster swung his other hand and Ash thought that even Lily could not repel the magical attack. He called out to Bodybag and, pointing in Lily's direction, said her name. Bodybag replied that she understood. She immediately turned towards Lily and extended her hand forward using telekinesis. She pulled Lily towards her and thus pulled her out from under the blow, which a second later happened behind her back. Lily screamed loudly in fear as she flew forward, and Ash called out to Godhand and ordered him to catch her. Godhand immediately stood in the line where Lily was flying and shouted that he was holding her. A second later, Lily collided with him and he caught her, and she looked into his eyes in surprise. He let her go and sat her down, asking if she was okay. She hastened to turn away from him and embarrassedly replied that she was perfectly fine. He remained silent, and Ash at that time called out to Bodybag and told her to take care of her fighters for now. She replied that everything would be done, and then began to move her wounded comrades using telekinesis. Ash turned to the main team and said that it was their turn. Everyone get ready for battle. Lucas, Evangelina, and Damien, who had already had time to rest, went into battle with renewed vigor. Ash looked at the 2 bosses and thought that boss monsters behaved a little differently from normal gargoyles. They are much smarter and much more evil. First of all, they eliminate the most dangerous opponents for them. For this reason, archers and artifacts were the first to come under insidious attack. Even now, on the walls of the fortress, they will try to destroy not tanks, but those who cause the most damage, including him. They would definitely try to kill him, a weak but important commander on the battlefield. Lucas told His Highness that having 2 bosses is definitely a huge problem. But what should they do with the remaining gargoyles? Ash turned his attention to the sky and thought that the sixth wave of the Legion of Gargoyles had arrived, the last, sixth detachment. It was not difficult for them to break through the defenses, since the wind artifacts were completely destroyed. The center had nothing left to defend. He replied that he knew how to deal with the sixth squad of gargoyles. Let them leave it to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucas answered with a confident look that he understood. Ash thought it was instant, unconditional submission. He trusted him so much. Godhand called to His Highness and said that he had brought Miss Lily out. Ash praised him and told Lily that she would have to take the case personally. What about the rest of the artifacts? Can she run them? She confirmed his words and said that, as he had asked, she had placed them in different places so that they could be used even in the most extreme case. From the very beginning, spare artifacts were installed in various places just in case. Fortunately, their alchemists managed to move to another place and acted remotely. Thanks to this, they managed to avoid losses. Ash slapped his hand on his chest and told her to start activating immediately. The artifact is a magical amplifier. The target is him. Lily replied that she understood, but her legs weren't moving. She can't walk. Ash turned to Godhand and asked him to take Lily to the artifacts. Lily became very worried and, glancing briefly at the elf, exclaimed, "Is it him again?" Ash sternly replied that now was not the time for her whims. There is a war going on. Let her pull herself together. Hearing the commander's stern tone, she immediately apologized to him. Godhand took her in his arms, and she covered her face in embarrassment. Ash told them to go to the artifacts immediately. They don't have time. Having finished with them, he turned to Lucas and Evangelina, saying that they needed to hold out until the artifact was activated. Lucas clenched his hand into a fist and confidently said that he could leave it to him. 1 hour, even more. He will win them at least all 12 hours. Evangelina smiled confidently and said that she thought they would finish them all off by then. Ash walked up to Lucas and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that the leader of the gargoyles was a very strong opponent. It is not like those they fought before. Let them be vigilant and not weaken their defense for a second. Did they understand it? They both replied that they understood, and then Ash told them to get started. Lucas and Evangelina immediately ran towards the bosses, ready to fight. Ash asked Damien how much ammo he had left. He looked at the gun and said that if each Cerberus has 6 rounds, then there are 18 rounds in total. Ash asked if this was enough for him. Damien remained silent and used his ability, looking at the enemy. After that, he replied that the armor and helmets of the gargoyles are a serious problem. They seem to have magical protection. Ash replied that it was. He thought that the gargoyle leaders wore armor with magical protection, and their bodies also had high physical durability. They'll have to take an unconventional approach to get to the clean armor. After a physical attack destroys the magic armor, the boss can be hit with magic. But it's easier said than done. It will still take time. Naturally, the bosses will not stand quietly aside and wait for them. Cerberus is a magical weapon in the form of a pistol, but its range is lower than that of other magical weapons, and Damien himself is not suited for close combat. First, he needs to start rebuilding the team. He called out to Bodybag, who was sitting nearby, and asked what the condition of the fighters was. 3 wounded elves lay in front of her. She answered the prince that most had injuries of varying degrees of severity. The weapon is also damaged. Hearing this, Ash turned to Damien again and told him to start providing first aid to the Shadow Squad. He obeyed the order, and Ash noticed that he perked up when he heard that he would be able to work as a healer. He's so predictable. He turned back to Bodybag and told her that while Damien healed her comrades, she should look for weapons for them. He would need their firepower. The clouds in the sky became even blacker. Thunder was heard. The first drops fell on the wall with a barely perceptible thud. The rain intensified. The entire fort was covered with downpour, and noise began to be heard. Ash looked at the sky and stretched his hand forward. catching a few drops with the thought that even the weather was against them today. It was simply incredible. The leaders of the gargoyles, meanwhile, began to act. One of them growled loudly, and then they both ran forward. Every step they took made everything around them tremble. They looked quite weighty. Standing in the pouring rain, Lucas and Evangelina prepared to repel the attack, and she told the monsters to attack. Listening to the sound of rain mixed with the rumble of heavy steps of gargoyles, Ash watched with a confident look at the warriors who were entrusted with the task of detaining the monsters. He was counting on them. The leaders of the gargoyles continued to approach, waving their weapons. Their red eyes sparkled, and when they approached, Lucas and Evangelina ran towards them, screaming loudly. A huge flail and a mace with sharp spikes quickly approached them. Lucas began to restrain the monster's weapon with a sword, and Evangelina defended herself with a shield. Faced with such force, they both decided to retreat back. Lucas gritted his teeth and said that they were strong, and Evangelina looked at her shield in shock and exclaimed that it had left a dent in her shield. Ash thought that it would certainly not be easy. Instead of the standard one boss, they got two identical ones. The gargoyles again decided to be the first to attack and began to wave their weapons, while Lucas and Evangelina dodge and defend themselves. Watching this, Ash thought that it was quite possible to defeat them. Lucas and Evangelina are two of the best tanks in the game. And finally Lily called out to His Highness, saying that the magical amplifier artifact was ready for use. This was the moment Ash had been waiting for so long. He shouted back that that was great. Let her activate it immediately. She obeyed, and after a magic circle appeared under the artifact, she reported that the artifact was a magic amplifier activated. A snow-white glow appeared around Ash, and he closed his eyes, thinking that the magical efficiency for one target character was increased by 100%. The target is him, Ash. He looked at his hand with a smile and said that this is what it feels like. He directly feels that he is capable of anything. The system reported the activation of the commander's eye skill. The world froze in an instant. Drops of rain hung in the air, and he looked at the leader of the gargoyles, and the system reported that the target had been captured. One body was available to him. Let him indicate the command. Ash's eyes flashed with a bright golden light, and he ordered the monster to kill its comrade. As soon as he uttered these words, the world began to move again, and a sharp flash of pain pierced him, and blood sprayed from his nose. He covered his mouth with his hand, and at that very moment realized that all the magic had left his body. The system reported that the complexity of the indication was high. There is a contrast between the user's endurance indicators and the target's magic indicator. Ash remembered how Jupiter and Lily easily killed gargoyles and thought that as a species, gargoyles have low magical defense. What does this mean? This means that they are vulnerable to almost any magic. In other words, they are resistant to mind control too. But if he uses a magic booster to double his magic stats one time, then he will gain full control. The system reported success. Full control is available to him. The leader of the gargoyles froze abruptly in place, and his eyes turned blue. Rejoicing at this, Ash clenched his hand into a fist and ordered the monster to attack. Now this game is according to his rules. Obeying the order of the prince, the leader of the gargoyles with blue eyes turned sharply towards the gargoyle and struck it with a powerful blow. And Ash wiped the blood and clenched his hand into a fist, joyfully shouting that it can destroy whatever it wants. On the head of this monster after the last blow part of the helmet broke off. Lucas looks on with a surprised expression on his face, as does Evangelina, who loudly asks what are they doing. Ash looks at these gargoyles and thinks that monsters do not forgive betrayal. The monsters begin to fight each other, and he thinks that the gargoyle leaders are now swinging their maces wildly as they fight each other. They attacked coolly, striking blow after blow with the power of a siege weapon. But even individuals that are identical in appearance have differences. One of the gargoyle bosses grabs the other boss by the head and throws it very hard at the rest of the gargoyles who are standing on the wall. The boss falls on the wall and scatters the monsters that were around, and Ash thinks that this is a perfect landing on the sixth squad of gargoyles. He thought for a long time about how to lure these monsters there. It seems to have worked, so he now has one less problem. The gargoyle boss with blue eyes, surrounded by other monsters, begins to slowly rise with loud sounds. All the gargoyles look at this boss, who betrayed them, and shout loudly. Ash looks at this from afar and thinks that a fight has broken out between the monsters. The gargoyles grappled, using all their strength, wanting to kill each other. The second gargoyle leader took the side of the monsters after waking up from the attack. Ash looks at something with a very serious expression on his face and says that they must deal with this monster. Lucas and Evangeline stand in front of a huge boss gargoyle that looks at them. While the rest of the monsters are fighting the controlled boss, Ash says that his plan is simple. While the crazed monster fights against his own subordinates, they must defeat the second boss. He smiles while looking at them and asks, "Do they feel better now?" Lucas smiles, looks at the boss in front of him, and says that he would say it's twice as easy for him. Evangelina also smiles and says that now they can have fun. The huge boss gargoyle begins to move quickly towards them and makes very loud noises. Ash watches Lucas and Evangeline fight against a huge monster and thinks that with the number of bosses reduced to one, it became easier to defend. However, the knight still couldn't do much damage to this boss. He begins to worry about what is happening and thinks that they need to somehow knock the armor off this monster. Otherwise his knights, even just the two of them, will only continue to fight off this boss. How could he do this? Immediately at that moment the elves came to him, who knelt before him, and Godhand says that the Shadow Squad is ready for battle. Ash was very surprised when he heard this and loudly asks, "Are they finished yet?" He looks at them intently and asks, "What about their wounds? Have they already been healed?" Godhand says Damien has completely healed them. They are ready to fight again. Ash looks at their weapons, which were almost completely broken, and says that their weapons are badly damaged. Godhand says this is enough for a couple of attacks. He looks at him with a very serious expression on his face and says that with their magic, it is quite possible. Ash loudly says that's great, then they should get down to business. Immediately after that, all the elves took their weapons, channeled their magic into the weapons, and aimed at the boss. Burnout has set up her large ballista, which she uses to target the monster. Godhand uses his magic to create many large metal arrows and loudly tells Bodybag that they are in on it too. After that, she immediately releases several waves of magic. They simultaneously begin to attack the huge gargoyle that stands on the wall in front of them with various magical attacks. All these shots hit the boss, destroyed parts of the armor, and Ash loudly says that this is great. They must continue to destroy this monster's armor like this. He looks at this and thinks that while the knights of the main squad are holding off the boss, the Shadow Squad is dealing damage with physical attacks. And after that they will switch to magical attacks and cause damage to the monster's body. But still, at any moment something can go wrong. The huge gargoyle swings his mace and is about to strike hard with his weapon. Evangelina notices this and, with a serious expression on her face, loudly says that she will cover for them. Suddenly she slips and the system notifies that the clumsiness skill is activated. She loses her balance and is very surprised because of this, while the boss attacks her with his weapon. The gargoyle boss takes advantage of this opportunity and hits her with a very strong blow from his mace. Ash notices this and is about to use magic, but feels unwell and loudly calls Evangeline's name. Because of his condition, he leans on the fence and loudly says that he used too much mana. Ash watches her fly towards the edge of the wall and thinks that luckily her shield is strong enough. But if you continue in the same spirit, he does not finish his thought, and Evangelina, who is thrown back by the blow of a huge monster, flies out of the wall and screams very loudly out of fear and surprise. Lucas manages to run up to her at the last moment and grab her by the cloak to prevent her from falling, and this greatly surprised her. He continues to hold her cloak, looks at Evangelina, who holds a shield and a spear in her hands, and says that her hands are always busy. Ash breathes a sigh of relief that she was saved and thinks that, however, it is not time to relax yet. He turns around and sees a huge gargoyle boss running towards them due to the fact that now no one is holding it back, and thinks that it is because the tanks are no longer holding this monster back. Because of this, the monster moved towards their DD. Godhand loudly tells his squad that they must open fire to prevent this monster from getting closer. They all start shooting their weapons at this monster, but all their arrows only fly off from the strong armor of this monster. Ash looks at this with a worried expression on his face and loudly says that this monster is running towards them like a bulldozer. Godhand looks at this gargoyle with a very serious expression on his face and says that he will try to buy time. The monster at the same moment swings and delivers a strong blow with his mace, and Godhand very quickly heads towards him. The monster delivers a very strong blow, but misses, and he manages to run under this gargoyle, touch his leg, and use his magic. Ash looks at this and thinks that Godhand melted the gargoyle's feet, and this monster is attached to the ground. The magic of metal helped them a lot. But in the end, even the versatility of the elves' defensive magic could do nothing against the overwhelming power of this giant. The boss gargoyle simply lifted his huge leg along with a large piece of the wall. Ash looks at Godhand's worried expression and thinks that no matter how hard he tried to buy time, the gargoyle boss didn't seem to feel his efforts. This monster was only focused on killing DD and him. Neither the arrows of the Shadow Squad nor the magic bullets that Damien shoots are able to stop this attacking monster. If nothing is done, then they will definitely be finished. He must urgently come up with at least something. He sees that the boss has gotten close enough to them and is about to attack, and thinks that the only thing that can stop it. Ash does not have time to finish his thought because he notices a bright glow behind the back of this monster. He sees Lily sitting on the ground and creating a huge fireball with a serious expression on her face. Ash looks at her with great surprise and loudly calls her name. Lily looks at the gargoyle with a very serious and angry expression on her face, loudly calls it a monster, and says that it should listen to her. She hits this monster with a very powerful blast of fire magic and loudly says that she is the senior magician of the advanced monsters. After this very powerful attack, this huge monster fell on his knees and his entire body was charred after this attack. The elves look at this monster who stands in front of them with surprised expressions on their faces and ask, "Is the big gargoyle really defeated?" The monster suddenly begins to move slowly with loud sounds, which Ash notices, and with a very serious expression on his face, says loudly that it is still breathing. A huge, very badly wounded gargoyle suddenly turns away from them, and Ash realizes that the boss has changed his priorities. A gargoyle with a very badly disfigured face lets out a very loud scream as he looks at Lily, who attacked it from behind, and Ash thinks that this is now the opponent who used the strongest attack against him. Lily notices that this huge monster is targeting her. Tears appear in her eyes, and she loudly says that she knew this would happen. Ash realizes that she has attracted this monster's attention to herself. With a worried expression on his face, he calls Lily's name very loudly and says that she must leave there immediately. He remembers that she cannot walk and thinks that it is impossible. She had no mana left even to use the fire skin skill. Lily can only look at the monster that is quickly heading towards her, and she can only accept her inevitable fate. The huge gargoyle screams very loudly and strikes very hard with his mace. Lily closed her eyes and with a sad expression on her face was waiting for what would happen to her. But at the last moment something happened. Godhand steps between her and the monster and tells Miss Lily that she must stand behind him. She was very surprised when she heard this, opened her eyes, and saw an elf standing in front of her to protect her. The boss gargoyle deals a very strong blow with his weapon to Godhand, who got in the way, and Lily, shocked by what happened, wonders what he is doing. Godhand, who took the blow instead of her, received very serious injuries due to the fact that he stopped the blow with a huge mace with his bare hands and uses his magic. Godhand is under great stress from this monster's attack, but continues to use his magic anyway. His magic begins to work, and the monster's huge mace begins to disintegrate into small pieces. He had enough mana to destroy the arm and part of the gargoyle boss's body, which was made of metal. Ash looks at this and realizes that he has exposed the gargoyle's core. Godhand turns around very quickly and with a serious expression on her face loudly asks the older magician if she can strike again. Lily very quickly realized what she needed to do and began to use her magic to attack the huge monster that stood in front of her. She gathers all the strength she had and creates a fireball that she is about to release and screams loudly before attacking. Godhand jumps to the side and she immediately releases the fireball she created and hits the gargoyle boss's core. Because of the fireball that Lily released, the core inside the monster begins to crack with a loud sound. A huge gargoyle falls to the ground with a loud sound and screams as the fragments of this monster's core fall to the ground. Ash watches what is happening and thinks that suddenly the boss monster has stopped moving. He turns around and, with a serious expression on his face, tells Damien loudly that Godhand needs immediate medical attention. He immediately begins to run along with the elves to Lily, who put Godhand on her lap, and the Shadow Squad loudly calls for their captain because they are worried about him. She sits on the ground and asks the elf why he decided to protect her. Godhand looks at her with a calm expression and says that he acted using common sense. His arm was broken due to the monster's attack, and he says that she is the only one who has enough firepower to deal the final blow to the boss monster. That's the whole reason. Lily looks at him with a surprised expression on her face and cannot answer this. At the same time, Lucas and Evangelina return to the prince and called him. She says that she apologizes for making a mistake. He bows and tells His Highness that they have no forgiveness. They are ready to suffer any punishment, even execution. Ash wonders if he looks like the kind of person who would do such a thing. Knights are ready to pay with their lives for their mistakes. He says they should stop and listen to him. He thinks that, although not without losses, in the end both monster bosses were defeated. He sees how many gargoyles defeated the boss monster that was on his wall and thinks that he was very lucky with the commander's eye skill, which helped a lot by seizing control of one of the bosses. The last 40 gargoyles remained. We need to finish these monsters as soon as possible. Ash looks around the battlefield and thinks that, however, everyone is already pretty exhausted. Especially Lucas and Evangelina, who mostly held off the onslaught of monsters. Damien has already used up all his mana, and Lily is at the limit of her capabilities, as is the Shadow Squad. Will they be able to defeat the remaining monsters given the situation they find themselves in? One of the veterans points his hand in the direction of the monsters and loudly says that they should take aim and open fire. Immediately after his order, the soldiers who, under the command of this man, controlled the cannons begin to shoot. Many projectiles fly into the crowd of gargoyles, who notice it too late. All the shots from the cannons hit the crowd of monsters, and there are many explosions with loud sounds. The veteran, with a very joyful expression on his face, says that a fire curtain is no longer required, because monsters will no longer fly from the south. He asks my lord, he wouldn't mind a little support, would he? Ash was very surprised when he saw this and looked at them silently for several seconds. He gives a thumbs up and says with a small smile that there are no objections. It's a great move. After that, the soldiers continued to fire their guns at the remaining monsters that were on the wall. The rays of the sun begin to break through the dark clouds and illuminate the fort, and the rain stops and the remaining drops flow down the cannons. The last gargoyles that were on the wall were defeated by cannon shots and lie in the rubble, and Lucas says that the floating gargoyles are no longer visible. He turns around and tells my lord that they have won. Ash looks at him and doesn't say anything for a few seconds. He raises his head, looks at the sky and thinks that naturally, it only rained when they were fighting. The clouds begin to disperse. The sun begins to illuminate the fort, and he thinks that now the rain has stopped immediately. All the soldiers looked at him. Ash lowers his head, closes his eyes, sighs, and thinks that he is sure that he doesn't want to hear something like that right after winning, but he has to say it. He collected his thoughts and, with a serious expression on his face, loudly says that they must transfer the wounded to the infirmary. Everyone must assess the damage to the equipment and the fortress, and then provide him with detailed reports. Even if they made a mistake in today's battle, their task is to learn from it for the future. This is the only way they can become professionals. He thinks a lot about what mistakes he made in every defensive battle. Constantly analyzes what needs to be improved. The experiences of his trials are etched on his bones. This is the only way to bring the strategy to the ideal so that people stop wasting their lives. He says that every day they become stronger, and every day this front line becomes stronger. And like this fortress, he too becomes a better commander. He is immensely grateful to them for helping him become a better person. Ash looks down and is silent for a few seconds. He raises his hand, which all the soldiers do after him, and says loudly that they must stop talking. They must prepare meat and alcohol, because today he pays for everything. He thinks that one might think that there were cases when someone else paid instead of him. The soldiers shout joyfully and praise the prince as Godhand is carried away on a stretcher next to them. Ash thinks that in the midst of the cheering crowd, he noticed how he was carried away to the infirmary. He also noticed how Lily was looking lost on the ground with a blank look. He continues to look at her while many soldiers rejoice at the victory and thinks that this is how another defensive battle ended. The system notifies that wave number 4 is reflected. A reward is received and placed in his inventory. Rank R Lily became MVP. Casualties and injuries. Godhand SR rank is seriously injured. After some time in the infirmary, a very badly injured Godhand lies on the bed while healing magic is used on him. Margaret tries to heal him and says that everything below his elbow is crushed. The stage at which healing by magic is possible has long been passed. Ash stands next to her and asks, "What does this mean?" Margaret turns to him and says that his arm will have to be amputated. Godhand begins to lose consciousness and slowly closes his eyes as they talk. He continues to slowly close his eyes due to extreme fatigue, and Margaret says that it seems that his forearm needs to be amputated. The patient has already given consent. Ash asks, what does it mean to give consent? After that, he leaves the infirmary, which is illuminated by the bright sun. He met the elves from the Shadow Squad and thinks that they were standing in front of the infirmary and waiting for their commander to be operated on. He honestly told them about the current state of Godhand. And then he heard something unexpected. Ash asks with a surprised expression, what did they say? Bodybag says the captain already lost an arm 2 years ago during a military operation. After that he changed 2 more prostheses, as well as his name to Godhand. So he'll be fine. Lost hands can be replaced with metal ones. She believes that he can fight like before. Ash looks at her in surprise, cannot say anything, and thinks that this is not about his performance. He is not some kind of mechanism. Even if you replace the broken part, even if everything works again, you can't pretend like nothing happened. Severe wounds still remain in the soul, and it will never disappear. The elves in front of him stand silently and just look down for a few seconds with sad expressions on their faces. Ash says that if something hurts, they should say so and he will take care of them. He thinks that's what he told them. It's strange to hear this from a commander who, at the very first battle, pushed them to the limit. Ash says they should go from here. There will be a victory banquet tonight. He's sorry Godhand won't be able to attend, but they should definitely eat well and get some rest. Old Girl tells His Highness that everything is fine. They'd better stay here and wait for the captain's operation to end. Ash says they can do as they please. He will order food and drinks to be delivered to them. He looks at them with a smile and says that although they won't be able to celebrate the victory together, they did a great job today. They need to remember this. All the elves were happy when they heard this and looked at him with smiles. Ash says they must take care of their captain. The elves agree, wave to him as he leaves, and loudly say that he should send them more delicious food and drinks. She loves juice. Ash leaves with a smile and thinks that he will have to order 3 barrels of juice to be delivered to them. Some time later, when night fell and a large number of people gathered at tables with food in the square, Ash came to them and asked with a smile how they dared to start when their lord had not even made a toast yet. People notice him and loudly say that the prince has come here. They all look at him with joyful expressions on their faces, loudly call him Commander, Lord of the South, and say that he is a man who was born to kill monsters. Ash says they should calm down and give him a glass too. After that, he stood up on the wooden stage while all the people were looking at him and said that he would be brief. When he says Southern Front, they should say drink and die. Did they understand it? He raises his mug of alcohol with a joyful expression and says loudly South Front. All the people standing in front of him also raise their mugs and loudly say drink and die. Ash takes a sip from the mug, but begins to cough due to the bad taste and thinks that he can't get used to the local alcohol. He turns around, notices Eider, and loudly says that he has business with him. Eider heard him, turns around with trays in his hands, and says that of course he can order him anything. He approaches him and asks him in the form of a song what he wants, meat or alcohol. If he needs music, then he is ready to perform a song. Ash says he shouldn't do this. He must go and take food and drinks to the infirmary. Eider agrees, but remains standing in place and makes a dissatisfied sound, and Ash wonders why he is standing still. Suddenly, he starts making him angry again. With a very angry expression on his face, he grabbed Eider by the head and loudly asked this freak, what does this mean? He must immediately go and feed all the healers and wounded in the infirmary. Did he understand it? He must bring 3 barrels of juice there. He stops because Lily has approached them and says that she will take it. Ash loosens his grip, looks at her in surprise, and asks what did she say. He wants to ask her something, while Lily stands still and looks at him with a calm expression on her face. Some time later, Ash walks through the square and loudly says that if they continue to drink like this, they will never get rid of all the alcohol that has accumulated here. They should bring him mugs. People were very happy when they saw him and loudly said that, as expected, the third prince drinks better than anyone in the empire. Will they really see this legend with their own eyes today? Ash stops in front of a table with many mugs filled with alcohol and loudly says that he will prove it all. Today they will reach the end. They all continue to drink and party loudly. Ash remembers Cheryl and thinks that, as the Margraves said, if you always mourn the fallen, then life will turn into endless wakes. Sometimes you need to be able to have some fun. People continue to have fun, and several soldiers pour alcohol from barrels on the old man, while Ash drinks alcohol from a mug in the company of several men and thinks that it is the Lord's responsibility to take care of the wounded and pay honors to the dead. So drinking with the survivors and having fun is also part of his job. He tries to lighten the situation by laughing loudly and drinking with everyone. The night of victory went on as usual. At the same time, Godhand came to his senses after the operation, sharply opened his eyes, and began to breathe heavily. He calms down and notices that his arm has been amputated. He turns and notices Lily, who is sitting in the same room with him, with a calm expression on her face, writing something on a piece of paper and asking, "Is he finally awake?" Godhand wants to ask her something, but she interrupts him by turning to him and saying that the operation was successful. The fever will persist for some time, as will the pain. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, his dose of healing magic will be renewed. Everything below the elbow was removed, but the joints were left. This will make it easier for him to move the prostheses. All the elves from his squad are lying on another bed in the same room and sleeping peacefully. Lily looks at them and says that the members of his squad just recently fell asleep, and before that they ate well and had a lot of fun. Maybe he's hungry. She left some food for him. He needs to eat well as he has lost a lot of blood. God Hand looks at her and asks why she cares about him. Doesn't she hate him? Lily stopped writing something and looked at him silently for several seconds. She put the quill on the table and says that she has a question, so she was waiting for him to wake up. God Hand looks at her blankly and doesn't say anything, and Lily says that no matter how much she thinks about it, she still can't understand him. Why did he save her then? When the gargoyle boss suddenly ran to attack, why did he cover it with his body, taking the blow, which caused him to lose his arms? That's what she wanted to ask. God Hand looks at her with a calm expression and says that he answered back then. Under those circumstances, her safety was a priority. Lily raises her voice and says with a serious expression that he should stop saying this nonsense. He must not pretend to be a great strategist. Maybe this makes sense, but only for their front. Personally, he should have had no reason to risk himself to save her, given the injuries he suffered in the process. The Shadow Squad has only recently become part of Crossroads' defenses. It's too early for such sacrifices. No one expected that the commander of a detachment entering service for the first time would sacrifice his hands and life for the good of the common goal. Even if this is true, there are too many inconsistencies in this version. There must be some other reason. Lily came to him to find out, even though he suffered so much in order to protect her. She says that it was still a salvation. Did he make this decision too quickly? There is nothing more burdensome than unexpected kindness. He must tell her honestly. Why did he save her? God Hand listened to her and silently looks at her with a calm expression on his face. He asks if he can speak frankly. Lily says of course he can, otherwise she won't accept his answer. After a long silence, God Hand began to speak. He remembers what happened then and says that the reason is not very outstanding. At the moment when the gargoyle boss rushed towards her, he remembered his mother. Lily listens to him carefully and asks if he told his mother. God Hand says that his mother, like her, could not walk. The slave owners to whom she was captured cut her tendons. She spent her entire life crawling on her knees. She was unable to get up when their master beat him. She always covered him with herself and took all the blows. Then he suddenly remembered it. As she looked helplessly at the gargoyle before him, he remembered the image of his mother. Lily listens to his story with her hands on him and asks if he wants to say that she reminded him of his mother because of the problem with his legs. God Hand asks if this makes her sad. Lily says that, to be honest, not much. He says that she herself asked to speak frankly. Lily raised her voice, agreed with him, and said that everything was like that, but... She calmed down a little, propped her head on her hand, sighed and asked, did he really lose his arms only for this reason? God Hand looks at her and says that besides the rational reasons he spoke about earlier, his personal emotional motivation lies in the image of his mother. It seems that such explanations should be sufficient. Lily looks at him and says that she thought he was a more rational guy. God Hand says he thought she was a more emotional girl. He didn't even think about the fact that she would look for a hidden reason in the fact that someone risked their life to save her. Lily turned out to be more cold-blooded than he thought. God Hand says they can never understand each other. The wounds that their races have passed down through the generations are perhaps too deep to be healed. He looks out the window and asks, however, despite this, can't they celebrate together that they are alive? He sees how everyone in the square is celebrating the victory and loudly singing the song, "Comrade, let's press our backs to each other. Fight a wave of enemies. Comrade, raise your glass higher. Be grateful they survived." Lily hears this song and silently looks for several seconds at God Hand, who lies next to her. She continues to look at him and says that she hates him. He turns to her and asks if it's too cruel to say this to someone who lost his arms to protect her. Lily goes to him and says that it doesn't matter, he must eat. He shouldn't starve while others feast. She placed the dish on a small table along with a glass of water and God Hand asks, is it just water? Lily asks if the doctor allowed him to drink alcohol after the operation. He asks if he can't even drink anymore, even though he's lost his arms? She sits next to him and says that it turns out that he is still in the mood for jokes. She took her glass, which was also standing on the table, put it on her feet, and silently thought about something for several seconds. Her face turned a little red. She raised her glass and asked if maybe they should have a drink. Godhand says he doesn't have hands to lift his glass. Lily took the second glass, which she hid on hers, and says that she will do it for him. She brings the glass to his face, and this surprised Godhand, because he did not expect this. Lily continues to hold the two glasses, and they both look at each other. She helps him drink water from this glass, and he does not resist. She is about to drink the drink from her glass, and says that this is so ridiculous. A legless girl and an armless elf, who simply cannot attend the banquet, simply sit together and drink in a hospital room. Godhand looks out the window, agrees with her, and says that this is an unforgettable evening. He looks at the bright lights of the fort through the window and says that he would quickly forget an ordinary banquet, but this one will remain in his memory for a long time. He turns around and says that it's probably too bold to ask her for that. But could she continue to take care of him? Lily was embarrassed by what he had just said and looked at him silently for several seconds with a surprised expression on her face. She stuffed bread into his mouth and said that he had better quickly regain his strength. As long as he's healthy, it's much easier to hate him. Godhand smiles sincerely, laughs, and says that then he would prefer to remain like this. Lily says that he should stop talking nonsense, even with such a face. After that they didn't talk anymore, and she slowly fed Godhand the cold ones, and he silently ate it all. In the distance, drunken soldiers continued to sing various war songs. The night of victory was drawing to a close. The next morning, Ash wakes up in bed with a very exhausted look on his face and thinks that he seems to have had too much to drink. His hand crashed into something under his blanket, and he was surprised because of it. He notices that he is not alone in bed and asks loudly, "Who else is it?" Ash is very worried and wonders if he really woke up drunk next to some woman. What kind of cliché is this? The one who is lying next to him begins to rise. Long gray hair is visible from under the blanket, and this man asks His Highness, "Is he already awake?" An old man with a kind expression on his face and long hair removes the blanket from himself and looks at him, which scared Ash very much and made him scream in great surprise. The rest of the men who slept with them in the same room also begin to slowly get up and yawn after sleep. Ash was even more surprised by this, screams loudly and asks, "This is hell, isn't it?" He's definitely in hell. The man sitting on the floor tells His Highness that he should calm down. It's just them. Twilight Legion. He is okay. He drank quite a lot yesterday. Ash has calmed down a little and says that everything seems to be fine with him. Can he ask one question? Why are they all here shirtless? The man was surprised by this question and said that it was he who ordered them. Last night. Ash takes off his shirt and says loudly that they should drop their pretentiousness. They should drink comfortably, man to man. They all have to take off their clothes and scream. The man says that everyone agreed with him and took off their clothes. Ash is very embarrassed about this and wonders if he did it. Is he really like this when he drinks? Why did he even do this? The men tell His Highness that last night was simply amazing. It was the best feast of their lives. They will forever remember last night's amazing night. Ash wonders if it's possible he will never know the details of what happened yesterday. Someone comes to them and asks my lord, "Has he woken up yet?" He heard it and thinks it is a familiar voice. Isn't that Lucas? He turns around, sees his face and wonders, has he really come to save him from this hell? Looking below, Ash notices that he was wearing only shorts. He was very surprised by this and loudly asked why he also took off his pants. Lucas looks at him with a calm expression and says that he himself ordered all members of the main squad to take off their pants. Ash was very surprised when he heard this and asks if he said that. What is this anyway? He thinks he's getting a headache because of what his crazy character is doing. Damien lies on the bed without a blanket and says he is cold. Ash thinks he is very ashamed and really regrets it. There was pure hell and madness at last night's party. The more he thinks about it, the more he will suffer, so he gave up trying to recover his memories. He gets very angry about this and says that the only time he needed to see a naked man was in the bathhouse. Lucas says with a smile that he was just about to say this, they should go. Ash was confused when he heard this and looks at him and asks where should they go. Lucas says that he just said it himself. They should go to the public bath. It's very close. Ash was surprised when he heard this and asks did he say public bath. Sometime after they got dressed and took everything they needed. Lucas walks down the street with a basket in his hand and asks, do soldiers who get dirty in the blood of monsters almost every day need to wash somewhere? Initially, this bathhouse was intended only for warriors. Ash understood what he wanted to say and asked. However, as the scale of the city increased, did ordinary residents begin to use the bathhouse? Lucas looks at him with a smile and tells my lord that that's exactly how it happened. Ash stops and asks, by the way, why is this building so huge? He and Damien stop, look at this building, and Lucas says that it is so big that there is enough space for all the soldiers. They need to come here. They stop when they notice that Damien asks His Highness, is something wrong? Ash stands still and asks, isn't there usually some kind of event with female characters at the bathhouses? He wonders, maybe he's mistaken. They all went into the men's bathhouse together, and he realized that he was wrong. There were no such events, at least not in his life. Ash sits shoulder deep in water and says that at least there are no problems with the plumbing here. Lucas stands next to him and says that due to the fact that there was not enough water repeatedly, they decided to establish a water supply here. Ash turns to him and asks if he's not going to take a shower. Lucas says he'll just stand by and keep him safe. This is always and everywhere his work. Ash says that he should stop thinking like that already. He needs to wash himself too. There is another large bath nearby. Lucas gets into the water and says that then, with his permission, he will use it. Ash agrees and says that he should climb in quickly. He turns to him, is a little surprised when he notices something and thinks that he suspected it before, but up close it is much more noticeable. He looks at Lucas's body, which is covered with many scars, and asks, he didn't have an easy life, right? He thinks that his whole body is covered with numerous scars. This is a kind of imprint of all the difficulties that he had to go through. Lucas smiles with a kind expression on his face and tells my lord that everything is fine. They both notice Damien floating around the pool on his back with a very happy expression on his face. Ash calls his name and asks if he is okay. Damien, with a joyful but tired expression on his face, tells His Highness that, of course, everything is simply incredible. Ash asks what even happened yesterday. Lucas says that he thinks it would be better to forget everything that happened yesterday. Ash looks at him with a surprised expression on his face and wonders what else he did yesterday. At the same moment, a large crowd of men goes next to them to the bathhouse. Ash notices this huge crowd of people and loudly asks, what is this? When they got closer, he realized that these were all people from the Twilight Legion, and one of them, with a joyful expression on his face, said that it was time for them to freshen up. All these men climbed into the pools and began to discuss something with joyful expressions on their faces. Ash says that he will probably leave from here. Lucas, who was next to him, agrees with my lord. One of the soldiers notices them and says that His Highness is also here. All the other men notice him too, show a warlike salute and loudly say, "Long live His Highness." Ash leaves with a confused look on his face and thinks that he should issue a decree so that the bathhouses don't have to use this gesture. After that, they went to the restroom in the public bath. Ash sits on the bench and says that he feels much better. He turns to the side and thinks that he can't believe that they have such advanced technology here. He even regrets making fun of the fantasy world. This is actually very good, right? Evangelina and Lily enter this room. She notices him and loudly calls him my lord. Ash turns to her and asks what is she doing here. Evangelina goes to him and says that she lives in the area, so she often visits the public bathhouse. Lily also heads towards him and asks His Highness what he is doing here. Ash says that he himself is still tormented by doubts. Did they come here together? Evangelina says that they decided to wash together. He says he's surprised at how friendly they are. She says that sooner or later everyone becomes close to those with whom they fight side by side. She leans over and with a joyful smile asks her older sister, "Is she right?" Lily looks at her and smiles and tells this young lady that what she said was true. Ash looks at them and thinks that it seems to him that only Evangeline is getting closer to her here. However, Lily is really the only one close to her age. He understands why she tries so hard to be friendly to her. On the other hand, Lily can also be understood. She is clearly nervous and wants to retire, so getting close to the heir to the title of Margrave may be burdensome for her. Evangelina continues to smile and tells my lord that they will probably go. They will see each other later, but now they need to discuss something together. She quickly runs away with Lily and Ash says that they should wait. They don't listen to him and he thinks that they are heartless. They could sit with him a little longer. Someone calls him my lord, and with a slightly surprised expression on his face, he turns and looks at the one who called him. Margaret walks towards him and says with a calm expression that this is very unexpected. She would never have thought that royalty visited places like this. Ash didn't recognize her because she was wearing different clothes and asked who she was. Margaret wipes her hair, says her name, and says that she is a saint. He was surprised by this and thinks that he did not recognize her at all. This is probably because he always saw her only in a cassock. Ash asks if she uses the public bath too. Margaret stands in front and asks if there is a law that prohibits clergy from washing. Ash says of course there is no such thing. She says with a smile that yesterday she had a difficult operation, so she would like to relax and wash herself. Ash thinks she's right. She was the one who operated on Godhand yesterday. He asks, was the operation successful? Margaret asks, he sent so many people to find out about the outcome of the operation. Was he really not informed about the result? Ash, with a slightly confused expression on his face, laughs and agrees with her. Margaret says everything went well. He is now recovering well. In the morning she cast a healing spell and then decided to go to the bathhouse. She didn't think there would be so many people here. Ash thinks that the siege only ended yesterday, and then there was a celebration all night. So it's no wonder there are so many people here today. He says that he is grateful for her work and asks for forgiveness if his soldiers suddenly caused her problems. Margaret says everything is fine. War is a terrible and cruel phenomenon, but she believes that the struggle here at the front is sacred. Ash asks if this war is sacred because the goal is to protect people. Margaret closed her eyes and with a small smile agrees and says that therefore, washing away the blood and sweat after the holy war is also a worthy activity. And it's great that she can take part in this. Ash looks at her with a smile and thinks that he thinks it sounds a little pretentious, but on the other hand, such an answer is full of inspiration. Margaret turns around, notices several girls and says she has to go. The girls are already waiting for her. Ash agrees and says she should enjoy the break. Margaret leaves and tells His Highness that he too should enjoy his holiday. Ash looks at her with other girls and thinks that, contrary to his misconceptions, they are all ordinary people here in the good sense of the word. He looks at the system window with Lucas and Damien and wonders where those two went. They just went to get water, so what made them delay? Ash looks up and says, I wish there was isekai here. He thinks that the local atmosphere makes him want isekai. If he ate a boiled egg right now, he would chew it and wash it down with a glass of ice-cold isekai. It would be heaven on earth. At such moments, he especially misses the earth. At the same moment, Lucas and Damien run towards them and call His Highness. Ash notices them and loudly asks why they were gone for so long. Lucas takes out a small bag from his robe and says that these are boiled eggs. They just bought it from a black marketer in a bathhouse. Ash looks at this with great surprise and wonders which black marketer he is talking about. Damien pulls out a large carafe and says they also have chilled honey lemonade. Ash was surprised by this and wonders how they guessed what he wanted. Lucas and Damien both lean towards him with smiles and simultaneously say that they can eat it in secret. Ash thinks it's a great idea. He is grateful to them for what they are. Evangelina says with a sly smile that she is surprised at how much they got. She gives off a very angry and scary aura and asks how about sharing with the ladies. They seem to have a team of 5. Damien could not withstand her attack and fell to the ground. Evangelina holds Ash's hand, in which he holds the egg, and loudly says that he should give it to her. Lily tries to take the lemonade from him, which he is holding in his other hand, and asks if she can have some of the lemonade. Ash is very unhappy with what they are doing and loudly asks why they pestered him. At the same time, Lucas is standing not far from them, and while they are not paying attention to him, he eats boiled eggs. Some time later, they all calmed down and sat down on the bench. Ash, with a very pleased expression on his face, says that he feels very good. He thinks that it seems that in his free time he should get to know the city better and all the hot spots that are there. Lucas takes out the bag that he hid in his robe and says that he will clean everything up here. Ash thanked him for this. Sometime after this lunch break, he opened the status window to prepare for the next fight. He looks at the system window and thinks that it is stage 5. Finally, he had information. The most difficult obstacle at the initial stage. Boss wave. Every wave divisible by 5 is a boss wave. It will be a very complex wave, completely different from the ones they reflected before. The system window says that the remaining time until the 5th wave is 28 days and 9 hours. Ash thinks the good thing is that they still have enough time to prepare for this. He needs to think things through more carefully. If he manages to pass this stage, he does not have time to finish his thought because someone approached him and greeted His Highness. Ash notices the guy who said this and asks who he is. The guy says his name is Dion Eggart. Ash looks at him and thinks that he seems to remember him. He is one of the N-rank heroes that he recruited not long ago. N-rank heroes are slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers, but have mostly mediocre characteristics. This happened in the game too, but to be honest, he doesn't remember any of them. In the system window, it is written that this is subgroup number 2. All members of N rank, who's 14th level. Rock, Isla and Hess are level 15. Dion is level 16. Ash thinks that his group is currently listed as a sub-team being used as a backup. He asks, so what was he suitable for? Dion tells His Highness that he has a claim. Lucas was very angry when he heard this, but Ash took it more calmly, was a little surprised and wondered what he just said. Dion turns to the people from his squad who are standing nearby and says that a month has already passed since the 5 of them arrived here. But other than supporting the rear, he never gave them any worthwhile orders. And the monsters simply don't get there. They are actually mercenaries. They need work to provide for their lives. Ash looks at him with a little surprise and thinks that he acted arrogant and confident, but thought like a mercenary. Dion says he doesn't care if he looks down on them just because. That they are young and inexperienced. But he doesn't like to gradually rust, not having the opportunity to gain this very experience. They all use the military salute together, and he says that so he asks to send them to the front line. They will prove that they are capable of fighting on par with the rest. Ash was very shocked by what he just said and couldn't say anything to him. He crosses his arms in front of him and thinks that they seem to be quite confident. Their characteristics and skills are mediocre, but their eyes are full of determination. Especially this guy named Dion. He is quite ambitious. Ash continues to smile and says that he seems to be confident. How can he prove this to him? The word must be confirmed by deeds. Dion, with a happy expression on his face, says that they can have a duel. He wants to fight fairly with the members of the main squad. Will this be enough? Ash continues to smile and thinks that he never expected this. Lucas sits with a calm expression on his face and says that this is very arrogant. Evangelina lies next to him, looks at them upside down and says that it is very interesting. When can they start? Ash says he likes his enthusiasm. He agrees, they can arrange it. But he will choose the time and place of the duel himself. Dion tells His Highness that there is no problem at all. When should they expect his decision? Ash says they don't have to wait long for this. They can start right now, in the closest place. Sometime later. A large crowd of people walking in one direction and asking what's going on there. He heard that there would be a fight. Members of the main squad against new recruits. This is interesting. They need to quickly go there and take their seats. A large crowd of people gathers at the training ground and stands watching the people in the arena. Damien asks if they can cope without them. Lily stands next to him, agrees and says that she thinks they can handle this. Lucas holds a wooden sword in his hand, stretches his shoulder and asks if she is ready. Evangelina stands next to him with wooden equipment and says that she is still ready. What about him? The members of the sub-squad stand next to each other and Dion says that there are slight changes in the plan, but they must act as agreed and must stick to this plan. Did they understand it? The rest of his squad say that they understand everything and will definitely cope. After that, they all went together towards their opponents and Dion says that this is great. They should go forward. Ash looks at them and says that it looks like everyone is ready. Lucas, with a scary expression on his face, walks towards them and says that he doesn't know what they're planning, but he feels that it will end quickly. Evangelina, with an equally frightening expression on her face, spins her spear above her head and says that she will try to be gentle with them. Ash hopes they don't overdo it. The battle conditions are simple. The team that defeats all opponents will win. A victory will be counted if the opponent can no longer use the weapon, surrenders, or is eliminated. Safety comes first, so using attacks or skills that could cause serious harm is prohibited. Ash waves a red flag and says they should all get ready and can begin. Immediately after this, Dion quickly ran towards Lucas, who calmly stood still and looked at him. He holds 2 daggers in his hand and says loudly that he must show him his techniques, which he has heard a lot about. Lucas looks at him with a calm expression and says that a wooden dagger is not the best choice of weapon. He strikes very quickly with his sword and Dion manages to notice it at the last moment. He managed to duck and avoided a sword strike from Lucas, who is looking at him with a very serious expression on his face. Dion looks at him with a surprised expression and says that, however, with a dagger it is much easier to dodge. Isn't he right? Immediately afterwards, he jumps to the side, but Lucas immediately runs after him, about to stab him with his sword and says that he shouldn't be so boring. He'll finish him right now. At the same time, Evangelina stands still while she looks at the rest of the squad members who are walking in her direction, hums a melody with a wide smile, and says that this is an excellent choice. She raises her voice and says that she always knew that she looked 4 times more dangerous than this old man. Isn't this true? She looks at the opponents who are coming towards her with a more serious expression on her face and says that she will now show them what the best student of the academy can do. 3 guys simultaneously crashed into her with their shields, which greatly surprised Evangelina, and she loudly asks what is wrong with them. Are they doing this seriously? Che turns to the others and says loudly that they must do their best. Evangelina was very surprised when they began to push her over the edge of the arena and loudly said that they should wait a little. Unexpectedly, she was able to stop them all and planted her foot on the ground. She begins to put more effort, begins to push them back, and with an angry look on her face, says loudly that they have chosen the wrong opponent. Jessen tries his best to stop her, but is surprised that they can't and loudly asks where she gets so much strength from. Unexpectedly, Isla very quickly runs up to her from the side, holding a wooden dagger in her hand. She looks at Evangeline and asks to forgive her for this. She strikes her leg with a dagger, but at the last moment she raises her leg and dodges this blow. Because of this, she loses her balance and the three guys immediately begin to push her back. She falls on her back over the edge of the arena, and people from the sub-squad stand in front of her. Evangelina stands up abruptly and loudly says that this is not fair. Isn't this against the rules? Ash says everything is according to the rules, they defeated her. He thinks that even if the battle is 2 against 5, and the level difference between the two sides is like heaven and earth, they can still be defeated if the team works together and uses the element of surprise. Ash watches with a smile and thinks that he should admit that it was a good move. They did a great job. Isla turns around with a joyful expression on her face and says that they need to help Dion. There is only one night left. She notices Lucas, who is holding Dion with one hand, who asks for their forgiveness. He looks towards his sub-squad and says that this night turned out to be very strong. Lucas looks at them with a cold gaze and says that he needs his next opponent. He threw Dion to the ground and slowly walks towards the others with an aura that greatly frightens them. Some time later, he defeated the entire sub-squad single-handedly and dusts off his hands after that, and Ash thinks that, as expected, the fight ended in victory for the main squad. Evangeline looks at him with a very dissatisfied expression as he raises his hand and loudly says that Lucas is the winner. He thinks that the difference in levels cannot be overcome. This is logical, because his current level is 37. From the very beginning, it was a futile fight. Dion sits on the ground, looks down and says that he should have realized that he was no match for him. He is surprised when he notices Lucas approaching him and saying that he did well. However, he came up with tactics against the enemy and successfully applied it in battle. The most important thing is that he had the courage to attack an opponent who was many times superior to him. This is a very important trait that matters in the fight against monsters. Dion was delighted and a little embarrassed because he praised him. Ash thinks that in order to defeat a real monster, it is important to be able to stand unshakably against an enemy who can be many times larger and stronger. This is already quite a rare gift. Ash lifts Dion up and says they have to get up. He asks them for forgiveness for underestimating them and depriving them of work. And he also asks for forgiveness in advance, because since they have proven their worth, he will use them until his death. Dion and his squad were very surprised when they heard this. Ash thinks it was a little unexpected, but suddenly people he had only neglected before came to his aid. The whole detachment shows a military salute and loudly says that they will do as His Highness wishes. Ash looks at them and thinks that the N-rank unit is the weakest unit he has ever used. Dion, with a joyful expression on his face, says that if he had planned to quietly meet old age, he would not have become a mercenary. Ash thinks that from this moment on, the second subgroup of Dion mercenaries was considered a strategically important unit. The next day after lunch, Ash sits on a chair, looks out the system window, and thinks that this is the first time that Dion's mercenaries have been deployed for mining. This is an autonomous type of reconnaissance, in which you can send a sub-squad to an already cleared area. Additional units independently increase their level and at the same time collect random items. Usually players call it munition. Since this is the first dungeon for the mercenary squad, Evangelina was sent with them as a guide. Ash smiles and thinks that automatic item extraction is great. In the future, he should use them more often. Between waves, it will be very good. Lucas comes to him and asks my lord if everything will be okay. He knows that the dungeon under the lake is full of enemies. Hearing this, Ash remembered about Crown and thinks that he doesn't mean monsters. Most likely, we are talking about the Nightcrawler, a hostile NPC faction. Lucas says that if they accidentally run into them, they won't be able to return safely. Maybe he should go after them. Ash turns him down and says that he is not going to send them to the main camp area. Lucas asks, why did he decide that? Ash remembers what Eider told him earlier, that in zones 1 through 3 of the kingdom under the lake, squad battles are prohibited. This is due to the fact that in the test period, there were precedents for surprise attacks at the very beginning. So he implemented a special protection system for newcomers. Ash, with a very angry expression on his face, lifts his nose with 2 fingers and loudly asks why he didn't tell him about this before. Do squad battles open from the 4th zone? Eider holds his nose and says that he must be careful. He will be severely punished for PvP in the initial zones. In fact, every NPC in the kingdom under the lake knows about this. Only from the 4th zone onwards he should be careful. Ash slams his palms hard on the table and loudly says that they will not cross the borders of the main camp. He shouldn't ask for reasons. Besides, there is something to do there and in the initial zones. Lucas was very surprised by this and loudly said that he was absolutely right. He is very insightful. Ash looks at him with a calm expression and says that he hopes that all his questions are over. It's already lunchtime, so they should go eat. Lucas tells His Highness that this is a great idea, otherwise he has his whole day planned out. Ash asks if he wants to go on vacation. The rest are resting. Damien comes into his office and loudly calls for His Highness. Ash notices him and says that he told him to rest. Something happened. Damien is trying to catch his breath due to fatigue from running and wants to tell him something. He was able to calm down and says that Mrs. Jupiter has come to her senses. Ash was surprised when he heard and wonders if she finally woke up. At the same time, the northern gate of the city crossroad. A girl came to the entrance to the city smoking a pipe. This girl, looking like a witch, lifts her hat and looks at this city. She stands at the entrance to the city and asks, "Is this the very front line where Grandma works?" Sometime later, Ash enters the room and loudly asks Jupiter if she is alive. She sits on the bed and is about to eat, but gets distracted and turns to him. She tells His Highness that they have not seen each other for a long time. How many days did she spend unconscious? Ash says it's been almost 10 days. He is glad to see that she is on the mend. He sets up a chair for himself and asks how she feels. Jupiter says that she would like to say that everything is wonderful, but to be honest, she doesn't feel very good. Her mana circulation circle is still not working well. Recovery will take some time. Ash sits across from her and asks if she thinks it will fully recover. Jupiter says that it will recover over time, but she is not sure that everything will be the same. This is the price of blocking several powerful magical attacks. Ash says she should eat well and recover for now. Without her electrical magic, they had a hard enough time. So she would need to recover before the next battle. Jupiter starts laughing loudly and says she will do her best. Of course, she still needs to work out the missed week. Her hand shakes very much and says that she definitely can't resign just yet, because she still has unfinished business. Ash asks what is her business. She's planning to build a castle, that's why she's working so hard. Jupiter laughed at this and asked His Highness how he guessed. He is really very insightful. She looks out the window for a few seconds and says nothing. A smile appears on her face and she says that having her own castle would be great. Ash smiles and says that he is going to build a luxury hotel in Crossroad. This, of course, is not a castle, but it's also not bad. So he will provide her with free housing. He is obligated to take care of his people. Jupiter says she will be happy to camp there. Does this mean that she will be the first VIP there? Ash says that of course this is not true. He will be the #1 VIP. She will only get #2. But her room will have a gorgeous view of the city, as well as free alcohol and cigars. Jupiter asks what more could a mercenary want. Imagining whiskey and cigars in their empty hands, they laughed and discussed how they would spend time in a hotel that did not even exist yet. Maybe it was just a mirage, a dream into which mercenaries plunge day after day. But rather, the point is that they are just people. Ash gets up and says that in any case, she still has time before the next battle. She should rest well and focus on her recovery. Jupiter says she will do as His Highness orders. He is about to leave, but she stops him by asking him to tell her something. She asks, didn't he come to visit her without a gift? Ash thinks he knew she would say that. After this, he visited Godhand and also met with Saint Margaret and left the infirmary. Jupiter's internal injuries are very serious, and she will need at least a month to recover. Margaret told him so. Ash, with a thoughtful expression, thinks that this is such a stupid loss of an SR rank mage. In fact, it turns out that Jupiter received a suspension for the entire season. But that doesn't mean he can't use it. At later stages if she is diligent in her recovery. But it definitely cannot be used at the 5th, most difficult stage. She will also have to miss the operation to capture the base camp. Will he be able to carry out these fights without his most powerful magician? He goes outside and thinks that no matter how worried he is, it won't change anything. He can't do anything about it. He says it's time to encourage new guys to join their gang. Lucas says that he is at his service. Ash thinks that he can only hope that the mercenary guild will find a suitable candidate. They both come to the mercenary guild and stand in front of the entrance to the building. Ash closes his eyes, sighs, and says that he hopes he gets lucky. He kicks and opens the door and goes inside. He notices a girl wearing a big hat and thinks that this can't be true. Is this a golden glow? Is there really an SSR rank character here? He runs very quickly to this girl and thinks that he doesn't care about his dignity and reputation, because now is not the time for this. He asks loudly with a worried expression on his face, is she a mercenary? The girl was a little surprised that he suddenly approached her and looked at him silently for several seconds. She looks at him with a smile, apologizes to His Highness, and says that, however, she is not a mercenary. Ash asks if she is not a mercenary, then why is she in their guild? The girl says that she is looking for one person. She came because her grandmother lives here, but for some reason it doesn't show up. Ash remembers Jupiter and thinks that only one person comes to mind that fits that description. He asks what her grandmother's name is. The girl says her name is Jupiter. Ash asks what is her name. The girl with a smile on her face says that her name is Jupiter the Younger, named after her grandmother. He can call her Juju Young Jupiter for short. Ash thinks that Jupiter Minor is an addition to a person's name, indicating an inherited name. In the system window, it is written that she is a guest SSR of rank 30. No rank, specialization mid-level elementalist. Intelligence and mana 25 points, agility 12 points, strength 10 points, endurance 8 points. Ash thinks that he has never met this character in the game, but she does have an SSR rank. She is probably really Jupiter's granddaughter. She even inherited the gold rush. By the way, she is also an elementalist. In simple words, an elementalist is a class of wizards who can control all elements at once. Of course, they manage some elements better and some worse. But these are high magicians who can cope with any situation. Ash says Jupiter hasn't told her much about her. Juju asks how. It turns out that Grandma didn't mention her. He thinks he remembers Jupiter talking about her granddaughter a couple of times. But she never mentioned that she was SSR rank, although it is unlikely that Jupiter ever saw her rank. Juju says it's quite offensive. How can you not brag about such a cute granddaughter? So, what kind of person is standing in front of her? He is clearly a member of the nobility. Since he knew her name, could she ask him to introduce himself? Ash says of course she can. His name is Ash Bonhatter Everblack. He is currently the Lord of the Frontline Monsters. Juju immediately stood up, bowed and told His Highness that she apologized for not recognizing him right away. She never would have thought that she could meet him in a place like this. Her insolence is unforgivable, but she hopes that he will accept her apology. Ash says that she doesn't have to worry about it, because it's natural that she didn't recognize him. She can raise her head. He will be frank with her. What does she think about taking over under his command? Juju asks what does he mean. Ash says that the front line is in dire need of talented wizards like her. Since she's already here, how about lending a helping hand? He gives a guarantee that she will be paid well. of all possible rewards that a magician can receive on any front or continent. She will get the best one. Juju tells His Highness that she is grateful for the generous offer. Ash hopes that she won't refuse. She says that the purpose of her visit is to meet her grandmother. He asks, so she came here to see Jupiter. Juju agrees and asks if she can think about his proposal after she meets her grandmother. Ash says that of course she can. He will wait for her decision. Juju asks, so he doesn't happen to know where she is now. He says that Jupiter is currently undergoing treatment in the infirmary. She was recently injured. Juju is silent for a few seconds and says that means she should look for her in the infirmary. She is grateful to His Highness. Ash waves at her and says that he wishes them a pleasant meeting. She should definitely think carefully about his proposal. Juju stops at the exit of the mercenary guild and agrees with him with a kind smile. She goes out, closes the door behind her, and Lucas says that this is quite interesting. Ash asks what does he mean. He says that she is the granddaughter of Jupiter. She doesn't look like her grandmother at all. Only in behavior there is barely any similarity. Ash thinks that they definitely didn't look alike, but they did have a similar aura. How can I explain this? It's as if the same thing emanates from them. Is it the smell of money? It seems they are both not rich. It seems like they really are related. Lucas quietly says that this is not the most interesting part. He wants to apologize in advance for the pun, but the fact that Jupiter has a child is simply shocking. Ash says he knows what he's talking about because he's surprised too. When she talked about her granddaughter, he thought it was a joke. Lucas coughs with a slightly embarrassed expression and says that, however, gossiping is not nice. Jupiter looks like he leads a rather bachelor's life. The news that she has a child and a granddaughter puts her into a stupor. Ash says he's right about that. Lucas says he wonders who her husband is. Ash says that he would also like to know, but it's strange to ask about such a thing, because it's personal. He hopes that Jupiter will be glad to see his granddaughter. At the same time in the infirmary, Jupiter's hands are shaking very much due to the injuries she received in the last battle. She looks out the window and thinks that the end is near. She understood that her life was coming to an end. As a soldier, mercenary, or magician, it's high time for her to retire. She tried to work a little more and took on any dirty work. She tried her best to earn every gold coin. But after many years of service in the army, she was still dishonorably discharged. She was even excluded from the mercenary reconnaissance group. Again and again, she was driven away from everywhere, so that she lived the life of a tramp for the most part. She never stayed on any front line for more than 3 months. Looking back, she realized that she did not feel in her place anywhere. But those days are coming to an end. Jupiter remembers what happened to her and wonders, can she rest now? Did she deserve the right to rest? Suddenly the door to her room opens and Juju loudly asks if she can guess who came to her. She loudly calls her grandmother and asks, so where has she been? She had already searched her. Jupiter was very surprised by this and loudly asked what she was doing here. Juju goes to her and says that she has not been in touch for a long time, so she decided to find her. She had no idea that she would be stuck in such a remote area for so long. She sits on the edge of the bed and asks with a smile, isn't she happy to see her granddaughter? What's wrong with her face? It was as if she had seen death. Jupiter can't say anything and Juju asks why she froze. Does she really think that she will eat her? To be honest, Jupiter was very afraid that a child with the same name as hers would someday swallow her up. Juju extends her hand and says she needs money. Jupiter does not understand what she means, but she grinned and asked why she thought she went to such a distance. She tells her grandmother with a very sly smile that she must give her money immediately. Juju took the gold coin certificate and asks, is that all she has? They actually need to feed several people. Jupiter apologizes and says that she was injured and lay unconscious for several days. Juju asks, aren't there other ways to make money at the front? Jupiter asks what does she mean when she says this. Juju opens her box and says that it's the same way as when she worked for the Imperial Army. She did a lot of things back then. She turns to her and tells her grandmother that she is a master at such things. Does she really have nothing at all? Jupiter looks at her and says nothing for several seconds. She thought and said that she should not underestimate the local people. They keep order here very strictly. Even the walls have eyes, so there aren't many options here. First of all, the commander-in-chief, the third prince, its metropolitan reputation does not correspond to reality. He's not just an ordinary strategist. Sometimes it feels like he can see the future. Juju looks at her with a sly expression and asks, even so. This is the first time she has heard her admire the commander so much. Jupiter says he is like a man who has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It will be much more profitable to earn honestly than to be caught for dubious actions. Besides, he pays well. Juju closes her locker and says that then I think she should also stay here and do some work. She is going to meet her prince, because he recently offered her a job. Jupiter, with a very worried expression on his face, says loudly that she shouldn't do this. She promised that she would not use magic. Juju laughs and asks why is she so worried. She straightens her hair and shows the part of her face that was damaged due to magic and asks if she is just now starting to worry about it. Jupiter was very surprised by what she saw and could not say anything. Juju tells Grandma that she should gain strength because she looks shabby. Jupiter, with a worried expression on his face, loudly says that she must wait because she did not finish. Juju tells Grandma that she has been doing dirty work all her life to earn money. She turns around and says with a sly smile that it's her turn. She leaves the room and closes the door, and Jupiter continues to lie on the bed and silently looks at the door. She again remembers the burning city and with a slightly angry expression on her face says that it is her fault. All this is because of her karma. At the end of the working day on the way to the estate, Ash is riding in a carriage driven by Lucas, looking at the system window, which says that autonomous reconnaissance is complete. He looks at it in surprise and asks, "Has 8 hours already passed?" He sees in the system window that the entire sub-squad has increased their level and thinks that it was very simple. The system notifies that the items received are 2 simple potions, 12 small blood gems, and 1 scroll of flame enchantment. Ash looks at this and thinks that there are no casualties, and it looks like the trip went well without any consequences. He is surprised when he notices something that catches his attention. He thinks, did he imagine? His attention is attracted by small gems, and he asks loudly, what does this mean? Lucas is embarrassed by this and loudly asks my lord if he is okay. Something happened. Ash, with a very surprised expression on his face, looks at the system window and wonders. It turns out that the enemies of the 5th wave drop blood gems. This item drops from vampires or their minions who are related to them by blood. These are monsters of the highest level and appear only in the later stages of the games. What kind of failure is this? Why will they appear already on the 5th wave? Is this another dark event, or is the game outright mocking? Lucas opens the door and, with a worried expression on his face, asks His Highness if he is okay. Did he get another migraine? Ash tells him that he is fine. They should go to the mansion soon. He thinks that if he is right, and the next battle will be against vampires. Is it even possible to win with their current lineup? This is completely impossible. They need more strength. A lot more soldiers, high-ranking characters, and equipment are needed. He notices Juju walking down the street and loudly tells Lucas that he must stop the cart. He immediately agrees and the carriage stops next to her. Ash opens the door and calls out to her loudly. He gets out of the carriage and says loudly that he has only 2 options for her. Either she voluntarily comes under his command, or she will be forcibly summoned. What will she choose? Juju looks at him silently for a few seconds and thinks about it. She asks His Highness with a kind smile if he will give her a lift. Ash says she can sit. After she got into the carriage, Lucas immediately drove the carriage further. They continue to drive towards the estate, and Ash thinks that as he approached the mansion, shrouded in twilight, he already understood that hell awaited them. Hellish complexity, it's not just a name. It will be a real hell. Someone remembers Ash calling for the rat catcher with an angry expression on his face. Suddenly, Crown wakes up with a very surprised expression on his face. He sits in the main square, where no one was. He tries to catch his breath after this nightmare and says that it looks like he fell asleep. He thinks he doesn't even remember the last time he slept properly. I wonder since when did he start wearing those ridiculous clothes and acting like a clown. He no longer remembers this. So they call him the Pied Piper. In the kingdom under the lake, there was a fable with that name. In one village there were rats, and the villagers hired a bard to exterminate them. The bard, playing his flute, led the rats and drowned them all in the lake. But the villagers became greedy and did not pay the bard what they promised. The angry bard began playing the flute again and took all the children from this village into the lake. This seems true and too much like him. An unknown person approaches him and calls him by name. Crown turns around, sees a man in a mask, and asks what's wrong. The masked man says that there will be a meeting of all the Demon King's commanders soon. It looks like there will be an audience with the king today. Crown looks at this man with a tired look and asks, "Will there be an audience with the king?" The masked man asks if he is going to attend. Crown slowly gets up and says that he will have to be there. He raises his head and says that after all, he is the representative of the kingdom under the lake. Despite the fact that the kingdom was colonized by demons and fell into decay. After that, he leaves in the direction he needs, and the masked man bows to him and says that he should be careful. Crown turns around and says that if he is not careful he will die, but change is also good. Some time later, he comes to the castle and walks along a long corridor, and many monsters look at him and stand in their places. Crown continues to walk towards the huge door and does not pay attention to the fact that the monsters around him say that he is a real clown. An idiot who knows no shame. He opens the huge doors and goes inside this office. Several people are sitting at a huge and very long table waiting for him. One of the monsters hits the table very hard with his huge hand and loudly says that he is late. How dare this insignificant mortal be late for a meeting organized by the Demon King himself? Are they really not familiar with the feeling of shame? Crown takes his seat and asks, did he call him an insignificant mortal? And this is what he is told by the one who was born from the nightmares of those very mortals. This is very funny. The monster asks this arrogant freak, what did he say? A monster with dark hands who plays chess says they have to stop. Their jester Crown is in his repertoire. It is his task to mock, laugh, and amuse the people. That is his profession. Besides, there is some truth in his words. They are all collected and created from pieces of people's nightmares. However, it is precisely because people see eternal nightmares that they may well become reality. The king uses a very strong pressing aura on Crown and asks if he is right. He tries to resist this pressure and says that he said everything correctly. The king releases a very dark and strong aura and says that he must not forget about it. All the people of the kingdom under the lake are livestock needed by their army. Supplying the nightmares they require, they are no different from the cows and pigs they raised. He should be grateful that a man like him is allowed to sit at the negotiating table. Did he understand it? Crown, who is being pressed against the table with very strong pressure, says that this is undoubtedly so. He thinks that there is nothing shameful in submitting to the power of the strongest. For so many years he has experienced a variety of humiliations. This is nothing for him. The king says that's good, then they can get to the point. As they know, he called them here because the time has come for a big invasion. So one of them must lead an army and invade the human world. Since this is only the initial stage, they will lead the ghouls. The guy holding a glass of red drink in one hand tells the Lord that he should let him go. A wide smile appears on the king's face, and he is about to say something. He looks at the monster who said this. It was the commander of the 5th rank Nightmare Division. Immortal King Nosferatu Dracula. Saledian. The king says that he is surprised that he decided to propose his candidacy. He didn't want to interfere, didn't he? Saledian remembers what happened in training and says that people killed the Spider Queen. His eyes glow slightly red and he says that he wants revenge. So he asks to be allowed to do so. Olip, this is the Black Queen of Spiders. She was a powerful commander, occupying 6th place in rank, when she suddenly died from a shot from an ordinary cannon. And this happened during an intelligence operation. It was an absurd and sudden death. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. One of the monsters at this meeting says that they killed Olip. How dare this filthy brute do this? If it weren't for the Nameless One, these freaks would already be dead. The king spreads his hands and says with a smile that they don't need to strain so much. Anyway, she will come to life again later. Saledian and Crown look at him in silence with slight confusion, and the king says that of course they are not familiar with this concept. This suits him in principle. It will be extremely entertaining. He gives his permission to Saledian. The invasion will begin in 4 weeks, ground time. He bows to the king and says that he will do everything in the best possible way. The king says it's great that they sorted it out. Next, the problem of supplying mosquitoes to the entire kingdom. A monster comes to them and tells His Highness that he must allow him to report. The king asks him what's the matter. The monster says that the Nameless One has entered the palace. Crown was surprised by what he heard and looks at this monster in surprise. The king asks if he is sure of this. The monster says that he is absolutely sure of it. The king says that this was quite expected. The monster who stands at the entrance says that then, this meeting is over. It seems they had better lock the gates of the kingdom today. After he said this, Mumyon cut this monster into 2 parts with a wave of energy. All the monsters who are sitting at the table look at her and loudly say that this wicked one even snuck into the castle. Mumyon enters the office in which this meeting is taking place and says good evening to the monsters. The king looks at her with a smile and asks the Nameless One, is she still tired of this meaningless fight? Mumyon walks towards him with a sword with blood flowing through it and says that this is her fate. Clean again and again. It's her job to clean out the dust. This may sound strange, but she came to kill them. The king continues to smile and asks how many years have passed since she learned to wield this sword. Was it 100, 500, or maybe about 1,000 years ago? Mumyon says that she doesn't know this because she forgot about it a long time ago. The king says that no matter how hard she tries, she will never be able to save the kingdom. She will wander through this hell for eternity. Mumyon channels his white energy into the blade of his sword and it emits a bright light. She says with a calm expression that she doesn't mind fighting for ages. If this is her mission, then she will definitely accomplish it. Crown begins to slowly rise from his seat. He gets up and slowly walks towards her. He calmly walks past her and Mumyon doesn't pay attention to him. The king opens his mouth wide, laughs loudly, and says that he is a broken one and one who will never submit. He's happy with what's happening because it's great nightmare material. Crown says there is no point in resisting because the nightmare will never end. Mumyon continues to stand with a calm expression on his face and says that, however, someone must carry the light. The Nameless One always thought about those who fell while trying to illuminate the darkness of this kingdom with light. And those who are resisting right now, including Ash's squad. Mumyon continues to release his bright energy and says that the light attracts new seekers. She rushes to attack the monsters who are in this office and thinks that it is never known when the light will shine again. Crown leaves from there and a very bright light is visible from the entrance behind him. The countless battles that took place in the hell of the kingdom below the lake were repeated over and over again. At the same time at the Crossroad Estate, all members of the subgroup stand in front of Ash, joyfully chanting the name of Angelina. He looks at it and thinks that when he returned to the estate, he found that the side detachment had already dealt with matters. Ash says loudly that they should all calm down. He realized that Evangelina was great and did a great job. Will it be better if they tell you what monsters they faced this time? They were surprised that he said this and looked at him. Evangelina says that he shouldn't be too surprised when he hears what she has to say. She also saw these monsters for the first time, this time a monster. After a short pause, with what she considers a frightening expression on her face, she says that they were ghouls. Ash immediately thinks that this is very bad. Ghouls are those ugly monsters that serve and obey vampires, aren't they? It has been confirmed that the Fifth Wave Legion will consist of monsters bound by the blood of vampires. Lucas looks at them with a calm expression on his face and asks what kind of ghouls these are. Evangelina grimaces and says that these are the same living dead. She tries to imitate these monsters and makes strange sounds. These ugly monsters jumped out at her right out of the darkness. To be honest, she was even a little scared because of this. Dion, with an inspired expression on his face, loudly says that this is not true. It was they who were petrified with fear, and she protected them. And she fought like a warrior from legends. Evangelina was very embarrassed and was glad that she was being praised and said that there was something like that. She laughs and says he should stop this. Dion is shaking out of fear and says that if it weren't for her, they would probably all be infected by now. He trembles just thinking about it. They further embarrass her by loudly saying that she is their savior. They start screaming her name, and Evangelina, with a very reddened expression on her face, laughs and says that they have to stop this. Ash thinks that at other times he would have laughed with them and also joked somehow, but today he didn't want to joke. He asks, so there are monsters with blood bonds. They're talking about vampires, aren't they? Like from a fairy tale? He thinks that among the huge variety of cursed monsters in this game, he comes across rare and incredibly terrible monsters. Evangelina thinks about it and says that she knows that ghouls are monsters related by blood. Wait, he wants to say that this time it will be. She doesn't have time to finish because Ash has already understood what she wants to ask, agrees and says that they understood everything correctly. The next enemy will be an army of vampires. It will be vampires and their minions. And most likely, they will be led by a high-ranking clan member. A vampire lord, no less. Lucas asks His Highness. However, if he is not mistaken, high-ranking individuals have never entered the battlefield, right? Besides, hundreds of years have passed since vampires were last seen. The ghouls they discovered this time are most likely part of a vampire clan. But maybe he is worrying about this high-ranking vampire in vain. Ash thinks that normally this would be the case, but this will be boss level. In addition, he cannot shake the feeling that the mysterious evil will only increase the difficulty of each subsequent level. Therefore, a being of the highest rank will surely appear. It wasn't just a guess. He was sure of it. When he played the game, he happened to encounter all the prominent vampires belonging to the clan. Each of their raids was bloody, merciless, and terrible. However, the most terrible case was the case of the Bloody Lord, the Immortal King, when Celendian himself enters the battle in person. Although it is unlikely that the head of the clan will enter the battlefield at the 5th stage, which is considered the initial stage, the difficulty of the level is already off the scale, so it would be better to prepare for the worst. So at the 5th stage, there will be a raid with Celendian. This is so absurd that it's just funny to him. But it's not impossible, is it? Ash remains silent with a serious expression on his face and thinks that he should stop, because this is not the first time he has thought about this. He thinks with a determined look on his face that he can get through this. That's what he's here for. Evangelina tells my lord that she has a question. Ash says she can ask. She points to Juju, who is sitting in the corner of the room and looking for something in a drawer, and asks who is it next to him. She sees her for the first time. Ash turns to her and says that he didn't introduce them to each other. At this time, she quickly hides something behind her robe, and he says with a smile that they should meet. This is their new elemental magician, the granddaughter of Mrs. Jupiter. Jupiter Minor. she will join the main group as an attack mage. She turns to them after being introduced, waves, says her name, and says it's nice to meet them. They may call her Juju or just the younger one. Evangelina, with a very joyful expression on her face, asks if she can call her sister Juju. Ash looks at this and thinks that she is clearly very happy that she will have an older colleague who can be called a sister. After exchanging pleasantries, he sent out a reconnaissance party. He can't keep them here forever. Evangeline, before leaving, waves her hand and says goodbye to her sister. Juju also waves his hand at her and says that they will definitely meet again. She should rest well. Dion loudly says that they should celebrate their successful mission. Evangelina asks if she can go with them. He says that of course she can. Ash is silent for a few seconds, sitting in his chair, and thinks that he is lucky that they found a common language and became friends. Although at first they behaved timidly. Juju smiles and says they are all very nice. He heard that the front line of monsters is a vicious place. It's a little surprising to see this here. Ash looks at her with a smile and says that although the war with monsters seems like hell, it is better to live the moments of respite as vividly as possible. Or does she prefer quieter places? Juju adjusts his hat and says with a smile that that's not the point. It's just that she's seen a lot. The same young and sweet guys who are gradually losing their smile and passion. War takes lives, takes away property, and it is so sad that even the survivors lose the desire to rejoice. This is very sad. Ash thinks he was able to picture it in his head right away. Wave after wave of monster invasions, one after another, wears them down. And the people on this front, who are still laughing and talking, will turn into a bunch of lifeless and emaciated dolls. Ash turns to her and says it's time she told her about her skills. Juju says she will gladly do it. He thinks that Jupiter is the youngest, a character that he has not yet met in the original game. He looks at the stats window with her skills and thinks that he has a rough idea of her abilities and characteristics, but it will be better if she herself tells more about everything. Juju extends her hand and says she is an elementalist. She can work with most elemental elements, and among them there are 3 that she masters perfectly. She creates several magical elements over her hand at the same time and says that they are water, air, and lightning. Ash looks at it and thinks that the lightning is the same as her grandmother's. Juju says with a smile that she is offended, but her achievements so far are small. The only thing she can do in terms of magic is fire in volleys. Ash looks at her with a calm expression and thinks that it looks like she is talking about the first skill, elemental explosion. The whole point of this skill is to just hit with an element. Juju channels the energy into her fist and says that she feels like if she practices a little more, she can figure out other ways to use it. That's all. It's just a modest talent. She's even embarrassed to show it off. Ash says modesty is good. He thinks that being an elementalist with 3 elements is already impressive. He gets up from his chair and says that then, they should discuss her weekly salary. Juju says with a sly smile that she knows that her grandmother's annual salary was paid in advance. Can she do the same? Ash walks around his office and says that his financial situation is not the best right now. He sits down on another table and says that in general, first she must prove her usefulness. The money will come later. He smiles and says that he knows that she has abilities that she is keeping silent about. He thinks that one of the features of Jupiter Minor is a foxhole. With this, she can reduce and hide her characteristics. The system notifies that there is a foxhole. This is a fallback option, providing the opponent with false information about skills in order to have at least some trump card up his sleeves. Ash thinks that characters with such skills caused a lot of trouble for players because it was impossible to know their exact characteristics. He says that she should tell him about all her hidden abilities. Juju was embarrassed by this and looked at him silently for several seconds. Ash pats the table on which she is sitting and says that only then will they be able to discuss more favorable terms of cooperation for her. Juju, how did he know that she was hiding her skills? Not a single magician, not even her grandmother, noticed this. Ash says he has a good sense of things like this. He looks away at the system window and thinks that there must be at least some benefit from the system in order for this incredibly difficult game to be completed at all. He says that she should tell him about her hidden abilities, and then he can reward her what she deserves. Isn't it money that interests her most? Sometime later, a system window with Juju's real skills appeared in front of Ash, and he thinks that, as it turned out, her true statistics look like this. In fact, she reached level 35 after completing the second stage of development and even gained a second active skill. Why did she want to hide it? He looks at how Juju writes on a piece of paper and thinks that it seems that she is still hiding something. But if she's putting so much effort into keeping the secret, it might be easier to just leave it as is. Juju finishes writing and says that during the probationary period, payment will be made weekly, and at the end of the month of the probationary period, payment will be made immediately for the next 11 months. She raises her head with a smile and asks His Highness, did she understand everything correctly? Ash says that's right. He smiles at her and thinks that she is eerily similar to her grandmother, because her eyes also light up when the conversation turns to money. They will do their best, but seek the best terms at the time of contract. Something about hiring magicians is extremely expensive for him. He says the contract is concluded. He knows it's a little late, but he still has a question. Juju asks, what is this question? Ash calls her name and asks if she has ever used magic against a person. She thinks about it and tells His Highness that she is not sure that she understood his question. Ash says he's not trying to dredge up her past. It's just that although this is the forefront of monsters, their next opponents will be people. That's why he decided to ask it. He thinks that the closest opponents are a Nightcrawler squad that has occupied the base camp. They will have to participate in PvP against the same squad of people. Just in case, he decided to ask the new magician how she felt about having to use magic against people. Juju says that's what she's saying, that she doesn't understand the question. Isn't magic made to be used against people? Ash was very surprised by this and looks at him in disbelief. Juju says swords, spears, bows, and the like. All these weapons were created by people to repel the same people in the end. He wonders if she has ever used magic against people. Of course it is. This is natural. This is why magic was invented. The first task on the front line of monsters is to kill people. A small smile appears on her face, and she says that it's a little ironic, but to be honest, she's confident. Ash thinks he suddenly realized something. How different this world is from the one he lived in. This world is extremely harsh, full of wars and deaths. This is not land at all. He silently looks down with a thoughtful expression on his face and thinks that he still remembers the eyes of a frightened child who could not bring himself to shoot at a man. That's why he is still puzzled by such questions. Even in this world, not all people will be happy that someone needs to be killed. Only they will still have to do it if necessary, to protect people and find out the true ending. If there is no other way out, he will even have to kill his own kind. Killing is rarely a free choice. Rather, it is an inevitability when nothing else remains. Sometime later, Ash briefly told Juju about the strength of the Nightcrawler squad. He says she should be careful. It was their magicians who wounded her grandmother. She says she is very sorry. Because of her anger, small lightning bolts appear in her eyes, and she says that if she had been there, they would all have come to an end. She tells His Highness with a calm expression and a smile that he need not worry. They will get it in full. She will definitely avenge her grandmother. Ash smiles at what she said and says he hopes so. He thinks it is not because she is an SSR rank mage, but because she is Jupiter's granddaughter. That's why he believes her. The next day, the third free exploration zone, the northern wall of the castle. The re-exploration of the third zone was carried out for several reasons, the first of which was to test Juju's skills. She handled it flawlessly. Ash stands nearby, looks at these monsters and thinks it's disgusting. So this is what it's like to be in a zombie apocalypse. Juju, who easily dealt with a large group of monsters, turns around and asks His Highness with a smile, what will he say? Surely this is enough to confirm her skills. Ash says that's more than enough. This is a very good result for a battle mage. He thinks that she is slightly inferior in destructive power to her grandmother, but she has an adjustable range of attacks, and she also has a variety of attributes. Looks like he pulled a lucky ticket. He goes further and thinks that he can consider that he has completed the first task. He approaches the bodies of the killed monsters and thinks that the second task is to determine the type of ghouls. The characteristics of these monsters depend greatly on who their lord is. These monsters clearly have the frost attribute. Among the vampire lords, only one has such abilities. And this is Celendian. There can be no mistake. It looks like the vampire lord himself will come to their city. Ash silently looks at the bodies of the ghouls and thinks that knowing the enemy by sight in advance is better than nothing. They all stand together in front of the bodies of the killed ghouls and Bodybag flies to them, calling for my lord. She comes down and says that they are almost done exploring the area. Ash looks at her and asks how she thinks this task will actually be accomplished. Bodybag stands on the ground next to him, agrees and says that it seems to her that everything is quite doable. Ash smiles and says that's great news. He thinks that in this way all 3 assigned tasks were completed during free exploration. He claps to get attention and says that they all did great and they should go back. They all walk along the wall together, and he thinks that since the main camp cannot be used yet, it is necessary to return to the entrance to Area 3 and retreat. Ash stops at the edge of the wall, silently looks down and thinks that the main camp, which the enemies have occupied, is hidden in the alley behind this square. There is a squad of night crawlers and a rat catcher named Crown. He must wait a little. Very soon he will return and retake the camp from him. His attack will be much worse than when they attacked them. Ash approaches the portal, which he immediately activates and says that it is time for them to return home. They take turns passing through this portal, and the joyful Evangelina loudly tells the team that they can have a drink after this. Ash says he won't go because he has something to do. She asks loudly, how is it? He must go with them. Juju remained in the castle under the lake and stands at the entrance to the portal for a few more seconds, while everyone else has already returned. She brings her hand to her face and begins coughing loudly into her palm. She removes her hand from her face and notices the blood she coughed up, but says nothing. She tightly squeezes her hand, stained with blood, and looks at her fist with a sad expression on her face. Having thought all this over, she passes through the portal and is transported back to the surface. The system notifies that free research has been completed and he has received a reward. Lucas, Juju, and Damien from the main squad have leveled up. Additional squad members Skull, Old Girl, and Burnout have also leveled up. 5 days later, near the alchemist's workshop, Godhand looks at his new hand made of metal and controls it. Juju looks at it and says it looks pretty good. Ash says he agrees with her. Looks just like the real thing. Godhand looks at the new hands with a happy expression and says he likes it. It's much better than his old prosthesis. Much lighter and more convenient to use. Lily says of course it is. It is the most expensive metal of all, which can only be made in this workshop. Godhand smiles happily at her and says that he is very grateful to her. He is about to take something out of his pocket and asks what the price of the prosthesis is. Lily says that he can keep the money for himself, because the price is her life. She asks with a confused expression if he really thinks she would take money for it. She just doesn't like to stay in debt. Godhand wants to tell her something, but Lily doesn't listen, closes the door behind him and loudly says that he should take this and leave. She still has a lot of work that she needs to do by order of His Highness. Ash silently looks on from the side and says that they are acting quite cute. Godhand then puts gloves on his new hands. He turns around, gives a military salute, and tells His Highness that he is completely healed and ready to return to work. Ash says that's great news. He thinks that he has put on gloves and is now no different from his former self. But still he lost his arm below the elbow. He would like to give him more time to rest. But they're on a tight schedule, so he can't help it. They need to move on. For example, says that he is waiting for them at the mansion until 9 o'clock in the evening. He must bring all the members of the Shadow Squad. They'll leave tonight. The operation will take place at night, so everyone should go to bed early to get enough sleep. Godhand says he will do everything. After that, he leaves, and Ash looks at him and thinks that he took one last look in the direction of the alchemy workshop, and then went towards the infirmary. After that, Lily, as a senior magician, greeted Juju and gave her parting words. She took Juju by the hand, said her abbreviated name and wanted to say something, but paused. Tears began to flow down her face, and she says with a joyful smile that if His Highness offends her, then she must definitely say it. She will definitely support her. The magicians have to stick together, right? Juju laughed at this and said that of course it is. They must support each other. Ash looks at them and thinks that it looks like he should create a mage guild for them to have fun there. Lily turns to him, calls him His Highness, and pauses again. With a serious expression on her face, she says that if necessary, he can always call her to the front line. She's ready for it. Ash was a little surprised by this and agreed. He wonders, can he call her if necessary? He had told her that this time it was the vampire lord himself who was opposing them. Lily went back to her business with an upset expression on her face, and Ash looks at her with a small smile and thinks that it's too early for her to retire. He turns around and says that it's time for them to leave. He says with a serious expression and a smile that they need to prepare for an attack. He thinks that all members of the squad were called to the estate. The time has finally come for the operation to recapture the main camp. They all go to the estate together, and Ash says that first they must enter the estate and discuss the details of the plan. They stop when they notice Jupiter standing at the entrance to the estate. He says that she has not yet fully recovered. She needs to rest, so what is she doing here? Jupiter, with a serious expression on her face, tells His Highness that she heard that they were leaving on a new mission today. She asks to take her with her. Ash looks at her with a surprised expression and asks what did she say. He and Jupiter look at Juju, and she says that in return for this, she asks to leave her granddaughter here. She starts walking towards them with shaking legs and says that these freaks are the reason she is in this state now. He should let her take revenge. Jupiter approaches him and immediately grabs him tightly by the cloak. She leans a little towards him and tells His Highness that she asks him to do this, because this child should not fight. Juju comes up to them, takes Grandma by the free hand, and says that she can't even stand. Is she really going to explore the dungeon in this state? Jupiter looks at her with a serious and worried expression on his face and asks the youngest, maybe they should stop before it's too late? She tried so hard, worked so much so that she wouldn't have to be in her place. She knows it herself. That is why, up until today, she has not led the most honest life. Juju removes her hand from Ash's cloak and calls her Grandma. She looks at her with a slightly sad smile and says that she has already concluded a mercenary contract and today is the day of the first operation. Jupiter was very shocked by what she said and looks at her with a very frightened look. Juju asks Grandma why she decided to make a fuss here. It puts them both in an awkward position. It would be better if she took her to the infirmary so she could rest, and later they would discuss everything. Jupiter asks His Highness in a very serious voice, if she is in perfect order and turns out to be stronger than her granddaughter, will he take her instead of Juju? Ash was surprised by this, was silent for a few seconds, and asked what she wanted to say. Jupiter looks at him and says loudly that she is requesting a duel. Ash is surprised by this and asks what did she say. She stands opposite Juju. For several seconds they stand in silence, and only the sound of the wind can be heard. Lucas moves away from them and tells my lord that he should move away. Ash is very surprised by what is happening and thinks that he should wait. Instead of hiding, you need to stop them, right? Juju asks with a serious expression on her face. Did she need to meddle in her affairs? Jupiter, breathing heavily because she is still in a bad state, agrees and says that she needed to do this. She's not ready to leave yet. If she is stronger, then there is no point in her staying here. The main thing for a mercenary is skill. Skill is the only thing that matters. Juju considers what she says and takes a deep breath. She spins her wheelhouse in her hand and says that she will do as she says. She points the phone at her grandmother and asks if it's time to demonstrate what she inherited from her. Jupiter directs the lightning into his hands and tells his granddaughter that she shouldn't say anything stupid. Her talent is exceptional. But will it surpass the experience gained over so many years of service? She looks at her with a serious expression on her face, points her hand in her direction, and releases a bright yellow lightning bolt. Juju also starts using lightning magic and looks at her and says that she seems to have aged a lot. She releases blue lightning and their very powerful spells collide in the middle. Their lightning collides with each other, begins to move unpredictably and causes damage along the way. Their lightning is directed towards the tree and destroys it, causing Ash to become very worried and loudly say that this is his garden. He thinks they should go and sort things out elsewhere. This duel ended quite quickly and Jupiter lost in this battle. She fell to her knees. The blood that flowed down her face falls to the floor next to her feet, and she asks the youngest, "Isn't this enough?" She looks at her with a sad expression and asks if she can't stop taking revenge on her. Juju silently looks at her for several seconds with a sad expression on his face and tells his grandmother that this is hardly possible. She passes by her grandmother and says that she should go back to the infirmary and rest. She will come back so quickly that she won't even have time to get bored. Ash helps Jupiter up and asks if she is okay. She gets up with his help and tells His Highness that she asks him to take care of her granddaughter. After that, she leaves towards the city, and Ash looks at her and thinks that despite her condition, she was ready to do anything to prevent her granddaughter from going on an expedition. What happened between them? He didn't know, and he didn't have time to find out, because they needed to go on reconnaissance according to the plan. He turns around and says that it's time for them to go, because it seems that everyone is already assembled. Lucas agrees with him and follows him. Sometime later at the estate, Ash stands in front of his 3 squads and thinks that despite the slight commotion, all 3 squads came together as planned. There were members of the main squad here, including himself, a shadow squad led by Godhand, and a mercenary squad captained by Dion. In total, there are 15 of them here. Ash says that he would like to talk about their strategy to gain control of the main camp. He thinks this will be a record number of people traveling to the kingdom under the lake at one time. Sometime later, in the backyard of the Lord's estate, Ash says that Evangelina will go inside first, and Lucas will follow her. They both look at him and agree to it. Ash says that Juju will come next. Her task is magical protection. She must prepare the spell and go inside. She says with a serious expression that he can rely on her. Ash says he and Damien will follow them. He turned to him and asked if he had made his decision. He also looks at him and tells His Highness that he will shoot if he gives such an order. Ash says that he shouldn't overdo it, because he wouldn't want to ruin his beliefs. Damien says it's not because of beliefs. He is simply afraid that having shot a person just once, at that very moment something in him will change forever. Ash puts his hand on his shoulder and says that there is no need. With his skills, you can simply incapacitate them rather than kill them. He doesn't know what kind of sniper he will become in the future, but no matter what path he chooses, he is this team's trump card. He shouldn't forget about it. Damien feels better and agrees with His Highness with a serious expression on his face. Ash turns to the mercenary squad and loudly asks if they are ready. They all loudly agree with him, and he says that then they should go and get this over with quickly. Immediately after this, They all go through the portal together and say something loudly to each other. After all the troops passed through the portal, the magic immediately disappeared and the stones fell to the ground. The system notifies that loading is taking place, teleportation is taking place. Tip: dungeon NPCs have different relationships. Using this mechanic correctly is the shortest path to conquering dungeons. Ash and the others go through the portal, and they all prepare for battle and stand in front of the portal. They look around, but there is no one on this street, and only a small fire makes quiet sounds. Ash, with a serious expression on his face, looks around and wonders, is there really no one here? I mean, there's seriously no one here. Wait, this simply cannot be. Several people simultaneously point their weapons at them and make sounds that give them away. Ash notices these people who are targeting them and realizes that they are surrounded. He looks around with a calm expression on his face and thinks that this picture is familiar to him. Everything happens the same as last time. Crown comes out to them from a dark corridor and says that he doubted that they would dare to follow this path again. But they turned out to be unpredictable. He asks the player why he decided to risk his life and come here again. Ash says he should stop calling him a player because he has a name. He slaps his hand and says his name is Ash Bonhatter Everblack. Crown says that he has already heard this name somewhere. Ash says of course he heard that. Everblack, this is a great empire at the top, and he is the third prince of this empire. He can bend if his upbringing allows him to do so. Crown asks, is this the same little country in the middle of nowhere? Ash was surprised when he heard this and asks what did he say. Crown looks at his hand and asks how many years have passed above that the tiny country began to be called an empire. Every time something like this comes up, he feels like an old man. Ash thinks that more than 100 years have passed since the Everblack Empire conquered the continent. It is unquestionably the most powerful country, ruling half the world. And he calls it tiny. What does he have with the concept of time? Does he really mean to say that he is more than 100 years old? Crown looks at him with a scary look and asks, anyway, if he thinks they should stop this conversation. He raises his hand so that the men from his squad are ready to shoot and says that since they deigned to visit their base, he dares to assume that they are looking for a quick way to die. People who stand on the roof point the cannon in their direction and await orders. Ash, with a serious expression on his face, says that this is not at all true. This was not in his plan. At the same moment, Damien emerges from the portal behind him and immediately takes aim with his weapon, which has already been charged. He very quickly targets the cannon that was standing on the roof and destroys it with one shot. 3 mercenaries who came out of the portal after them run into the attack and shout loudly that they must attack now. Ash asks with a sly smile, maybe he already realizes his situation. 2 other mercenaries come through the portal with a large artifact in their hands, and he says that he is doomed to lose his base and screw up. This artifact activates and begins to emit bright energy. With the help of an artifact, a magical barrier appears around them, and Ash says that enemies have already appeared at its base. This means they should give up and start running away from here.